Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto Refused to Give Up Despite It All. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto's POV. Naruto could feel the tension fill the air around him. Neji's dull and cold eyes met his own, and Naruto wasn't surprised to see he was confident. As Naruto dropped into a stance, one hand toward Riptide on his back, and the other cautiously in front of him. Neji merely smiled, standing casually. The hell? Naruto asked with a raised brow. If you want to do this, let's get it over already. There's no need for me to be tense, nor even cautious. Someone like you, Naruto Uzumaki, could never beat me, Neji replied calmly. Naruto growled, his hand twitching towards Riptide, but Naruto stopped himself as he dropped lower, prepared to charge. Ah, cute, you intended to not use your blade against me. But that would be a dire mistake, you'll need every advantage you can get for this. There it is again, Naruto roared, refusing to draw his blade against his own comrade. You go around treating everyone like dirt, like you're better than me, but you know nothing about me. I know more than enough, Uzumaki, Neji replied evenly. A consistent slacker in academics, a clumsy, slow learner with practical skills. You're the kind of man who gets by on little more than guts and luck. But those two things are limited, they'll never be enough to change what you are. Naruto nearly charged the man, but over the years, he had dealt with this before. People within the Leaf sometimes simply didn't like him outright. That came with the advantage of learning how to deal with someone who irrationally hates you. Casual indifference. That's big talk coming from you. You talk about fate, order, and reality. But they are nothing more than excuses for you, something to pin your hatred on. But the truth of the matter is you're the one to blame. Naruto countered passionately. Maybe get off your ass instead of. Naruto would have loved to finish, but flinched as Neji blurred forward. Naruto attempted to raise his guard, but Neji blitzed past it, slugging Naruto directly in the face. The blonde was stunned as the blow sent him reeling back, nearly falling flat on his ass. Naruto spat out a wad of blood and offered Neji a wild smile. The guy packed some strength under that frame. Naruto took the lead this time, leaping forward as he threw two kunai at Neji. It was meant to buy time as Naruto closed the distance, but Neji caught the first one and deflected the second, slashing with a kunai as Naruto came close. Naruto abandoned his charge, backing up to block the attack, before tackling Neji to the ground. Naruto smiled as he managed to drag Neji to the ground. While it was simple and indeed not pretty, it worked like a charm. Naruto straddled him in an instant before unleashing a punch. 2. The third was stopped as Neji showed impressive flexibility, hooking his legs in Naruto's arms and flinging him back with ease. Naruto hauled himself back to his feet as soon as he hit the ground. Only to be perfectly placed to eat a roundhouse to the head. Naruto stumbled back, and Neji followed up with a palm to his gut and a slap to the face. Naruto grit his teeth, throwing a wild haymaker to stop the assault, but Neji caught the arm and wrenched it to the side, slamming an elbow into it as he did. Naruto howled in pain and kicked him away. However, it only bought him a moment as Neji blurred forward again, jabbing him in the nose. Naruto flinched from the blow, taking a right hook to his face, and a poke on his leg that made his leg collapse. As Naruto was kneeling, Neji mercilessly kneed him in the face, sending him skidding back. It's ironic hearing you mention reality, Neji said, charging forward again. Naruto ducked a punch, but his return blow was caught. The Hyuga tripped him with ease as he continued. You yourself are blind to it. You are not a true shinobi, you were a chronic failure during the academy, a social outcast to much of the populace, and you dare mention reality. That might be true. Naruto howled as he caught Neji's attempted stomp and flung him back with pure strength. Naruto rolled forward and grabbed Neji's legs and ripped them from the ground. Using his absurd strength, he lifted the man by his legs and spun him with his power. Naruto twirled 3 times before hurling Neji across the field with a heave. But that doesn't mean anything. Maybe I'm not in the best position now, but I'll fight like hell not to stay there. Neji skillfully twirled through the air, somehow landing on his feet with a skid and a smirk. Ah, yes, that blind optimism of yours. You may be a loser here and now, but you intend to be more. You'll try your best and through your efforts achieve more. I've heard it all before. Those words I once said, words another even wiser than had taught me. Naruto launched on the offensive now. Neji deftly dodged Naruto's flying kick, follow-up spinning backfist, and his flashy flip kick. Tripping him one again and kicking Naruto away with contemptuous ease. Naruto barely felt the blows, more of the embarrassment of the moment as he rolled to his feet. If you know the feeling. It's because, like you said, Naruto Uzumaki, this is about me more than you, Neji said with a scowl. I find you iterating, foolish, and foolhardy. But that's not why I oppose you so openly. It comes from a place of caring. You have a damn funny way of showing you care. It's because what I'm doing is necessary, Naruto, Neji replied evenly. There was a time, like you, I thought I had a choice in life. I thought our circumstances and position in the world were nothing more than variables. That with time and dedication, one could overcome them. What changed Neji? Naruto asked with a frown. What Neji was saying spoke to him on a deep level. He had nearly thought those exact same words on the occasion. What made you into this? You know of the way of the Hyuga, do you not? Some of you are forced to be servants to the others, Naruto said uncomfortably. He may have disliked Neji in the present moment, but the reminder of what pressure had formed the man around him left him confused. The main house is treated as a true and righteous Hyuga. Neji began bitterly. They are selected from birth. Those of direct lineage to the main are inducted within their ranks. While those born late, or by lesser blood, are inducted into the branch house. While members of the main house enjoy the full benefits and rights afforded to a Hyuga, those of the branch house are considered secondary servants to those of the main. From the moment I was born, and even before that, the moment my father was born after his brother, my life had already been decided. But as a youth and during my years at the academy, my father and I were hopeful. We had assumed that if I proved my skill and power beyond equal in both the branch and main house, I'd have to be accepted. I trained day and night with my father, all in the vain hope of change, but my father's life was sacrificed to save his brother. And with his death so did my only hope. I will never escape the branch house. That discovery nearly crushed me, still threatens to do so to this very day. But that failure created clarity. I saw the world for what it was, I for what I was, and through it found the closest thing those born inferior can hope for. You can't change fate, Uzumaki. And I will help you accept that fact, perhaps then we can finally see eye to eye. I won't lose, I won't accept fate or anything being impossible, and I damn sure will never understand that. Naruto replied, incensed. It helped him understand Neji. In fact, Naruto felt less angry with him already. From what he heard, the man was misguided. This was Naruto's chance to prove himself and help his teammate. However, as soon as Naruto finished, Neji appeared before him, Byakugan blazing. Naruto couldn't react as Neji struck forth with much more power and weight into the blow. Naruto was forced to spit out blood as Neji struck his palm into his ribs, the pain stabbing deep within him. And sending Naruto sliding back. This farce is over now. Palm bottom. That's the problem, Naruto said as he suddenly stopped his slide as his hand grabbed onto Neji's wrist. He smiled as Neji attempted to reel his hand back and snapped out with the other. However, Naruto ate the punch, using the moment to form his signature hand sign. People like you think you know everything, you have talent and intelligence, but all that does is blind you to possibilities. Me, I've never had much luck in anything, made me resourceful, and aware of the power of not quitting. It'll take more than that to finish me off. Shadow Clone Jutsu. How could you? Neji asked, alarmed, as two clouds of smoke burst into life at the sides of Naruto. The blonde smirked as both drew their own riptides and struck out wildly for Neji's head. The bound Hyuga couldn't escape Naruto's grasp, forcing him to duck the blows. However, the clones didn't seem surprised at all, swinging two uppercuts in sync with their free hands and catching Neji flat in the stomach. The power of their blows sends him flying up into the air. Now that I know why we're fighting. Naruto roared and leapt on top of the waiting arms of his clones. Naruto launcher. He cried as they flung him into the air after Neji. I won't be holding back. He roared as he drew his own riptide and slashed for Neji, who was oddly spinning through the air. Naruto slashed for Neji's back as he drew close. It would cut somewhat deeply, but be nowhere near lethal. However, just as he drew close, an annoyed Neji sounded out. Kaden. A glowing blue blur suddenly shot out around Neji, the approaching Naruto having no recourse but to slam into it painfully. The force of the swelling object sent Naruto careening into the ground, denting the packed mud below with a crash as Naruto groaned in pain. Naruto watched bleary-eyed as Neji landed in front of him smoothly. You truly intend to win this. I truly do admire your tenacity, but you're out of your weight class here. I am more skilled and quicker than you, and now you've seen my ultimate defense. It feels absurd to resort to such a thing against you, Naruto Uzumaki. So, I consider myself impressed. Hey, don't really care about all that, Naruto said as he stood and cracked his neck with a pained grunt. He had known this was never going to be a smooth fight, but would readily admit to being shocked by just how strong Neji was. Naruto, thus far, had been beaten around and barely been able to hang on to it with his odd tactics. But that was about to change now, he just had to watch out for the damn Kaden. All I care about is kicking your ass at the moment. Besides, someone has already lost against me once. Thought you didn't need to even try against me. I was wrong, you'll regret that being the case from here on, Naruto. XX. Kakashi's Pav. I never met him, let alone seen Blondie fight, Yuno said, amused as she sat on a large log the group of spectators used as their viewing stand. For someone who's considered near dead last, he's holding his own. One Blondie is my nickname for him, but yeah. Naruto is surprisingly tough when the time calls for it. Are we sure this is a good idea, Kakashi? Ino asked nervously. I'm kinda with her on this one. Choji agreed. That fight is getting nasty. Neji has beaten Naruto around a lot, and while I wouldn't count him out, someone could get hurt. Come on, Cho, Yuno said with an amused roll of her eyes. We've seen nothing yet. Regardless of what they think of each other, they both seem to be taking this seriously. They claimed they were holding back, but only Neji really was. Naruto was testing him out. That being said, so far the edge is decidedly on Neji's side, though things are about to intensify. Shame Sasuke always wanted to test his mettle against Neji, at the very least, he would have loved to watch this. There's no need for any of you to worry, Kurenai assured the group with a nod. While the two of them are fighting in earnest, either Kakashi or I will interfere if things get out of hand. That isn't likely, is it, Kakashi? Nah, Kakashi said while literally waving off their concerns. The two of them will beat each other senselessly, but I'm confident neither will take it much further. They wouldn't admit it to one another plainly, but they have a slowly growing, begrudging respect for one another. Is this truly a good idea though? From my own estimations, the best outcome for the team here would be an upset from Naruto. Shino chimed in. And while I consider the man a friend, I am confident he is outmatched here. Neji has outpaced him thus far and is still holding back. Naruto is holding back, too. Yuno chimed in. Her Sharingan was active as she watched the two prepare for another clash. The real fight hasn't seemed to begin. Naruto showed more during our training, Ino confirmed, feeling oddly proud of her doubted teammate. I mean, I doubt it. Choji agreed. But I talked to someone who fought Neji a lot, and they were pretty strong themselves. Who? Yuno and Ino asked curiously. A friend of Naruto and mine named Rock Lee, quite possibly the only match to Neji, hand-to-hand wise. But the guy claimed despite fighting Neji nearly 10 times during the academy he never came close to beating him. Choji offered worriedly. I'm not sure Naruto can win. I want to stop this. I hate it too, Ino admitted. But it seems to be for the best for now. The two have spent the entire time we have been a team, raring to go. Naruto even snuck Neji, and Neji nearly attacked me before, too. Whatever this is needs to be settled. Agreed, Kakashi said. However, I suspect this fight will be anything but predictable. XX. Kushina's Pav. Kushina was a mother, which meant she was naturally noisy. She had noticed this past week that Naruto had been incredibly busy. On top of the team training and his regular exercises, Naruto had been doing even more training late into the night. It was clear her son was practicing his use of Riptide, Kushina having gifted him a Kenjutsu practice scroll to use it effectively. It was odd. Naruto had always been a workaholic, regardless of what his son gave it his all. But this level of training reminded her of the academy. Naruto felt inadequate to someone. A little investigation and theorizing had allowed her to figure out the rest. It was common for newly formed genin teams to have teething issues. The hope had been that their raised age would allow them to avoid such, but it clearly had no luck. From there, she had to narrow it down to the teammate, and while Kakashi was a legend, she doubted he lit the fire within Naruto. No, she had expected the genius of the team, Neji Hyuga, to be the perpetrator. So Kushina, after Naruto had left this morning, tailed her son. While it was undoubtedly a little overbearing, and would almost certainly piss him off if he learned, she was simply too curious and worried to let the matter be, wanting to ensure her son wasn't in trouble. She had been surprised they hadn't gone to their regular training ground, but when they arrived at another team's, she had felt better, only for things to take an ugly twist. The Hyuga and her son seemed to be not allies but a mere step behind enemies. At first Kushina had been relaxed and the two seemed primed to fight, but to her dismay it seemed the sensei were allowing it. The worried mother had nearly stormed the field, but the look on her son's face when she saw it stopped her. For whatever reason Naruto needed this fight, to beat his own teammate, there was some point to prove. And just like his father, the man would not back down till then. XX. Neji's Pav. Neji felt a steady growing pool of frustration building within him. This fight so far had been absurd, he had outpaced and outmaneuvered the idiot. Yet the bastard just kept eating his blows and continuing forth. Combine that with his monstrous strength and odd style, and Neji was struggling to finish him off. Palm bottom was a basic but effective gentle fist strike. While not the most powerful or lethal, it was a strong strike, combined with a spike of chakra striking from within. The Kaden, while a defensive technique, was one capable of tanking powerful attacks and crushing concrete. Yet the fool had tanked both of them, both techniques usually considered somewhat dangerous to land on someone, certainly a finishing blow within a spar. Yet Naruto smiled back at him happily, crouched low to prepare for their next bout of combat. Are you ready for me to show you what I really got? Naruto snarked at Neji. The cavalier attitude from Naruto was annoying. Do you even know how to use that blade? Neji countered. I never remember seeing it in the academy, a recent choice. You can't truly believe a novice swordsman will let you close the edge. Nope. Naruto replied in his infuriating simple and confident way. Just part of it. The two then charged. Neji drew a kunai to deflect a probing strike from Naruto's blade, ducked an elbow from the blonde's free arm and attempted to trip the blonde. However, Naruto stabbed Riptide into the ground using it to dodge Neji's sweep attempt. Naruto then launched himself back, only to leap forward just as Neji rose. The two met bodily, yet Naruto smiled, hugging Neji tightly to himself and lifting him into the air. Neji attempted to free himself only to be slammed into the ground bodily. Naruto attempted to point his blade under Neji's chin, but the Hyuga kicked it away with one foot, and landed a surprise kick to Naruto's face with the other. Rolling through as Naruto stumbled back, Neji stood and elbowed Naruto in the face without turning. Neji attempted to spin for Kaden, but a whistle of air alerted him. Neji trusted his instincts, ducking to see Riptide fly by. The Hyuga smirked before he looked up to see both of Naruto's feet inches away. Neji went skidding back from the powerful blow, seeing stars. Stunned and desperate, Neji spun as he stood initiating a Kaden, only to see a smiling but bloodied Naruto waiting calmly for him to regroup. The idiot was taking him lightly. I'm not some chump, you think a street rat like me could never beat you? Naruto declared. But I'm slowly proving you wrong, bastard. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Neji flinched as a dozen Narutos spawned blades ready. He inhaled deeply as the 13 Narutos closed in, his eyes couldn't tell the real from the fake. But this tactic of the blonde was a foolish one. Neji would merely treat each of the Narutos as if they were real. The first Naruto swung downward with his blade, Neji swiped it away with one hand and smashed the face of the clone with the other. An instant later Neji leapt over another clone and landed on a third. The fourth and fifth both swatted away with ease, however the sixth landed a haymaker which allowed the seventh to do the same. Neji's patience snapped from the two blows, spinning into a massive Kaden, crushing the clones and the real Naruto in a single go. Neji watched satisfied as Naruto smashed into the ground brutally again. He smirked at the still blonde and turned to walk away. Before he heard the scratching of dirt, turning to a raised brow, he saw Naruto standing and glaring at him. Naruto simply pointed Riptide as if to continue the fight. You surely recognize this as foolish, right? I have beaten you into the dirt repeatedly in this battle, yet here you are crawling back out of it. I don't always get things right on the first try. Naruto admitted with ease. However, I've found being relentless makes up for that. It'll take a whole lot more than you're capable of to put me down. Neji snarled at that comment. Did Naruto truly believe he could win? Did he not see that calling out such a thing put Neji down? He was called arrogant, yet here this man was boasting emptily. Round 2. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto declared, thrusting his blade into the ground as he formed 4 clones around him. Naruto shells. Neji watched in fury as the ridiculous spectacle of clones lined up before him. This idiot expected these parlor tricks to work on someone of his caliber. Neji allowed his muscles to loosen. He would show him. Neji would go all out for just a burst. He couldn't keep it up long, but Naruto would surely be near dead by then. He charged forward, indignant as he watched Naruto rip a clone from his feet and hurl it headfirst at Neji. The Hyuga twirled around the first clone, jabbing it lightly as he did. He kicked away the second, ducked the third, and leapt over the fourth, attempting to kick Naruto in the face. However, the Hyuga flinched as instead of popping or flying away, the Naruto began to swell. An instant later it erupted in a miniature explosion, minorly burning Neji's foot and sending him skidding back. Like my shadow clone. Walking landmine jutsu. Naruto roared as he closed in near the Hyuga, swinging down with an axe kick. However, Neji rolled to avoid this attack and faced Naruto, dropping into a very low stance. The blonde flinched, realizing Neji was going for something, Neji blurring forward in a furious charge. Naruto grinned, meeting the charge and summoning 6 clones to back him. The real Naruto slashed Riptide from above at Neji, who sidestepped him and poked the next closest clone into smoke. The next Naruto slash at his hip, and Neji skillfully caught the blade between his hands, and kicked that Naruto into another, making both stumble back. Neji leapt on top of them both, using them to launch himself backwards. The force of the leap drove both clones into the ground, destroying them. Neji used to leap to attack the real Naruto again, landing a poke on the real Naruto, making him drop Riptide. Before he could finish him off, however, his legs were taken out from beneath him. Before he could recover, a second clone stomped on his chest. Neji kicked it back and spun on the ground, activating Kaden and sending the 3 clones flying and destroying them. He watched the real Naruto collect Riptide as he narrowly avoided the blow, chuckling as he did. What's so funny? Neji demanded. This fight was no small matter. Naruto himself had spoken of the importance of this fight. Neji was slowly winning this brawl, and furthermore it felt like Naruto was treating this all as a game. Do you truly find this amusing? Come on now, Neji. Naruto said with a satisfied smirk. You're gonna tell me you don't love a close fight like this? I can't help but have fun when going against someone like this. Don't you? Neji had reached his limits. Naruto refused to give up, taking a beating as if it barely bothered him. Somehow the fool was actually holding his own. Neji's body ached in the few places Naruto had landed solidly. Now this fool wasn't even taking this seriously. Maybe an equal Naruto. And while you have surpassed what I thought you capable of, prepare for my true power. I'll show you just how infallible destiny is. This is the power of the Hyuga. The power that cripples me, the same that will cripple you, you refuse to lose. Then I'll take that choice from you. Neji dropped into an even lower stance, eyes focused on the ground. While Naruto doubtlessly was unsure of what he was doing, he seemed wise enough to recognize it wouldn't be good. He summoned 2 clones and sheathed his blade to his own low stance. But it mattered not to Neji, could already see the 8 trigrams beneath them. Naruto was within range. The 2 clones charged first, howling as their blades began to glow with chakra. Neji however launched forward with a roar of effort. He allowed chakra to flow through his body, enhancing his speed and strength in an instant. The clones before him cackled with excitement, one leaping over his head and the other leaping back. Then the 2 struck, their blades cutting through the air in front of him and behind. Clashing waves. Neji however had already begun his own technique, an attack that defended as well as destroyed. 2 palms. Neji thought as he attacked in front of him and behind him at once. He heard the pop of the clones, saw his attacks catch them off guard and destroy them before they could unleash their own attacks. He saw the real Naruto's grin only widened as he began to draw his blade and call out his own technique, but Neji raced forward, closing the gap between them to a near 2 feet. Naruto slashed his blade, which was coated in so much chakra it was a blob around it. Naruto slash horizontally, unleashing a powerful line of racing chakra mere feet away. Slash of the riptide. Don't worry, I pulled my punch. Neji however casually flipped over the attack, enjoying the stunned expression and reaction of Naruto as he landed mere inches away. 4 palms. Neji finger jabbed at Naruto at speeds the blonde seemed helpless to track yet alone defend himself from. 2 along both arms made them fall uselessly, and made Naruto step backwards with a cry of pain. Neji smirked. This fight was over, the rest of this would merely be to crush his spirit. XX. Kakashi's POV. They're tearing each other apart, Ino said worriedly. I never realized just how powerful they both were, Shino added. To think they both are at this level. They'd wipe the floor with me. Choji agreed with a chuckle before frowning sadly. But I think it's over. Kakashi didn't bother to respond or listen to the others. While he wasn't a user of Gentle Fist, one couldn't be an experienced leaf shinobi without seeing this very technique at least once. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms was a potentially lethal technique, used exclusively by Hyuga to disable or even kill their opponents. He needed to stop this. Kurenai was clever, seeing his concern and moving with him at once. However, they were both stopped as glowing scarlet chains suddenly formed and held them in place. The group of spectators flinched, turning to see one Kushina Uzumaki standing before them. Kushina, Kakashi barked, turning worriedly. We need to stop this now. I won't, Kushina said through gritted teeth. This spar has gone much too far. Kurenai agreed with Kakashi, raising a brow at the mother. Naruto has performed admirably and should feel no shame in losing. It's not over, he's not done. Whoever you are, Ino yelled. Let them stop this already. That's my damn son down there. You think it doesn't kill me to watch? But he wanted this, made me promise to not get involved, to not let anyone get involved. Guys, look, Choji interrupted the argument, the group turning to see Neji finish off his combo. XX. Naruto's POV. Naruto had to admit the bastard was tough. With a cry of 16 palms. Naruto was hit with a barrage of blows. They made his arms numb and still, and each touch on his body caused a pulse of agony from within. Naruto could barely keep up with it all. By the time he tracked a blow, it had landed and the next was on the way. The barrage stopped with 2 jabs to his legs, making them buckle for a moment. 32 palms. The next barrage was blindingly fast. Naruto could scarcely tell where he was hit, his body sliding back at speed as he was stunned, the pain overwhelming him. This is finished. 64 palms. Naruto felt none of the blows, only the force of them driving him off his feet and through the air. His entire body was aching with pain, a cold numbness dulled it, yet it echoed throughout him. He blacked out for a moment, the air driven from his lungs as he impacted something brutal and unforgiving. The shower of bark as he bounced off it and fell face first on the ground. That is the difference between you and I. Neji sounded off as Naruto groaned into the dirt. I am a genius, one of a kind, the sort of man you could never hope to best. I will admit this was fun. You were much more capable than I had thought, and I'm sorry this is the case. I, too, once bemoaned the way of the world. That is why this was so important. I wanted to show you the truth for myself. Naruto felt truly angry for the first time in the fight. Neji had been arrogant and dismissive of his abilities, sure, but many had to Naruto before. No, it was the pity laced in Neji's tone. Naruto did not need his pity. He required his damn respect. He clutched at the dirt, clawing it as he forced himself up on all fours. With a roar of effort, Naruto rose to his feet. Seeing a shocked Neji turn around to face a panting, bloodied Naruto glaring at him. This isn't over. If that's all you got, you can't beat me. Naruto declared passionately. I won't lose to you, or anyone like you. I have shut down nearly every chakra point within your body, Neji replied evenly. I am impressed you're somehow standing, even more so willing to keep going. But continuing this fight at this point would be a farce. Without chakra, you're left to Kenjutsu and Taijutsu, both of which I think this battle has shown I have a decisive edge in. Combine that with my ultimate defense and you have no chance of standing before me. I already survived your biggest attack, Naruto said with a bloody smile. And with this next attack, I'll shatter the defense and end this fight too. You're right in one sense, this fight has gone on long enough, Neji replied with a smile. You wish to end this in a test of strength. Do you truly believe you can swing that sword hard enough to break my Kaden? Do you truly believe you could ever beat me? One way to find out right. Naruto roared as he charged forward, collecting Riptide from the ground and rearing it back for a two-handed swing. Besides, Kaden, Neji howled as he spun, and a giant orb of chakra, the largest yet formed, surrounded him. Naruto smirked. He had wanted this, but he wasn't sure it would work. But nothing else he had tried had thus far. If he could punch through this and land it clean on Neji, this fight was over. He leapt into the air. Riptide reared over his head as he fell toward the rotating orb of chakra. Neji was right, Naruto could barely channel his chakra. He couldn't even summon a shadow clone, and in most cases, this would be the end of it. But his mom had shown him the true power of Riptide the night before. It seemed the blade was capable of storing chakra over time, meaning when Naruto had spent an hour the night before pouring his full chakra into it, it stayed within. Surely a blow containing most of his power would be enough. Naruto didn't bother thinking it over. However, with a roar, he unleashed his newest and hopefully strongest technique. Riptide. Unleashed. The blade began to grow a brilliant blue, growing slightly in length and mass as Naruto swung it mere feet away from the Kaden. As he did, the chakra raced from the blade in a beam, colliding with the Kaden with an unearthly screech of grinding chakra. However, the orb of Neji's collapsed in, dispersing as the beam punched its way through and engulfed Neji for an instant. Naruto ended the attack as soon as it did. Smoke rising from the now flattened and scorched training ground, revealing a burnt up and exhausted Neji lying below him. Naruto stomped forward, tiredly. He had never been pushed like this before, but assuming the Hyuga wasn't somehow even more badass, this was over. Neji lay flat on his back, still as a statue. It was clear he was exhausted from his deactivated Byakugan and his gaze fixed the sky. The two of them were silent, and exhausted Naruto staring down at a defeated Neji. Can I ask you something, Naruto? How do you dare dream so high? How can you surpass yourself? Is the goal of becoming Hokage motivating to you? Naruto collapsed to his knees with a chuckle next to Neji. I can answer that if you can keep a secret. The downed Hyuga nodded. It seemed the audience recognized the fight was over and the two were having a moment. Hokage. Well, it is part of my dream, but it goes deeper than that. I have lived my life hated by some for reasons I cannot control. And have met so many people suffering in their own ways, including you. I just don't get the point of becoming these powerful and wise shinobi and not fixing anything. Fixing this world, Neji, while we disagree on the influence we have over it. We do agree it is a dark and hard one. Naruto replied with a sigh. I've learned we can make it a lot better, but you gotta put the work in. But no one is doing that. We're all too focused on power or survival, probably both. So I will become Hokage, the most influential shinobi within the village, and in the process make the Leaf different. Make it a place where everyone can have a fair shot, a place where all given a chance to live a great life, to do what we want. Neji chuckled dryly at him. Naruto frowned but realized for the first time it wasn't mocking. It's funny, Uzumaki. Normally, such a dream would seem impossible, yet right now, forget it. Wait, what? I said forget it. What were you gonna say? That you're an idiot. Bullshit. The next day, Naruto woke up as he often did. He wished he could sleep an ever-increasing bit more, confused about the where, how, and why, and as the most physically active bit, he was just a tad sore. There were certain things different about this morning. Though this morning was a bit different, he wasn't nearly as sore as usual but was twice as confused, even disoriented. His head pounded in waves of pain he had yet to suffer. In short, he was miserable. Tired and even somewhat sickly, Naruto decided that being awake now was a terrible idea. Though he was hot, perhaps he needed to get up momentarily and reposition. His plan was chosen, and Naruto began to enact it. The second he moved his body, the pain and nausea grew, even attempting to sit up made him want to vomit. The pain and sickness convinced him to give up. Instead, he shifted, trying to get onto his side. But he had a significant weight on him, which made turning difficult. It was too heavy to be any regular blanket, it was to the touch. The blonde reached forward to see what was weighing him down. His hand reached and touched some kinda warm cloth. His hand slid down, attempting to discover what it was, but he stopped once he felt something similar to skin. Naruto's eyes popped open with an alarm, and someone was beside him. The alarm woke up his mind as well as his body. He noticed the head on his chest, obviously female from the messy but well-kempt hair splayed across him, some even tickling his face. Naruto then saw the unconscious face of Ino. Naruto felt panic fly through his body. In a comedy, he'd get beat senseless for this. He needed to remove himself without disturbing her, and on the spot, fluid ploy to survive. Ino's kinda cute when she is sleeping. His mind unhelpfully added, she also has a known temper. He countered himself. Dear Kami, he was talking to himself. There were many new teammates, but they had gotten along well thus far. Indeed, they recognized this for the absurd situation it was. But she would be awoken to unfamiliar surroundings in the company of a new friend. Escape was his only option. Naruto pondered the situation before genius struck him. He slowly lifted a pillow off the floor and slid it between him and Ino. As he did, he slowly lifted her arms and placed them upon herself. Success again. So far, so good. How would he escape this without Ino beating the tar out of him? Naruto knew he had grown more intelligent with his mother's and Kakashi's training. But he simply did not see a method of removing her without waking her up. The same result would occur if she awoke before he did. He considered a body flicker, but he was new to the technique, and it always produced a heavy cloud of smoke. Ma had banned him from using it inside till he got it down with no smoke. Naruto racked his brain for 3 painful minutes. His thoughts raced, his heart as well. It offered no aid again. He found Ino was enjoyably warm and soft. It was comfortable and could even be something he'd like to continue. All truthful observations his mind offered but were useless. But his newly discovered peace was disturbed by Ino shifting. Her arms wrapped around him as she snuggled closer. Naruto could feel his heart stop. She sleepily nuzzled against his face. His unruly hair poked her nose as she did so. Naruto watched with bated breath as she did this twice. Her nose twitched, warning him of his doom. Ino sneezed quietly, her eyes opening after. Blue eyes met blue eyes. The two silently stared, her eyes growing alert to match his own. Ino's eyes held confusion, embarrassment, and quickly growing anger. Naruto's eyes were much more straightforward. They had a primal fear. Now, Ino, I have a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. The blonde didn't get to start his rousing speech, but he was sure he would have won her over. Instead, she locked her arms around his head sweetly. This lasted seconds before she used a shoulder throw to launch him into the kitchen. Kami took some level of mercy on the blonde. His arc was high enough to avoid the bar counter. But he smashed into the kitchen table with a crunch. The wooden table was unable to endure the crash. Naruto groaned pitifully. His mother would kill him. Oh, my bad, I didn't realize where I was, Ino said tiredly as she rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. I have the most awful headache. Ditto. But, for the record, I did nothing. Naruto replied as he crawled slowly to his feet, looking as if he was prepared to flee. Oh, Blondie, I know a nice guy like you wouldn't do a thing. You should be more worried about me, Ino said teasingly as she fixed her hair into a ponytail. Stop calling me Blondie, Naruto said, annoyed. Boldness returned now that he realized she wouldn't be attacking him. Wait, if you knew, why did you throw me? Ino's smirk merely grew as she approached the blonde. She stepped well into his personal space. A giant smile on her face. A nervous frown on his. Their faces were mere breaths away. 1. Because I wanted to tilde. 2. Make me, she said defiantly. The tension between the two grew. Ino, who do you think you are? A male voice bombed, making them launch from the bed. Ino, in particular, seemed fearful, and Naruto was mostly embarrassed. Naruto, you just can't do whatever you want, you know. His mother's voice added. Now he was fearful. Both jumped up as both of their parents called out. Naruto felt fear yet again. He wasn't sure if his mother being pissed or interested was worse. Ino was embarrassed. She knew her daddy well. Despite his raw intelligence, he lost his mind when it came to boys. Indeed, in his eyes, it was romantic. Not that he should have any say, but her father had always been overbearing. Kushina and Inochi stood side by side, facing the two as they fell out of his bed. Inochi was the father of Ino and the head of the Yamanaka clan. He had long blonde hair done into a ponytail which reached his lower back. His eyes were similar to Ino's blue eyes, but they held an edge to them Ino lacked. He wore leaf fatigues covered by a red open sleeveless vest. The two formed a united, terrifying parenting unit. They looked at each other and nodded. Both bodies flickered to the target of their ire. Kushina appeared in between the blondes. Ino fell back into the living room as Kushina unloaded prominent questions. Are you his girlfriend? What shampoo do you use? Was he a gentleman? Protection. Kushina smirked inwardly as she saw both blondes' faces become entirely red. She winked at Inochi to spike her set. You better take responsibility for your actions. I won't settle for you treating my princess like anything less than royalty. Also, you may not touch, look at, or think about her. Inochi instructed as he held the blonde in the air by his collar. We didn't do anything, Ino called out in her unusually shaky voice. We went out with the other genin last night and got drunk. I asked him to take me home but couldn't give instructions. He took me to his house and passed out on the bed. I followed shortly after. Nothing happened. Ino had intended to pretend she couldn't remember to avoid questions from Naruto about it. At least until she figured out how she felt about it. We know. Both parents answered, both smiling brightly. I came to Kushina when you hadn't come home last night, Inochi stated simply. She had discovered you this morning. I thought my boy had become a man for a second, ya know. Kushina said, laughing boisterously. Inochi glared at this before adding. For the record, you cannot date until you are 30, Inochi stated. Ino merely rolled her eyes at this. So we're in the clear. Naruto asked cautiously. You brought a drunk girl home, you were also drunk. All unannounced, I might add. Kushina answered with her voice containing some level of anger in it. I hate mornings, both blondes said before fist bumping quietly. I hate Mondays, nay. A new voice interjected. The group all looks up to see a man sitting on the couch in the living room. Kakashi, at some point, had joined them. Kakashi, I told you not to come through the windows. Kushina called furiously. Ha ha ha, Kakashi laughed nervously. I was just here to collect my cute little genin for our meeting about a mission we got. We have a meeting with Cyclops Sensei. Naruto stated as he made himself a cup of ramen. Can it wait? I think I have that hangover thing they talk about. I second that, Ino replied lazily as she rubbed her eyes. Nope. You don't mind, do you, parents? Kakashi asked. Work them hard, Kushina replied happily, tossing the pair some clothes and packed bags. They had already discussed this. Like dogs, Inochi growled. Neither could even attempt a complaint before Kakashi picked both up casually. Similar to the way a seasoned farmer would pick up sacks of potatoes. The two tried to struggle, but their sensei was shockingly strong, holding both with an iron grip. Ya ne tilde. The Junin sang as they all poofed away in a cloud of smoke. Damn it Kakashi. We agreed to smokeless body flickers. Kushina roared angrily. And who the hell broke my table? As a seasoned husband, Inochi knew when it was time to leave. It was only polite, after all. Inochi slipped out silently as Kushina raged. He would need to speak to Naruto soon. Preferably away from the defensive mother. Kushina had always scared him. Neji's Pav, Hyuga main house manor, Hidden Leaf Village. Neji padded through the halls of the Hyuga manor. The building was large and ornate. Spotless and constantly replaced and remodeled, the reputation and wealth their clan obtained demanded nothing less. Not too dissimilar from the state of the clan itself. The halls were bare, marked with various high-class art, paintings, sculptures, portraits, and artifacts of their past. Long ago, a psychologist of the Yamanaka had diagnosed most members of their clans with OCD, a byproduct of their improved eyesight. As lovely as it all seemed, Neji had grown to hate it all. To his eyes, it was all a monument to false glory. Paid for by the blood of fellow Hyuga. Justified due to a tradition that only hampered the side branch and benefited the main. The side house had served as subordinates for generations. It was no great secret that Hyuga elders also preferred to keep it this way. It made his blood boil in a way he used to relish. After all, if one is truly helpless, why not rage? If life could be so cold and uncaring of right and wrong, why not show the world your wrath? Naruto had been the one to challenge that. Perhaps not directly at first, but even his inherited character challenged it. Neji had deemed Naruto a nobody, a non-factor. Part of an extended slain clan, from a controversial mother, and known to be an unexceptional shinobi. In other words, according to Neji's own estimation, he was a pathetic fool. Neji would admit it was unfair, but Naruto vexed him before simply by being. His confidence, despite his lack of skill, and determination to persevere despite the odds against him. Naruto's burden may not be fully known to the Hyuga, but he could feel his pain whenever the two matched eyes. In some ways, it had felt comparable to his own. Yet he had stood tall, proud, and even defiant. Why did he not rage like him? How dare he ignore the unfairness of the world? Neji wanted to show him the errors of his ways. So he had poked and prodded, attempting to stoke his anger. In the academy, Neji had been popular due to his skill. He was known for it. If not for one despicable Sasuke Uchiha, he would have been the best in their grade. His temper was short, and with his known power, most of the student body was careful around him. Yet Naruto, from the start of the team, had merely stood even taller. He was unafraid to come to blows even though his loss was almost inevitable. Neji had thought the blonde's defeat would be fated. He had been sure of it. But the blonde had met him head on the entire time, proudly declaring Neji wrong and even offering to help him change it. If Neji had been honest, it would have hurt his pride. And as he now saw he often did, he had intended to make him pay for the perceived slight. Naruto and he finally fought. Neji held nothing back. He had even trained in preparation for the brawl. He never was one to entirely underestimate a foe, after all. How wrong he had been all the same. Naruto, who at the formation of the team Neji was sure he could have thrashed. Somehow, this closed the gap between them and displayed a level of skill and battle intelligence that he was capable of. Naruto dominated most of the fight, tanked his best moves, and smashed his ultimate defense. In the violent clash, Neji saw some of himself in the blonde. Somehow, he could tell the blonde could relate to some degree. Then he felt the blonde's spirit. Felt the strength behind his hands. Watched as someone he labeled a fool outmaneuver him. It had been humbling. He now remembered the truth he had known from the start. Fate is merely a concept. It had weight. If one simply lazed through life, they would be subjected to it. But if one fought hard, maintained despite adversity, and was willing to grow, the chains of fate seemed ineffective. If Neji was being fully honest, he was unsure what to do with the knowledge. He had already remedied things with his teammates. The two made it so easy. Have been incredibly supportive and inclusive ever since. He supposed, in that sense, he should be thankful. However, it would be even better if they could learn to be silent. But for the rest of his life, he wasn't sure where to go. He could not escape from the side house. He was already sealed and, therefore, bound to them. What could he indeed effect here? As Neji walked out to a courtyard to mediate, he saw someone who only further complicated his feelings. The woman had long blue hair that reached her lower back. She wore a lavender hoodie and black combat pants. Her eyes looked similar to his, though hers had always shined with kindness. A stark contrast to his previous behavior. Hinata, in truth, had never been cruel to him. She had only shown kindness and a palpable guilt. Yet, in his last state of mind, he had seen it as thinly veneered pity. He had told her as such. He truly terrorized her with a glare and a rougher-than-needed spar there. Yes, he had ensured she suffered. Looking at her now, he could see she suffered for the sins of others. He was no fool. The only action would be a sincere apology and polite interactions. But he couldn't swallow his pride and apologize to her. She may not have been complacent to rulers of the clan's treatment, but she was the heir. Meaning she was likely to continue the practice. He watched her. For someone meek, she was training hard. She did seem honest in her effort to grow. Perhaps she really could become clan head one day. If only Neji could attempt to explain the plight of the side house to her. She, as kind as she was, may be the only house member to understand, certainly more likely than her replacement. If he had disdained Hinata, then he truly hated Hanabi. 3 whole years younger, yet she seemed to grow quickly. Beating Hinata in their spars most of the time these days. If not for the new curriculum for the academy, Hanabi would have replaced her already. Hanabi was, for all accounts, the next drone for the main house. It would be a shame once she, Neji allowed himself a small smile. He could work towards forgiveness and improve the Hyuga in one leap. He would train her himself. Allow her to maintain her heir status. And if he managed to sway her over to being more supportive of the side house, well, that would be fate. Ino's Pav Leaf Main Gate, Hidden Leaf Village. Team 7 arrived at the gate that same morning. Once he had rounded them all up, Kakashi announced their first mission. Naruto and Ino reacted poorly, believing it to be the arrival of the D ranks they had done in the academy. To their pleasant surprise, Kakashi had announced a C rank mission. They expressed confidence in their abilities and wished to begin garnering experience. After the briefing, they immediately headed to the main gate. The group stood prepped to leave their home. Neji and Kakashi looked like trained killers, presenting themselves cleanly and confidently. The 2 blondes next to them seemed more like zombies. Their eyes were red, their posture was low, and their mood was down. Welcome to the joys of alcohol. Hangovers. Kakashi shouted jovially. Gah, my ears. Naruto screamed as he covered them desperately. Kakashi-sensei, I will kill you, Ino muttered darkly. Her father would be insufferable when she got home. Asking her a question that frankly made her even more confused. She had been drunk, and she knew it made you act differently. But she knew it merely made you act a bit more earnestly. And she had been all over Naruto, after being exposed for thinking he was attractive too. Embarrassing did not even begin to describe it. So, she would stick to the side until it didn't hurt to think about it. Add to that one of the worst headaches she had ever experienced, and she was having a day. Why are you both so down? Neji asked curiously. How are you not? The 2 screamed furiously. I don't get hangovers, Neji replied simply. His teammates merely glared at him. Now, let's focus, Kakashi chided. Let's run over our mission again. He looked at Neji, knowing the other 2 would be less than cooperative. There is a bandit camp outside of the Fire Country capital. They had discovered this due to the bandits boldly attacking merchant routes. In response, the Lord of Fire had sent a trained squad of militia experienced against bandits to the camp. He had hoped they would crush them. But they had never arrived back. They wanted a genin squad to scout and destroy them as long as it was inside their scope. Furthermore, the Hokage suspected this may be the Lord of Fire's way of testing a new genin team. Neji recited effortlessly. Show off. Naruto teased. Doesn't take much when you're the competition, Neji replied simply. The two started glaring at each other. But it was downright friendly in comparison to before. Shut it, Ino said simply. Oddly enough, the men did, silently striking out to complete their newest mission. Question mark single quote. Pav. A man with a red mohawk marched into a cave. He wore a black, tattered cloak and some prison garb underneath. He had 2 hatchets on his belt. As he got deep inside the cave, he seemed to be shadowboxing. Not a second went by that he was still. It was an odd sight to behold. The sight became even more bizarre as another man emerged from the ground as if breaching regular water. The two stood before each other, tense and unsure. Before suddenly, the stranger of the 2 men spoke. Hello there, friend. He's no friend, merely a pawn of Ecom, the 2 halves of the monster said to the strange, bouncy man. He looked vaguely human, one half of his body being pure white. The other half is black. He had hair and could pass for a painted man if not for the giant protrusions covering his head. It looked as if a Venus flytrap was growing out of him. The 2 halves of the man seemed to speak and think independently. The other man suddenly stopped his airboxing. I'm no pawn. I'm a killer playing a messenger. He growled. I'm known as the Berserker Shinobi, wielder of these powerful blades. I am Lifuzu Uzumaki. He drew his axes and started to swing wildly. Oh wow, he seems quite powerful. Stop wasting our time. Why did you reach out? Our master was quite surprised to hear from you. It seems the Leaf is making a move on us. My boss would like to suggest an alliance to repel the threat. See, the Leaf has mobilized some troops my boss thinks you'd have a vested interest in capturing. Lifuzu explained impatiently, clearing from a script he had memorized. Interesting, Orochimaru-sama has always loved capturing people. Who are you fooling? Your theatrics hold no weight here. Unless these men are exciting. Itachi and Obito Uchiha. Now you have my attention. Now you have my attention. The sides started in unison. This is what Bossman is thinking, Lifuzu said with a manic grin locked in place. Neji had expected a difficult journey. His teammates could usually be aggravating, but he imagined it would be worse when they suffered from a hangover. An assumption only strengthened by the miserable scowl both seemed to have etched onto their faces. Neji and Kakashi had agreed to remain silent to avoid any arguments during the journey. However, to their surprise, both Naruto and Ino remained eerily quiet. Naruto seemed to suffer silently, wincing at every loud noise as they traveled. Neji couldn't help but find it amusing when he, accidentally, stomped on a branch too hard. Ino, on the other hand, usually would explode in anger multiple times before giving up on whatever had annoyed her. But on this journey, she was oddly subdued, focused on survival perhaps. Neji planned to ask one of them what had happened the previous night when they felt more relaxed. But for now, I trusted the two would be less than talkative. Despite their condition, they had a good time and were close to their destination. Kakashi suggested they camp for the night and attack in the morning, which the somewhat exhausted group readily agreed to. They chose to camp on a small hill overlooking the camp, far enough to keep from being spotted easily but close enough to react to their actions. Wouldn't it be better to strike in the dark? Naruto chimed in. We do have Neji. He has night vision or whatever. It does seem like the shinobi thing to do, Ino added. With Neji's eyes and some proper planning, they'd be sitting ducks. In this case, we should be significantly more powerful than our adversaries. And with our lovable knucklehead, we can easily outnumber them. So striking during the night merely allows them to hide or escape into the dark. But make no mistake, we aren't gonna just charge in. We'll scout them out, formulate a plan, and crush them before they realize what is happening. Kakashi lectured. Seems efficient enough, Neji stated simply. Besides, Naruto and Ino could very well use the rest. The blondes nodded, seemingly in agreement now that it was pointed out to them. XX. Kakashi's Pav. Great job, team. Neji, please gather some firewood and start a fire. Ino, can you set up the tents? Naruto, please use your shadow clones to establish a perimeter. Let's have 8 clones, 1 in each cardinal direction and 1 in between them. After that, Naruto, can you please try to catch some game for us? Kakashi gave clear instructions with a serious tone. Yes, sensei. The genin chorused as they dispersed to begin their assigned tasks. Kakashi hummed contentedly, waiting until he was sure no one was watching him. Then, he swiftly created a shadow clone and sent it out to scout the surrounding area. Although he planned on having his team survey the area before they attacked, he wanted to have his own eyes on the situation. Ensure their judgment is wise and this isn't more than they can handle. After all, Minato had always taught Kakashi to ensure the odds favored him. Kakashi refused to put any of his genin in danger, especially not Minato's son. However, he had grown fond of his team. Despite their rough start, they had begun to come together. They were a talented and motivated group. Even Ino had recently shown improvement and seemed uncomfortable with feeling weaker than the two men. As he quietly moved around the clearing, he set subtle traps and signaled his team to alert them to any potential danger. Although Kakashi wasn't truly worried, he played it safe. They were close to the village, and his team was strong. Neji and Naruto were advanced for genin, and Ino was clever and a valuable team player. Kakashi himself was an elite Junin. Honestly, it was overkill, but the Leaf preferred it these days, which led to fewer deaths. Within the hour, the three young adults had done as he had asked just before dark. The fire was well built and contained by several wet logs courtesy of Neji. 2 tents were erected, one for the men, the other for Ino. And Naruto had somehow captured a hog. Impressively, the blonde had hauled it over his shoulder before breaking it down himself. Soon, the blonde fashions a leg apiece for them, sealing off the rest and leaving the less desirable cuts out for the local wildlife. Kakashi was impressed, and when asked, Naruto merely said clones, but Kakashi decided not to ask further. To the surprise of the Junin, who had prepared himself to wield his mediocre cooking skills, Neji had quickly volunteered. Even more surprising was how talented he was at it. Ino assisted, having some culinary knowledge, but for the most part, the Hyuga quickly served them roasted hog. Kakashi was pleasantly surprised again when it was much nicer than he could produce. Losing it out on missions with some green genin wasn't as bad as he feared. Neji, I expected you to suck at cooking. Naruto called in between bites, laughing at his own words. But this wouldn't be out of place in a restaurant. You always seem like a brute to me, Ino added, a slight teasing smirk on her face. To think you'd bother learning cooking. Unlike you blondes, I am expected to be talented in many fields. Neji countered with a fake scowl. Cooking is merely one of my many hobbies. He got you good there, Naruto. Ino chuckled. You are an unskilled blonde Tilda. You blonde too. But unlike you, blondie, Ino wagged her finger. I'm drop dead gorgeous. People will forgive me Tilda. I wouldn't say G. Neji stopped as a kunai flew by his head. But I suppose beautiful wouldn't be out of order. XX. Ino's pav. Ino nodded at his response with a serene smile in place. Naruto busted out laughing, which made Ino feel oddly embarrassed and even panicked. Since when did Naruto evoke that reaction from her? By chance, Uzumaki, what do you think? Neji asked, his tone dripping a mockery of innocence. Neji, Ino warned. But the Naruto responded before she could offer her best threat. Think about what? Naruto asked with actual innocence. Ino's looks, she's an attractive lady, right? I mean, yeah, sounds weird putting it like that. But I'd call her cute, why ya asking? No reason. Ino would have strangled the bastard if she wasn't so confused and mortified. Neji was farming for compliments and embarrassing her in equal measure. Ino wasn't sure why she cared, she knew she was hot. But hearing Naruto offer such a minor compliment felt different. Like, somehow, the clueless blonde was more earnest. It wasn't unusual for Neji to get snipes in, but he rarely drove the two as silent as he did now. Leaving Naruto obviously confused, and Ino subtly mortified. However, the group's shenanigans were placed on hold as Kakashi drove the group into their night watch. When Kakashi first mentioned them taking shifts at night to ensure nothing snuck up on them, she had felt dread. Quickly, she declared she would not be the first watch, figuring that must be the worst one. She rethought that as she first awoke for her watch. But even quicker still, she discovered she did not mind it. She could use the time for herself with her recent interactions with Naruto and Neji. At first, having Naruto on their team didn't seem like a big deal. He had a negative reputation with older generations for unknown reasons. It didn't really bother Ino but prepared her for the worst. Although he was one of the few successful shinobi to make it without a clan in their year, his performance was mediocre compared to the rest. Ino had even assumed she was more substantial than him, but her perception changed when she saw him fight. Even at his lowest, Ino doubted she could have done anything against him. The blonde was a juggernaut, never stopping nor surrendering, and with his army of clones and his blade, he was a threat. Considering his standing, she assumed he was a simple, obnoxious man who was too egotistic. Now she saw there was far more to that puzzle. Since the formation of the team, she discovered depth to him she never noticed before. Naruto gave everything his all during training, spars, practice, and fights. But more than professionally, he also gave his all for his friends. His best jokes, attitude, and support. Witnessing it made her realize just how much Naruto gave. Ino wasn't sure she could ever match his endless energy. He also showed more humor and shocked her to see they had similarities. They both were serious about being shinobi but preferred having fun. Both of them struggled, unlike Neji, even for vastly different reasons. Ino before, I would have assumed she was more intelligent, and maybe she was. But Naruto was surprisingly clever in his way, making wisecracks here, using unorthodox strategies there, or even seeming to know what others were feeling at times. He decided wordlessly to break through to Neji, a known genius, just to prove a point. Ino thought it was ridiculous and that Naruto was merely risking injury for nothing. She felt that even if he somehow defeated Neji, that wouldn't change him suddenly. However, Naruto often proved her wrong, making him very interesting. The kindness and relaxed nature were lovely, but the unpredictability and emotional wisdom of the blonde had intrigued her. Just who was Naruto Uzumaki? And why was Ino so interested in finding out? The problem was everyone knew Ino was a flirt. She often became interested in a boy for a bit before growing bored of them. Even Sasuke, in a way, was just eye candy for her. He was handsome for sure, but unlikely with how cold he was. But Naruto, for her, was an odd choice. She did find his untamed look oddly cute. It helped that he was inspiring as well. But she had to wonder if this was a passing fancy. Or was she genuinely interested? Ino checked her pocket watch. Well, it was time for Naruto's shift. Perhaps she could test the waters a bit and see how deep her interest went. Besides, it wouldn't do to not know if the blonde was interested himself. But without being arrogant, she doubted this was an issue. She quietly walked over to the boy's tent. Quietly lifting the entrance flap, she tapped the Uzumaki's shoulder. The two silently crept back out of the tent, settling at the fire in a comfortable silence. Ino observed Naruto yawning loudly before summoning 4 clones that spread out in the edging of the clearing in which they were camped. Naruto took a moment to fully wake up, unknowingly giving Ino time to arrange her thoughts. Errand why? Naruto yawned again. Aren't you going to go to sleep? I know I look out of it, but I promise I'll stay awake. I was hoping to ask you some questions, Ino replied. She hoped the somewhat tired Naruto wouldn't realize her intentions. We have plenty of time, the blonde man said, chuckling silently as he sharpened a stick by the fire. Ino felt grateful for the distraction. Something about his gaze was throwing her off her game. Avoiding it would keep her sharp. Ino considered what to ask him. She wanted information to gauge how well they fit together. That would help her decide how she felt and whether to pursue something. But what exactly that information was eluding to her now. She decided to ask something relatively innocuous for now. You said before you would help Neji's clan. He's our friend now, no doubt. But it seems like a big promise. Why make it? He was in pain and seemed so hopeless, Naruto explained. I can relate to that on a personal level. There's something I struggle to change, and Kami knows how many times I have wanted to give up. I felt nobody would ever accept me, especially when I was young. Kids were kept away from me until I joined the academy. Even as comrades, they continued to keep their distance. No doubt their parents suggested it. Fortunately, Shikamaru reached out and became my first true friend. It was only one friend, but it was more than enough. I always had my mom's support. That's when I decided to become Hokage. When I succeed at that, it will prove something. That I've finally earned the respect and admiration of my homeland, that even a nobody like me can become something. If I let someone else struggle alone, I wouldn't be worthy of my goal. As a Hokage, I can never leave a friend in pain. I'll help everyone I can and become the greatest Hokage ever. This is my ultimate goal, and I won't accept anything less. Ino silently pondered Naruto's words. As always, Naruto had a unique way with words and could be both a knucklehead and mature and caring simultaneously. So you'd do that for me, Kakashi, or whoever? Ino asked. After that speech, she was keen to hear his thoughts on her. Of course, believe it. Ino furrowed her brows, feeling unsure about the vague response she received. She realized that she needed to be more direct in her approach. Naruto, I'm curious. What are your thoughts about me? Inwardly, she panicked a little, regretting her straightforward phrasing. Even the knucklehead should be able to read through that. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Confusion was plain on his face. I mean, you're my friend. I think you're pretty hilarious at times, you're pretty smart, too, and you can be kind. The blonde male replied. Ino's heart rate rose as she listened to the blonde. He wasn't exceptionally smooth or charming, but his honesty surprised her. Something about his words left no doubt in their validity. She had received many compliments in her life, such as being called beautiful, intelligent, talented, and personable, but she had also been insulted, temperamental, vain, and wrathful. However, being called kind was new to her, and she didn't consider herself as such. Nonetheless, Naruto had said it with such conviction. You may not always say nice things. And you can be a bit scary. But when Neji was harsh to us both, I noticed you were putting in effort to get along with me. Even though you considered me a goofball, you never put me down. You always took me seriously in a way not many people did. That meant the world to me. So thank you for that, Yano. Naruto smiled brightly as he finished. Oh yeah, and you're beautiful and all that. Ino's face turned red as she listened to Naruto's words. Though they were a bit simple, she couldn't help but feel touched by how sincere he sounded. However, this unexpected turn of events had not gone as planned. Despite everything, she realized that Naruto might be her first true crush. Wanting some alone time to process her thoughts, she hastily returned to her tent, leaving Naruto confused alone. However, the way he said things was so earnest it took her breath away. This certainly had backfired. But she knew one thing for sure. Naruto Uzumaki was someone she needed to be closer to. Was it something I said? Naruto called quietly. He waited for a response that did not come. Before he sighed heavily to himself. I'll never understand women. XX. Kakashi's POV. Kakashi was perched on a branch, observing one of Naruto's undetected clones below. It wasn't Naruto's fault that he couldn't detect Kakashi's presence, even if he had known he was there. Years of training and a rough life had perfected his stealth. Kakashi had planned to stay up all night to ensure the safety of his genin, but he hadn't anticipated witnessing a moment between the two blondes. Minato's luck with women and Kushina's lack of understanding of romance. It seems like your path will be similar to your father's, if not a little more messy, Kakashi said to himself. He found it enjoyable to be a sensei and to witness the growth of the next generation of shinobi, the next vanguard of the will of fire. Orochimaru's POV, hidden sound base. Orochimaru sat contentedly in his underground lab. Zetsu had gone to meet with a follower of Ikum. Ikum was a man with whom he was familiar. For years now, the two have maintained business relationships. Ikum had access to Fuijutsu, and even Orochimaru struggled to understand it. The Uzumaki at his beck and call were powerful and valuable. He could certainly use the added strength and numbers with both the Leaf and another force hot on his trail. Moreover, his first encounter with the Leaf was imminent. His forces were strategically positioned around a bandit camp, awaiting the arrival of a team of shinobi whom they could ambush. It was bound to be an intriguing few days for the Sannin. It was as if the ground in his lab shifted on cue, and Zetsu swam out of the ground. Hello, Master. Orochimaru. The two greeted in sync. Hello there. How did the meeting with Ikum's man go? Orochimaru asked, getting straight to business. It was so much more interesting than we had thought. Obito and Itachi Uchiha are alive and in service of the Leaf. Zetsu replied evenly. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment but quickly began to formulate plans in his mind. Itachi and Obito Uchiha were highly skilled shinobi with powerful Sharingan abilities, and obtaining their eyes would make him unstoppable in achieving his ultimate goal. Ikum was aware of this and sought Orochimaru's help dealing with them. What does he want from us? Kukukuku. He asked for our assistance in killing them. We get the bodies. He asked for manpower, weaponry effective towards the Uchiha, or a more powerful compound to ensure they could crush the two. Providing we do this, he preserves the eyes for us and offers a seal to counteract their effect on a non-Uchiha. Perfect. Inform them this is fine. They will have all three. And what of the other news? You were right as always, Master. They sent a team. The team is Team 7. They are a genin squad part of the new program the shinobi world enacted. Neji Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, Naruto Uzumaki, and Kakashi Hatake. Interesting, the side house has little value. To take him alive, however, I'd like to test the biology of a Hyuga. The heir of the Yamanaka family is a useful asset. We could use her for ransom or even our newest mole. As for Naruto Uzumaki, I believe my subordinate, Ikum, would relish a new target. However, Kakashi Hatake may pose a problem. We could use his eye, but he is no minor threat. I will send another squad of Sound Junin and the genin from Team Tremble and Bass. This should suffice for such an unremarkable group. It is time to demonstrate the strength of my shinobi to the world. Understood. Whatever. Orochimaru wondered if Hiruzen even realized the Leaf would soon be in peril. Naruto's POV, nearby bandit camp, Land of Fire. They had moved out at the crack of dawn, light enough to see and move with ease but early enough for most of the camp to be asleep. Kakashi would get them close and then allow them to formulate their strategy of attack. Kakashi's presence served to kill any nerves the group felt. After weeks of training with the man, his skill was drilled into their skulls. It's important for each of you to gain experience in decision making. You won't always have a commanding officer present, and you may even encounter an incompetent one. It's crucial to know how to think independently, Kakashi emphasized before stepping back and indicating he wouldn't be offering assistance. There was a brief pause before Naruto spoke up. Well, we should probably check him out first. Make sure we know what we're dealing with. Naruto started. Makes sense to me. Would also make sure there's nothing like prisoners or some kinda destructive weapon or unknown element. Ino added. Sound logic. Neji complimented. Kakashi and I would be best off scouting them from a distance. Our eyes will allow safe and accurate visuals with ease. Ino nodded at this. Her brow creased as she thought hard. Maybe Naruto should surround the camp. It would give us a safety net if any managed to sneak by, or if we were somehow in trouble, they could bail us out, Ino offered. Great idea. Plus, if for some reason someone else comes along who's hostile, they could either take them out or hold them off and get info to me no matter where I am, Naruto added happily. But how do we do the attack itself? Well, while Kakashi and Neji scout from the outside, why don't Naruto grab a guard? I can get inside as an actual member with my mind-body switch jutsu. I could sabotage them and set traps from within. That way, when we launch the actual assault, they are even more vulnerable. What if I had some of my clones transform into kunai? Naruto asked quizzically. You could plant them throughout the camp, and they could release them whenever they pleased. But if you get in trouble, you'll have backup. Excellent idea, Blondie. Neji replied. Both ignore Naruto's cry out about Neji not being too involved with the Blondie thing. From the mission report, we know these bandits aren't particularly threatening, they just have considerable numbers. Okay, so assuming this camp has 1 to 2 exits, we need to split our forces. One team at each gate and another guarding my body, Ino continued. Maybe Neji. He could keep an eye on all of us with a shadow clone. If one of us gets in trouble, he dispels it, and every clone out will know. It would allow us a pretty flawless communication system, the blonde male suggested. I believe that's a good plan, Neji concurred. Kakashi, our strongest fighter, should be positioned as our main defense and bottleneck at the primary entrance. He could also be backed up by additional clones in case he requires assistance. Naruto can be positioned at the secondary entrance or exit. His clones will ensure even a large group will struggle to get by. After that, we'll have to wait until Ino signals she's ready. A simple flare will suffice. By then, it won't matter if they become aware that something is amiss. Once Ino and Naruto wreak havoc from within, Kakashi and Naruto will be bolstered by Ino and myself, and we'll push in. What'ya, you think Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. It sounds like it could work, Kakashi responded noncommittally. Alright, are you all ready to start? Hi, the three answered. Just remember to have fun. We'll meet up again to discuss scouting and our future prisoner. Kakashi ordered, all of them then leaping off. XX. Naruto and Ino were hiding on the edge of the woods, carefully observing the camp. The camp consisted of a large group of tents and hastily assembled buildings. A fence and wood planks had been used to create a rudimentary wall, which would not stop most people but was high enough to require either climbing or destruction. Clearly, the bandits weren't foolish, as they had roughly 6 men patrolling the perimeter of the camp at all times. They watched each bandit as they passed by, memorizing their path and the time between their passes. Once a full rotation had gone by, the two selected their victim. An older bandit with a noticeable limp, a bit drunk, the man was the perfect target. They waited patiently for the man to walk close by. Ino gave the signal when the man's back was turned. Without a sound, Naruto hurled his clone like a sack at the man, who never saw it coming. He was hit square in the back of the head with a flying kick, and Ino doubted he felt a thing as the clone silently landed on top of the unconscious man. The clone then picked up the man, and the three hurried back to the meeting place, hoping the scouting party had good news. When the two arrived, they saw that the other two had been successful. Neji moved around the camp and counted their numbers. There were roughly 50 bandits, most poorly armored and armed, but not alone. From what he saw, there were around 10 people inside the cells within the camp. Kakashi informed them that he had discovered weapon caches inside the camp that were heavily armed with swords, bows, cannons, and explosives. He marked them on a map he had drawn and suggested that Ino trap them before they went for the prisoners. Only makes sense. I think we have what we need. Neji decided. The members of Team 7 reconvened with a new prisoner in tow. They updated each other on the current situation. Ino's mission was to secure the weapon rooms and free any captives. Naruto and Kakashi were responsible for launching an aggressive attack from both sides. Neji would protect Ino and oversee the operation, ensuring everyone was informed and safe. Each member would have Naruto clones to assist with information sharing and backup. Alright, I'm going in. Make sure to watch my body, Neji. Ino added as she relaxed her stance for her family's famous jutsu. Of course. With that, Ino nodded and called out. Ninja art. Mind transfer jutsu. She suddenly dropped limp, caught by a ready Naruto. The portly bald man rose slowly. His movements were awkward and unsure for a moment. Before, he seemed to relax slightly. This guy is one sick bastard, she said in the man's voice. Glad we're taking them out. Naruto nodded at this, summoning 10 clones who all became kunai. Ino grabbed these and stashed them in the man's pockets. They all nodded as the Ino-possessed man walked off towards the entrance. Naruto and Kakashi both disappeared as they went off to their positions. Neji stashed Ino in a space in a bush. He sat close by, not close enough to where if he was engaged, they would hurt or discover Ino. Team 7 was prepared. Ino's POV bandit camp, land of fire. Ino walked towards the main entrance, giving her best impression of a drunken limp. A building built of various chunks of wood roughly stuck together greeted her as the guard nodded her inside the shoddy wall. Inside were rough benches and bars indicative of a meeting place of sorts. The men inside were drinking, smoking, or gambling with reckless abandon. It was odd to think they somehow beat back a squad of soldiers. But perhaps they simply underestimated them. The battle, even between shinobi, was unpredictable. Ino wasn't bothered as she marched between tents of bandits. Similar to their main hub near the entrance, the men were either partying, fighting, or preparing for future conquest. She felt a grim satisfaction in knowing their day would be ruined soon. Having memorized Neji's rough map, Ino headed straight for the tents containing their arsenal and potential victims. In front of the grouping was a duo of guards. The two were drunk and unattentive, barely reacting to her presence. The bandits surely thought this deep within camp security was unneeded. Despite the meager attempt, it did complicate things. She briefly considered how to handle things but decided they would need to go. The man she was possessing wasn't very fit. But even with his dilapidated body, she could muster good kunai throws. These being the real deal, they both pierced their throats accurately. The first one immediately dropped. Likely, the blade had managed to sever his spine, killing him instantly. The second was a more gruesome death. The man's throat was slit by the blade, not allowing the man to call for help. He could only breathlessly gurgle as he bled out. Ino could feel something inside her grow cold at the merciless killing, but they had prepared for this for years. She didn't flinch as she drugged the corpses inside the two tents, laying her lethal explosive trap at both entrances. Her training worked well, and it was time to free the prisoners. Hopefully, only necessary blood would be spilled today. Single quote. Pav nearby Kakashi. Men, a voice whispered to 6 others. Our target is directly in front of us. One Kakashi Hatake, the master of 1000 jutsu, the copycat shinobi. A full-on fight is risky, so we'll wait for our chance. We will wait for him to engage the bandits. While they won't offer us more aid, the bastard will lower his guard while engaging with the sheep. That will give us a decent chance. Now, our target is powerful, absurdly so. So don't play around. Kill this bastard before he kills us. Understood. They all nodded. The captain's face grimaced at the lack of self-concern. He had no doubt that 7 Junins might be able to kill even an elite Junin. But there was no doubt several of them would die. His sound shinobi training suggested 1 or 2 would live, which was acceptable. But he loved his men. He feared they were being led by him to their deaths. Disobeying would merely lead to his men killing him and proceeding anyway. The only solution was to lead these men into killing a legend. What a sick joke. Single quote. Pav nearby Naruto. Are they sending all 3 of us for him? A young woman with long black hair that reached her thighs and was tied at the end asked. She wore sound fatigues, which had a snakeskin pattern for her pants and scarf, as well as a tan sleeveless vest. Kintsuchi was the latest kunoichi raised from Orochimaru's sound. Seems harsh to me personally. But it'll be fun killing him either way. A young man answered her. He had long, spiky, unruly hair that stuck straight up. He wore a forehead protector mask. In addition to the sound fatigue over it, he wore a tan one-piece with the kanji for death on it 3 times. Zaku Abumi was here as well. It is what it is. Don't play games. We have something to prove here. So this short clone runt has to die. Dosu Kinyuta answered. He was shorter than the other 2 and was hard to describe. His head was almost completely wrapped in bandages. He wore the same fatigues as the others. The only difference is the gray long-sleeved kimono and a straw rain cape. Remember what the file said. This clown is a nobody. From a fallen clan, low taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu skills. As long as we play it smart, easy kill. Neji's Pav outside of bandit camp, land of fire. Neji's eyes widened significantly as he saw 4 people creeping in at the edge of his vision. As he expanded his gaze, he saw that they were all about to be ambushed. Ambush. He called to the clone of Naruto before destroying it. Ino awoke and jumped up. It's an ambush. As I was walking through the camp, I searched his mind. Shinobi are coming to kill us. The people inside are mostly innocents, with some bandits sprinkled in. This is all bait. We're the hunted. Ino called out desperately to the Hyuga. Some of that is news. Unfortunately, it gets worse. We are being approached by 4 shinobi. All of them seem to be high chunin to low junin level. Neji said grimly. It'll be an uphill battle. Luckily, around 20 clones gather around them. New orders are seemingly being dispensed among them. Ino, stick with me and the clones. We just have to stall until Kakashi gets here. Alright, Ino said. She was undeniably nervous. Neji wanted to reassure her. But to be honest, he knew they were in trouble. Kakashi didn't often feel tense in moments like these. Countless encounters and loss had desensitized him to the nerves others would suffer in this moment. Yet there was an odd weight upon his shoulders. He always had some weight. He was a loyal soldier of the Leaf after all, but this was somehow heavier. He supposed he was fond of his new team. Hiruzen had been right again. They were waiting for the signal for him and his small group of Naruto clones to make a frontal assault. But Kakashi flinched as he noticed each of the clones froze in sync. Naruto had lost or sacrificed a clone due to something new. Kakashi-sensei. The clone yelled. It's an ambush. We're all in serious trouble. Kakashi felt his single eye widen. He had wondered why any bandit group would be stationed here. Being so close to the capital ensured they would be a nuisance the feudal lord would see fit to swat. Predictably they had tried, which only raised another question for Kakashi. How did they ever manage to repel an assault from the capital? The guard and soldiers of the feudal lord were no shinobi, but moved in great numbers and were trained well enough to be considered a threat by most. The idea of mere bandits, even encamped, managing to repel them was absurd. He had found this suspicious before, yet he had never truly pondered it. His genin may very well suffer from his mistake. He quickly dashed forward. If even a single hair was harmed on his genin, he would slaughter any responsible. He would not repeat the S. Kakashi, trusting the random instinct, ducked as a litany of kunai and shuriken flew over his head. Kakashi knew better than to lie still. He leapt back narrowly, avoiding a double stomp attempt from a snake camo-clad shinobi. As Kakashi did, 30 clones landed before Junin. Defensively, they formed a perimeter around Kakashi as 7 more similarly dressed men landed. All dressed in the same garb as the others. Copycat Kakashi of the Sharingan. A living legend, surely a future S-rank shinobi. You would have been, but we were assigned to kill you. The leader of the men stated. Any last words? Naruto's, go and help Ino and Neji. I'll dispose of these dead men and head towards them after. Kakashi ordered. His tone made it clear this was not a debate. Fine with us, they won't be able to save their friends, you all will die today. Just for that, Kakashi started as the clones quickly left. Exposing his Sharingan eye, it spinning with fury. Your deaths will be painful. XX. Ino's POV. Ino and Neji both tensed, the enemy first was quickly approaching. They both had combat experience but not against enemy shinobi, not ones that likely would intend to kill, or worse. Luckily, the two's composure held. Neji's grim determination gave her hope, she'd thank him for that should they survive. Her studies had shown people latched onto each other in crisis, somehow they found strength greater than their own for others. Ino flinched as the heavy footsteps of their foes landed. 4 grown and grisly men masked and outfitted with a strange camo. Enemy shinobi were something she'd know she'd see one day. There was some sort of primal fear and anger she felt facing them, pack mentality. All of them were men clearly long-lived in their craft, though one towered beyond the others in presence. He had an aura similar to Junin. Ino had met many in her time. There was no doubt he was stronger than the other 3. Likely stronger than her and Neji as well. The man wore a mask covering his head and shinobi fatigues marked with a snake scale pattern. The other 3 were also garbed similarly, though their faces were partially exposed. One had a face mask and prescription glasses. Another similar, but he wore sunglasses. The last man was bald and scared all over. Hello there, victims, the leader of the 4 said. I was hoping there would be a kunoichi with you. It's been far too long. He chuckled darkly. Yoroi, Masumi, Kaku, kill the male. The 3 nodded before charging toward the Hyuga. Ino went to join him before she had to dodge a line of flame that shot out between her and the Hyuga. Sorry, beautiful, but we have a date. There was dark intentions in his words. The man held a stance that showed it had been an ninjutsu. He never even called it out. Most had to do so to properly channel their chakra, only once one had fully mastered a technique could they do so silently. Ino was clearly outmatched. Most took years to master a technique of that level. Ino looked over to see the 3 men engaging Neji. He was holding his own as the 4 engaged in a wild brawl. She was on her own. Fear pulsated throughout her body. She was frozen. Maybe Neji would be able to somehow contest a man of this caliber. But certainly not her, certainly not alone. No need to be fearful. I'll beat you up a little, then we'll have fun. Well, I won't lie and say it's gonna be fun for you. The man cruelly promised. Ino swallowed her fear and gripped a kunai. As a member of Team 7, she would not back down. Besides, Kakashi would surely be there shortly. Ino would make sure this bastard was kept busy till then. XX. Naruto's POV. Naruto blinked as the memory of the clone Neji destroyed flooded through him. He heard his clones yelling in alert and surprised. They had been alerted to the presence of an enemy or enemies due to their heightened awareness once they knew there would likely be enemies nearby. Naruto felt conflicted. The bandits were still a threat, especially if they were now under attack. But his teammates may very well be in trouble if left alone. Naruto himself may be as well, but he needed to prioritize here. Naruto heard several clones pop in the forest, making it clear he did not have time to think this out. He summoned 50 clones, half charging into the bandit camp with a challenging roar, met with several more from within the camp as Ino's planted and unplanted clones wreaked havoc from within. The rest desperately rushed off where Ino and Neji should be. Naruto nodded to the nearby clones as they all charged into the forest. His summoning of clones had been multi-purpose, summoning and sending them off made it appear he was unaware of them. Allowing some to sneak off and engage their foes as he and the rest approached. Naruto and his small band of personal clones settled in some trees above where the mystery enemies fought his clones. The three were dealing with them well using good teamwork. But it was clear the woman in the group was a bit damaged. The clone during the wild brawl had winged her several times, leaving a cut on her cheek and bruise on her wrist. She must be lacking in wide-scale attacks to deal with him, making her his first target. He signaled for the majority of the clones to rush her. The second foes were more tricky. He cackled madly as he blew away clones wildly, seeming to shoot out pressurized air from his palms. But his movements were wild and basic. Naruto would use his real body and a few clones to blitz the man if he timed it right. The last one was better than the other two, outmaneuvering the clones and destroying them with relative ease. He would hope to stall him out while he defeated the other two. Mother's lessons were paying off. Before fighting three people at once would have seemed impossible, now he only saw victory. Naruto could feel the blood pumping throughout his body. They were here to attempt to kill his friends. Naruto would rather die than witness such a thing. As a shinobi, he would face killers like this. He refused to turn away. He would be a killer himself. He couldn't afford to hold back with his friends' lives on the line. With a nod to the clones, they fired off an absurd amount of kunai at their distracted foes. The enemy team noticed it seconds before becoming pincushions. The boy with tubes in his arm pointed his arms to the ground as many clones and kunai closed in on the three. The other two jumped out of the man's way as he roared, obliterating airwaves. The resulting invisible blast shattered the ground before him and annihilated any clone close by. The kunai were deflecting the blast, stopping them like an iron wall and scattering them to the forest floor. It seems our prey intends to become the hunter. Works for us. I personally hate chasing my victims. My name is Dosu Kinyuda, and my teammates are Zaku Abumi and Kinsuchi. We have been tasked with killing you. The now named Dosu started evenly. The other two spread out a bit, facing Naruto and his batch of clones at different angles. I'd offer you mercy for surrendering, but we both know we're past that. Yeah, you're right there. I can't afford to die here since I'll be in Hokage someday. And I can't afford to let you bastards bother my teammates. So, Naruto and his clones drew their tanto. Suddenly, jumping around, shuffling the real and clones together before spreading out. No need to make it easy for the three to target him after all. Naruto and his clones leapt around randomly, which further confounded the two. He subtly created several walking landmine clones as they did. If they intended to stand as his enemies, then he would have to play for keeps. I'll just kick your asses and check on them. There were no words, merely the whistling in the wind as the mob of clones charged the three assassins. Naruto grimly aware of what he had to do. Single quote. S-Pov unknown bar. City nearby Team 7. A bar was bustling with patronage as the humdrum of a busy afternoon buzzed. All manner of drinking, smoking, sex, and gambling were going on within its confines. The location was known and most left alone. There would always be a place like it. She had frequented many in her day. Past the rubble of people gambling their life savings or lucky money was the VIP section. In this section were the rich of the area. It was a gathering spot for them to mix with the poor while enjoying their wealth. One of them did seem a bit different, though, wealthy, and yet, desperate. At the head of the table was what appeared to be a young, beautiful, healthy young woman. She wore a green haori over a gray kimono and dark gray leggings. But she was the most famous and influential person in the bar. She had come to their village years ago seeking booze and gambling and had found it in their seedy town. But in time, once she owed money and they tried to collect it, the truth was revealed. The mob was who she owed, a powerful shadowy organization, even shinobi feared them. Tsunade however did not. She destroyed the group fully, unknowingly saving the town she now resided in as a lord. She had been labeled their protector and rewarded as a hero. As such, the Sannin realized she could do what she pleased here. In exchange for the Leaf allowing her to be on leave, she and the town paid taxes to the Leaf. As such, she was still a shinobi, and Hiruzen, the old fox, used her position for information. It was funny she had left the Leaf for freedom. But soon even estranged Hiruzen had her dutifully working. Shizune had been sent to the Leaf to lead their medical program. Tsunade missed her dearly, even if her nagging was annoying. As such, the woman felt conflicted upon hearing the latest rumor in the bar. A caravan had reported Leaf shinobi being ambushed close by. Apparently they had heard the commotion and seen the combat, but lacking the shinobi, had fled. Tsunade felt she owed the Leaf nothing. Countless shinobi died every day. But it would be bad for a woman of business to allow shinobi to attack her allies on her turf. With a sigh, the living legend left the table, telling one of the attendants to take care of her debt. She had a mess to clean up. All the while she ignored the odd feeling that made her get involved. It felt important. Team 7's POV, Bandit Camp, Land of Fire. XX. Kakashi's POV. Dodge to the left, duck a kunai thrust, catch the low kick, attempt to hamstring the culprit, but disengage to avoid another kunai thrust from the first. He saw a man behind them both channeling signs for an Earth-style ninjutsu. He predicted and copied the technique, giving him some breathing room as the ground beneath the Junin in front of him formed spikes, managing to impale the intended user. That would leave him with only 6 to deal with. The shinobi leapt back regrouping. Kakashi marched forward, determined to hunt them down quickly as possible. All of them ignored the death quakes of the impaled man as he breathlessly wheezed in pain. He weaved hand signs for another jutsu as he sidestepped a kick from one. As the man stumbled unbalanced from the missed strike, Kakashi formed his signature jutsu. Lightning Blade, he called as he pierced the chest of the man off balance in front of him. As another attempted to use the moment to strike, Kakashi merely sliced through the man he had killed and decapitated the next attacker. The remaining 4 stayed back briefly as Kakashi wiped his hand with a cloth before disposing of it. He subtly took a deep breath. While they were much weaker than he had expected, it was still surprising how tiring it was to compete with all of them. His time waiting for Naruto had left him rusty. But he was confident the remaining 4 would be dying today. It was simply a matter of how to do so without burning out first. It seemed likely they were all being attacked after all. Kakashi was prepared to kill as many as it took. The men, who seemed to have a new game plan, began weaving hand signs. Kakashi quickly flew through his own one-handed while dropping a smoke bomb. As the smoke covered the Cyclops, the men roared. Collaboration technique. Elemental devastation. As they finished, each fired off a stream of a particular element. The 4 closed in on Kakashi, smashed into the smoke, and caused a big explosion. The captain fired off another wind jutsu to clear the smoke and confirm the body. But as the smoke cleared, there was no corpse. The captain roared as he jumped up. Below. 2 men managed to heed his warning, but the 4th was late. As soon as the last man's feet left the ground, a hole opened up, and several kunai enhanced with lightning cut through the poor man toe to head. The captain was even further shocked that the man hadn't even surfaced. Attack the ground. He's in the ground. He and 1 other fired off kunai from where Kakashi's had come from. The 3rd sunk below them to touch the ground first. Earth style. Ground compression. The ground below seemed to sink with a crunch, but even as this happened, the silver-haired killer merely flew out of the ground before being crushed. Piercing the jutsu user's heart with a kunai, he drew the kunai from the man and glared at the last 2. It's your turn. Kakashi simply marched towards them. The captain clenched his teeth. He had failed his men just as he feared. He drew 2 kunai and charged forth, roaring for his remaining ally to back him. He slashed with both hoping to slit the Cyclops' throat, but he casually sidestepped this and he jabbed. The sound Junin managed to lean back to avoid this but had to desperately sway away from several slashes of the Junin. The captain steeled his nerves as he prepared his final gambit. He feinted a slash high while committing to one low. Kakashi drew a kunai absurdly quickly, deflecting the strike and stabbing the captain in the stomach. The captain spat out blood as he smiled. Kill him now. But there was silence, both men simply staring as if nothing happened. The captain looked back to see another Kakashi standing over the bleeding body of his remaining soldier. Before the captain could try anything, the Kakashi, welding the blade he had stabbed him viciously with, slashed the blade out, gutting the captain with a cold efficiency. The captain dropped as he gasped soundlessly. He was unable to speak. You truly thought I wouldn't use clones against a group? Kakashi asked rhetorically. Well, either way, enjoy death, I have Genin to check on. As the Cyclops said this, he left the men to bleed out and die. A cruel but fitting fate for anyone who tried to harm his Genin. XX. Ino's POV. Ino racked her brain for any solution to her current situation. She was currently trading blows with the man with great difficulty. Well, trading was inaccurate. The man was merely letting her attack, weaving around her strikes with ease. He had warned her to kill him before he got bored. Which she would if the bastard would let her. Ino had never faced someone like him. His stare had a hunger in it that made her heart race, not in a romantic sense either. She fired off a faint roundhouse into an elbow. But he merely ducked this and tripped her legs. Ino, using the trip as an opportunity, fired off kunai toward the man's legs as she fell. But he simply jumped over these and landed a double foot stomp into her chest. Ino gasps in pain, and the man merely chuckles before tossing her against a tree. I warned you, now stop making me do that, don't wanna harm the goods. He said as he stalked forward. Ready to let me have my fun. I promise I'll be somewhat gentle. Ino merely answered by throwing a fistful of flower petals around the man. He chuckled at this. How fitting. He was interrupted as Ino screamed. Petal storm. Explosive beauty. The petals surrounding the man exploded. Ino was sent flying by the explosion that had been so close to her. Her vision blacked for a second before she looked up. The Junin was now in front of her. It seemed her attack had been somewhat effective, as there were burns throughout his body. But the damage must be superficial, for the man stood straight and strong all the same. Just for that, I'm gonna enjoy breaking Y. The man was interrupted as Naruto flew through the clearing, landing a flying kick directly into Junin's face. He flew back to the other side, slamming into a tree and shattering the bark as he hit. Ino nearly cried as 30 Narutos entered the clearing. Most charged the man with reckless aggression. Several managed to snake in strikes or slashes as the man was caught off guard. But he quickly adapted and was starting to make short work of them, destroying a couple of clones every few seconds. The Narutos left behind as guards watched grimly. I doubt our clones can beat him. Even the original would struggle against him. Any ideas? The clone stated. Think you can buy me some time? Ino asked desperately. Done. The clone nodded at the other 5 remaining, and they all but one charged. For 30 seconds. I'm staying behind. If you're in a tight spot, I'll substitute for you. No telling when Kakashi or I will be finished. One of us saw him fighting a ton of shinobi. So is the original. We're gonna have to make this work. I'll think of something, Ino stated unconfidently. You got this. We all know you're pretty amazing. The clone stated. There's no doubt you're gonna be okay in our minds. Ino felt confidence well within her. His doubtless faith gave her strength. But how could she defeat a Junin? Her family had never been brute force fighters, but she couldn't hit him with her mind techniques. He was too fast, and his intentions drove a dark fear in her heart. If only her family's techniques weren't so hard to use against a mobile target. It may work if she could shorten the technique channeling and hand signs. She knew some of the higher techniques were lower risk, but she knew none of them. She needed something new, designed for Cole's combat. But the mind wasn't easy to conquer. What was simpler than taking over a mind? If she could only quickly influence the man and take advantage of that, she could win this. Influence. She need not control him, just suggest her whim to him. The clones were already down to half their numbers. She needed to either shorten the hand signs or disguise them, preferably both. She could do the hand signs with one hand. She attempted it, aiming one hand at the Junin and lowering the chakra in the jutsu. Willing to manipulate as opposed to suppressing. She fired through the hand signs as fast as she could. And fired off the jutsu. Having no name and desperate to hit it, she fired. But nothing happened. She may need the name jutsu. She had been told the names merely helped with performance after all. She looked up to see the man cruelly smiling as he destroyed the remaining clones. I'm tired of playing around, he called, rushing forward at a much faster speed than he had shown before. Ino could only stare helplessly as he smashed a fist toward her face. At the last second, smoke filled her vision, and she saw she had been substituted. Knowing she only had moments, she tried the one-hand signs again, this time yelling a name as it came to her. She disguised this by drawing and firing a kunai. Ninja art. Instinct suppression jutsu. A blue beam shot out and hit the Junin's head in an instant. He froze with a groan as the kunai approached at head level. The man saw the kunai coming and prepared to quickly do. Don't duck. Ino's mind whispered softly to him. He listened, the kunai hit its mark, and Junin froze again. Steel pierced his forehead and likely his brain. Ino took grim satisfaction that he died before he hit the ground. It was a miracle she had created a jutsu and managed to defeat a Junin. Ino panted harshly. The struggle against the man and the emotions had worn her out. She could only hope everyone would be okay. She crawled to her feet and marched forward. No, she would make sure they were herself. That is what Naruto would do. XX. Neji's POV. Neji dodged a wild grab by one man, sidestepping an uppercut from the bald man and kicking the third in the face as he approached. The 3 crashed into each other, stunning the 3 for a moment. Neji mercilessly spun, unleashing a kaiden that sent all 3 men flying back. They were quick and skilled, but unused to fighting together. If they were working as they should, they'd easily overwhelm him. However, he needed only feed the illusion he simply was too good. I sincerely hope you have more than that going for you, Neji called out to the down opponents. He prepared to charge them, but one faded away. Neji flinched as the ground beneath him cracked and hand roughly gripped his ankle, the other being grabbed an instant later. Neji felt a burning pain as his chakra was slowly drained. He prepared to inject the fool with chakra with his ankles. But before he could free himself, he was wrapped all around by a strange arm. The arm somehow being long and elastic enough to hold the genius. Neji growled as he saw the third bald man running up to capitalize on his imprisonment. Neji shifted his hands, sending a large pulse of chakra to both men. They both screamed and stumbled back. They had come to kill him, yet had not studied the Hyuga. Neji pitied the fools. The bald man roared as he threw another hook at Neji. Neji leaned back to avoid this before thrusting forward with a robust palm. Palm bottom. Neji roared as he slammed his palm into the man's face. He couldn't even scream, and chakra violently surged through his head, instantly liquefying his brain. The man silently dropped as Neji panted, facing the other 2. You'll forgive me for my mercilessness, but you too can understand. You intend to kill me after all. Neji stated simply. Masumi roared with anger as he surged forward. Neji dodged a wild punch, but to his surprise, the man seemingly became boneless, completely wrapping around Neji in an odd tackle. I'm gonna crush your spine. The man raged as he started to tense, in what he was sure would become a bone-crunching embrace. However, Neji merely smiled, once again releasing a chakra pulse, but twice as potent. Before Masumi fell off, he screamed in blood-curdling pain. Blood shot through his eyes and mouth. Yoroi's eyes widened. Yoroi and his team had been dominated by the man. And though he showed signs of tiring, he was relatively undamaged. Using the same strategy twice, I was prepared to fire needle-like chakra from my points. Good for grapplers like your groups, and proof of how sloppy you all are. Prepare yourself, you're in range, and I don't have time to waste. Neji called as he blitzed Yoroi. The difference in speed was so great that Yoroi could barely flinch before Neji slammed a palm into the man's left wrist. One palm. Another palm jabbed just above the right knee, and another poked the left shoulder joint. 2 palms. Yoroi cried out in pain as he lost control of his left arm. He attempted to backpedal, but his leg was too injured. 4 more strikes came before he could beg. The speed was so great that Yoroi could barely tell where they were landing. 4 palms. 8 more hits, the force of the blows taking him off his feet and carrying him forward through the air. 8 palms. Yoroi lost count of the next flurry, his world becoming an odd mix of numbness and pain. 16 palms. Yoroi is barely conscious of the next valley. 32 palms. Yoroi's life flashed before his eyes as the last flurry destroyed his organs and chakra points. 64 palms. Yoroi flew back and slid against the ground. Obviously, dead from the boneless way he fell. Neji breathed heavily as he stooped low. His pride demanded he stand, but he collapsed on the ground regardless. Defeating the 3 had taken Neji's best for a long fight. Almost to the same level as the fight with blondes, purely with numbers this time. Need to work on stamina. Neji panted as he passed out. Ino arrived several minutes later. She scrambled to the exhausted Neji and nearly cried when he was okay. She hugged him emotionally and then rose as if to take off. I gotta check on Naruto, she said as she slowly walked on. But she was stopped as a bloodied Kakashi appeared in front of her. Good work, you two. I'll check on Naruto, you two catch your breath. I'm sorry for failing you, Kakashi said in a no-nonsense tone. Ino collapsed on her knees, relieved to see Kakashi. There was no doubt he would save Naruto. The Junin treated the two for their minor wounds. As soon as he was done, he would check on the blonde. But before anything else could be done, a laugh startled the two. I'm afraid you'll be quite busy. A rough voice interjected. We have business with him after all. As such, I have business with you. Gotta let Juzo work, so let's spar. Kakashi of the Sharingan, the man was tall and muscular. Most of his person was covered in a black cloak with red clouds. His face showed he had pale blue skin. His smile was wide and sharkish. This was reinforced by his sharp teeth. He had what appeared to be gills beneath his eyes, which were simple and bloodthirsty. Hope you can still fight decently well, afraid we of the mist don't believe in fair fights. I'm looking forward to fighting you all the same. Impress me and I'll make sure I remember you. He started lifting a large sword off his back with one hand. The large object is covered in bandages, it radiated chakra and killing intent. Kakashi quickly rose in front of his genin. He would defend them to his last breath, but there was no denying they were in trouble. Kisame Hoshigaki was a known legend now missing shinobi from the village hidden in the mist. One of the small amounts of S-rank shinobi left alive. Kakashi doubted he could defeat him but would not hesitate to try. Minato and Rin would never forgive him for less. Naruto, just hold out. I won't leave you behind. Ino, take Neji and check on Naruto. If you find him in trouble, try to get him out of it. I'll hold this new enemy here. Retreat to the leaf once you have him. Kakashi ordered. Be you. But nothing. This is do or die. Kakashi countered harshly. Ino seemed to look around, confused, before nodding. She managed to rouse Neji, and she took off. Neji followed shortly after. They were both hurt, but Kisami's friend was even half as strong as him. Naruto would desperately need the help. Kakashi merely silently prayed to Rin to help him get through this. Neither he nor his students were ready to die yet. Dosu wouldn't call himself an arrogant man. He knew his capabilities well, and had strived hard to raise them over the years. He learned his comrades' abilities and even established leadership over them. They had great teamwork. His teammates were not entirely on his level, yet they had found their niche within the team. Within the small and secretive Sound Village there were not many shinobi present, fewer of any notable quantity. The 3 of them hadn't been all that different. Until they worked together, it was only then their leader noticed them. The hidden Sound Village wasn't a conventional nor even recognized hidden village. For one, they had no official ground they held or political backing as the others. Their leader, Orochimaru-sama, was powerful and wise as most Kage. But he was also an internationally recognized criminal. As such they operated differently. They sulked around in the shadows, subtly gathering power all the once they had been noticed it was only a matter of time before they were utilized. The Sound couldn't afford to ignore potential. Orochimaru-sama had given them a simple mission. Their leader had gained knowledge of a valuable team of Leaf Shinobi partaking in a mission nearby their current home. Their village was new and meager, yet they had already made themselves a formidable enemy. The Leaf village was their target in most acts. To be asked to aid with their efforts against them was an honor among the Sound. Even better yet, was their role in this. The three of them would kill one measly genin. To make the matter easy, they had received substantial information on him. It was damning, to say the least. An assassin's dream job. Their target was labeled unintelligent, untalented, and criminally weak. They had seen his clones. Something the file hadn't mentioned, and Dosu knew the data might be off. But he was a newbie up against three of the Sound's finest. What could he honestly do? Well, endlessly summoning clones and surprisingly efficient kenjutsu were the answers he found. Dosu did not doubt that they could take him if they could mob the original. Yet their ambush had been turned on its head. At all points in the fight, they were significantly outnumbered. At least 8-1. The clones were easy to dispatch, specifically for Zaku and him. But Kin struggled to do the same. Even with their dispatching of multiple clones, the original was further reinforcing clones. The three of them had no choice but to stand their ground and beat back the army. This led to an odd loop of dispatching clones and saving Kin. But in turn, the clones got closer and closer to landing decisive blows on them. Dosu cursed his luck. This so-called easy target was showing himself to be a considerable threat. Had their intel been wrong? Every second the battle raged, the blonde army made more progress. Zaku blasted two away, only to be nearly beheaded by a third. Kin kicked the clone away and barely deflected a slash for another, but was kicked away herself by another clone. Dosu slid under a punch from another as he joined the other two, using his gauntlet to destroy the clones as he did. It was only a matter of time now, if they didn't somehow turn the tables. Things may get grim fast. XX. Naruto's POV. Naruto silently crept through the forest around the battle, occasionally stopping to summon shadow clones to continue his relentless assault. He was looking for his moment. It was clear between Dosu and Zaku, they had consistent coverage against the fragile clones. The woman named Kin was already struggling, even with the other two's help. Doubtless, she would shortly follow if one of the men were defeated. His eyes watched as Dosu swung his gauntlet, destroying groups of clones. Seeing a clone sneaking up on Kin, Zaku sniped it with his cannon. Kin peppered two more Witn Senbon, destroying them. But the group was already slowing down. Dosu and Kin were forced to dodge a barrage of kunai, Naruto smiling as the clones successfully separated the three. It was time. Naruto locked his eyes onto Zaku. He spawned 6 more clones that moved with intention. 2 separated from the rest and began a mad dash toward the mobile Dosu and Kin. The rest used the chance to close in on the real target. The first approached head-on and were reasonably obliterated first. The next 2 approached from opposite flanks as the last 2 lagged behind from the front. Zaku predictably blew away the flankers, but the last 2 drew close. Zaku cackled as he aimed his weaponized palms at them, but the clones reacted sagely, one throwing the other to close the ground. Despite the clever attempt, Zaku managed to get off his attack, however the clone drew close enough to swipe the hands away even as they blew him apart. Zaku was wide open. Naruto's training kicked in as he dashed into the field at max speed. His sudden approach left Dosu and Kin stunned as he closed in on Zaku. Zaku attempted to point his left hand at Naruto, but the blonde was too close. Naruto roared triumphantly as he thrust Riptide for Zaku's chest. However, even off guard he leapt back, still being stabbed but turning a sure kill into a shallow wound. The man fell to his ass before Dosu and Kin landed around him. As they did, Naruto's own clones landed around them as well. They stared the 3 down as his clones surrounded the now weakened team of enemy shinobi. Zaku, don't tell me you're out. Kin called angrily as she shifted her stance nervously. Naruto was certain she was out of her element. So why were they attacking him? Surely now they recognized they weren't able to. Retreating was their only option. Hey, like fuck I am, Zaku growled as he climbed to his feet. Dosu merely nodded as the 3 prepared for an assault against the clones. Naruto sighed as he realized this fight wouldn't end nearly so cleanly. Before they 3 could renew the battle again, Naruto spoke out, his voice oddly tired. Please surrender. I cannot waste any more time here. You cannot beat me, you must know that now. XX. Dosu's POV. A true shinobi does not accept failure. Dosu countered confidently. We have no choice but to pursue our mission until success or death. Meaning your death is our only valid result. Despite his confident words, Dosu felt certain their death approached. This man was no mere genin, to form so many clones and to fight outnumbered as he was, for as long as he was. Suggested he was well and truly above them. Had this been their leader's plan? To test their mettle with a battle they could not hope to win. For what purpose? Surely he had known they would fai. A memory rang through his mind. The image of the last group who had dared disappoint Orochimaru. Their deaths had been drawn out and tortuous. Dosu would rather face this powerful blonde than be a lab rat. Then I'm sorry for this. As Naruto said this, the clones charged wildly. Some even filled the air as they leapt toward them. The clones seemingly intend to crush the three with mere weight. He then raised a hand sign as he called. Shadow clones. Walking landfield jutsu. The three all tensed as the clones seemed to swell for a second. Dosu racked his brain for survival options. Zaku. Full power at the ground. Kin channel chakra into him with me. I'll lead. He called him, and Kin dived behind Zaku as he prepared for an attack. Dosu and Kin weaved hand signs in sync. Collaboration technique. Sonic boom. At the call of the three, a dome of power expelled from their voices managed to blow back the explosion. Zaku collapses on the ground, using all his chakras for the attack. Kin and Dosu, though both still game, flinched as a single Naruto flew toward them. Sensei told me never to count on something to end the fight. Naruto lectured as he pulled his blade. Overkill always works. Uzumaki style. Slash of the riptide. As he said this, he did a horizontal slash. A broad line of powerful chakra cut through the field at waist level. Zaku, having collapsed already, was safe. Dosu jumped up, attempting to push Kin down but missing in his haste. Kin herself was too slow, the line seemed to slide through with no trouble. As Dosu was landed, the line returned in reverse. Dosu watched as it went through his left foot. The same foot he had intended to hit the ground with. There was silence as Dosu and Kin seemed frozen for an instant before Kin fell into two pieces, and Dosu collapsed with a howl, now down to a single foot. Dosu's mind was nothing short of pandemonium. He assumed he was going into shock, not surprising considering his own foot had been removed. That technique would have been used by a Junin, to think their target could produce it. Desperately Dosu wished to flee or attempt to attack. But as he locked his eyes on Naruto Uzumaki, a revelation hit him. He was beyond them, and now they would pay for the difference. XX. Naruto's POV. I warned you, Yano. I never want. Naruto stopped with a growl. No, you were here to hurt my friends. This is what you deserve. You could have just walked away, but you valued your pride too much. If you spare us, I'll kill you one day, Zaku said darkly. I'll wait till you're sleeping, and I'll kill you. If I can't get to you, I'll kill your family. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally. Do not punish me for his sins, Dosu reasoned, having regained sense and sitting up roughly to match eyes with the blonde. He cracked. Never been defeated like this before, you've proved your point. There's no need to slaughter us just due to one fool. But Naruto tensed further and further as Zaku laughed. Naruto slowly raised his tanto as if to finish off the manic man. But as he debated what to do, his vision went black. It was as if he'd fallen asleep. With a jolt of pain throughout his body, Naruto remembered the situation. His eyes opened, and he saw he was now 10 feet away, buried in a giant tree. What the hell had hit him? I bet you're wondering what hit you. A voice called. Naruto rose and glared at his new foe. Don't worry, boss says I can't kill you, so kitty gloves. The man explained. He was a tall man covered mainly by a black robe with red clouds. He was partially covered in bandages, but his face remained uncovered. His face was painted, with red war paint across his jaw. They were evenly spaced out red lines. The man also had a large X scar on his right cheek. He smiled savagely at Naruto. Get out of my way, Naruto growled furiously. Can't. I was told to kidnap you. I think I'll take a leg for the back talk, though. For the record, my name is Juzo Biwa. He then hefted a large broadsword shaped like a butcher's knife. If butcher knives were human-sized. It had two holes near the top. One was a full circle in the center of the blade, the other one was a semicircle on the edge. He then quickly and mercilessly slammed the blade tip down on Zaku. The downed man was defenseless as the blade decapitated him. Related to that snake, huh? Guess once I'm done with the kidnapping, I'll kill you too. Don't blame me, blame your master for being my enemy. Naruto growled for a second before smirking. As soon as the blonde's lip curled, the trees around the men seemed to rain kunai and shuriken. So much so that the sky was blocked out. The bastard wasted time talking. Naruto still had an army of clones within the forest. Naruto flinched however, as Juzo smiled up at the litany of metal death coming for him. He drew his blade up and winked at Naruto. As soon as one of the kunai came close to the man, it seemed to bounce off nothing. Then, as more came in, Naruto could see what was happening. Somehow, even with this ginormous sword, he swung it so fast that not even a single kunai came close to the man. This guy is insane. Naruto tensed as realization hit him. My friends may need me. I won't be stopped. Naruto panted harsher than usual as Juzo deflected the last of the blades and remaining clones. The man smiled at the blonde as he charged. Naruto was unable to use any jutsu as Juzo closed the distance in an instant. Naruto barely managed to raise his blade in time. But even then, it felt like the man was swinging a tree. Naruto went flying, his path being barred by a tree. Naruto smacked through the tree with ease, the power carrying him right through it and leaving him bruised and cut up. As he coughed up blood, it was clear to the blonde some of his ribs were broken. And using the shadow clone jutsu as much as he had exhausted his chakra. Even now, he had a plan. He knew just by the size of the blade the man was strong and merciless, but Kushina had taught him a technique perfect for this. The one that had defeated Neji. The one that stored chakra into his tanto throughout his days. Now, he would unleash what he had stored. It didn't matter how muscular this brute was, this would end it. Days of his time had been spent preparing this move. The power would be more than Naruto had ever managed before. So even as he shakily stood, he held the tanto over his head. As Naruto had figured, the man quickly appeared keen on delivering more punishment. When he saw the blonde's counterattack, he merely smiled as he jumped up and prepared to slam his blade down with force. Despite being quick enough to bypass or dodge his attack, Jugo seemed intent on smashing through it. Uzumaki style. Raging wave. Naruto screamed as he slashed his blade towards the strange man. A blue wave of chakra flew from the blade cutting through the ground as shot toward his new opponent. Juzo merely smiled as he met the jutsu with a mere blade slash. As the two attacks collided, they paused momentarily before the blade slashed through the chakra and scored a minor cut on Naruto himself. He flew back exhausted and defeated. Not too bad at all, kid. I've seen plenty of shinobi who wield a blade, few that could have managed an attack like that. Should have used your tenant, though. Ah well, I'm a cut off your. Juzo stopped mid-speech for an instant, ducking below a flying kick from Ino. He then sidestepped a palm thrust by Neji and unleashed a kick to his ribs that sent the Hyuga sailing back towards the blonde dazed. Petal storm. Explosive beauty. Ino called flower petals surrounded Juzo. He cackled as he twirled his sword absurdly quickly with one hand blowing away the petals. Your name makes it obvious, newbie, Juzo replied gruffly before appearing in front of her and swinging his giant blade horizontally. Neji appeared between the two, kicking Ino back and spinning. Kaden. Juzo merely continued his attack with a cackle as he simply backed out of range of the Kaden before swinging his sword into it. The blade cut through Neji's Kaden quickly. Neji seemingly collapsed to his knees, the Kaden having been a desperate attempt. Not too shabby either, Juzo said simply before slamming the blade's dull side into the Hyuga, sending him skidding across the ground into the base of a tree. He did not move. Honestly, many of you probably would be strong enough one day to face me, but not today. He kicked Ino roughly into a tree, cracking its bark. Ino landed on one leg and fired off a kunai. Juzo merely dodged this as Ino screamed. The landing seemed to injure her ankle. Ino tried to get up again, but her ankle seemed broken, and she had nothing left. Sheesh, that must hurt. Well, I don't like killing young women unless necessary. So I'm gonna maim and then take your friend. Juzo stated simply, walking towards the still unmoving but conscious Naruto. Though to be clear, we can't have our names known. Everyone but Runt here has to die. But first, let's make sure you can't run. Juzo yelled as he swung down to cut off Naruto's legs. Naruto please. Get up. Ino screamed desperately. Naruto heard her. He stirred, but he was tired. Outmatched. It wouldn't matter. Son, you gotta get up. Every morning, especially when it's hard. We, Uzumaki, don't quit. So we always get up, ya know. His mother, he could hear her. She had been supporting him from day one. The only family he had, if he died he knew it would destroy her. Listen, Naruto, chakra control is boring, but we gotta do it. So you gotta get up. Kakashi-sensei, his new teacher, had spent a good amount of time training with him. While aloof, Naruto quickly began to like the guy. It would suck to disappoint him. Iruka, his first sensei and someone he considered a brother, Naruto could even hear him. If you wanna be Hokage you gotta work hard Naruto, you gotta persevere even when it seems hopeless, let's get up Naruto. You will get up. The last voice he didn't know yet, but he could hear it. Naruto felt determination and anger swell within him. He wasn't strong enough, but he could not quit. It was time, he supposed, time to live as he was, time to use the burden he held. He wouldn't fail his friends or himself. Maybe it was time. Nine Tails, our deal. He thought angrily. Years ago he had met with his curse. The two predictably had no love for each other. But now the beast had the ability to empower him. To save his friends. It's not a deal, brat. It's something you and others have forced upon me. The beast countered bitterly. You rather risk death or a fate worse? Naruto asked, now furious. The beast him locked eyes, it took more willpower than he wanted to admit to keep it going. But the fox rolled its eyes annoyed, it seemed it had seen something in Naruto's eyes. I liked you much better when you were an angry brat. Take what you need. Just know if you lose control, I'll destroy everything you love, the beast warned. Naruto nearly screamed as the corrosive chakra covered him nearly instantly. The pain was indescribable. As the chakra coated him from head to toe, it felt like it burnt away the skin beneath. His mind felt focused and yet distant. There was no happiness, joy, mercy. Only unrelenting fury. Why was he so mad? Why did he need this power? Naruto's now red and glowing eyes locked onto his victim. Because this man needed to die, but before he could die, Naruto would make him suffer for hurting his friends. Jozu, realizing what he was doing, slammed his blade down quickly. But the Kyuubi, amped Naruto, caught this on his forearm. The blade met with an chakra and bounced off, not even chipping the limb. Naruto ignored it however as he slammed his fist the mon's face. Naruto grunted annoyed as the blow sent the man flying. As he chased after his prey, a moment of lucidity occurred. This form hurts. I can't keep it going safely. Every second, I nearly lose myself in hatred. Need to end this now. Naruto chased after him as he held his blade behind his head. His chakra cloak seemed to go into his tanto as he got close. Naruto smiled at Juzo, who was still helplessly flying through the air. Uzumaki style. Raging blood wave. He screamed as he slashed downward, creating a wave of red energy that hit Juzo, causing an explosion. The already powerful technique had only grown more so with the beast's influence. The explosion was massive, sending Naruto flying back. The blonde landed in a heap in front of his friends. As flames and chakra burned away the opposite side of the forest. Ino stared, shocked, at Naruto's actions and how he must have done them, but before she could say anything, the horror returned. God damn, not too shabby at all. It hurt like hell. If it wasn't for Leader Sama, it would have done something. Juzo said his cloak was gone in the front, revealing burnt skin and deep and slash wound. Despite it, he seemed unbothered. Juzo appeared above the downed Naruto preparing to lazily cut off Naruto's leg. The blonde could only watch barely consciously. Happy at least he would suffer first. Get the fuck out of here. A busty blonde woman quickly appeared within Jozu's guard. So fast she was that he barely managed to wedge his sword before her fist. He planned to deflect her punch and counter. But the second she first touched his blade, it shattered. Bits slicing into both of them. The woman, unsurprised, continued her momentum, landing a follow-through punch. The force of the blow made Juzo cough up blood as he flew back. The fragments of his blade cut him and the woman. The blood seemed to be absorbed by the giant blade that quickly reformed. This is the turf of one of 3 Sannin. Tsunade Senju. The leaf and its inhabitants are my allies. So if you intend to kill today, it's your funeral. She said simply. She stood in front of the 3 downed genin. Tsunade, a legendary warrior. I didn't expect someone so lively. Sorry to do this, but Leader Sama said no risk. Juzo said as he climbed to his feet. A basket-sized bruise on his ribs showed the damage Tsunade had done. Yet, to the shock of the various leaf shinobi, it faded. Too sloppy today, Kisame will never let me hear the end of it. He then simply sheathed the giant blade on his back and ran. Hey, you little shit, get back here. Tsunade screamed as she charged. Isn't she here to help us? Ino asked from across the clearing. She received no answer from her teammates. As Naruto barely hung on suffering from using the Kyuubi's chakra, and Neji was only now waking up. Kakashi's POV nearby bandit camp, Land of Fire. Kakashi knew he was likely outgunned here. Maybe back in his prime Anbu days he would have been able to hang. But now, being inactive for a year as a sensei, he simply wasn't at his peak anymore. He had been training to achieve it again, but it was slow. Kakashi wondered if this was how his genin felt when they fought. Kakashi feigned a slash high before firing off a leg kick. Kisame didn't even bother to dodge or check it. He merely tanked the powerful kick while swinging his wrapped instrument at him wildly. Kakashi jumped back and weaved hand signs as he did. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A boulder-sized flame raced toward Kisame. He merely smiled as he slammed his sword into it. Kakashi panted as he watched the blade absorb the fire. The only damage it achieved was burning off the bandages. Say hi to Samheta. Kisame chuckled as the burning bandages fell and revealed his strange blade. It looked like a massive bundle of purple scales, as if the hide of a shark had been used to form it. Ninjutsu isn't very effective against me. Kakashi grits his teeth as he signs his next jutsu. Oh really? How about physical attacks? He asked before screaming. Earth style. Rising stalagmite. Large pillars of earth suddenly rose around Kisame, who merely smashed any that came close. As the attack ended, several of the pillars towered around Kisame. Oh, but we're not done. Earth style. Sudden avalanche. The pillars suddenly shattered into pieces, filling the sky with debris. Kisame smiled widely as the smashed earth fell all around him. As the world fell, dust filled the air for an instant before Kisami's voice rang out. Water style. Exploding water colliding wave. The earth was blown away from the water. An absurdly large wave was spat out from Kisami's mouth. It quickly filled the clearing, knocking over trees as the forest became an ocean. Kakashi managed to jump over the water and stick to it. But Kisame was on top of the wave and was already within Kakashi's guard. He swung Samaheda diagonally. Kakashi barely dodges before the sword swells and cuts through his clothing and the top layer of skin on his shoulder. It was painful, but Kakashi held his cool until he felt how low his chakra had become. The sudden loss made him drop into the water. The blade could absorb chakra by touch. Water style to the highest degree. An odd sword that seems to shave and absorb chakra. And physical abilities that put me to shame. Kakashi thought as he sent chakra to his exposed Sharingan. Can't afford to hold anything back. Kakashi's 3-Tomo Sharingan turned into a shuriken-looking design. Mangekyo Sharingan, he called defiantly. But to his shock, 5 sharks were heading towards him. Kakashi looks past them to see Kisame looking down from the surface. Kakashi knew he may be screwed, but he wouldn't go down alone. Kamui, he called out desperately as the sharks closed in. Kisame merely quirked a brow before suddenly his arm appeared to be sucked in by a portal. With a scream of pain, it was torn from Kisami's body. The water was dispensed as an unconscious Kakashi lay on the ground with several bite marks showing he had not escaped unharmed. I never expected a decent fight from a Junin. I'll remember you, Kakashi Hatake. Kisame said as he lifted Samaheda to the wound. The sword seemed to phase into Kisame for a moment before he pulled it back. A fully functioning arm in place of the stump. Not bad at all. Been a while since anyone landed anything clean on me. Anyway, he raised his blade to finish the helpless Kakashi but was suddenly floored by a flying body. The two rolled against the ground in a tangle of limbs. It was Juzo. Had he last to the 9 tails? Sorry, but they're with me, Tsunade said defiantly as she stood before the two men. Kisame and Juzo rose. Kisame merely chuckled at her arrival, even more so at Juzo cursing weakly. That makes more sense. If you had lost to that little upstart, I'd be taking the executioner's blade for myself. Kisame said playfully. I won't lie and say she's an easy mark, but... No, Leader Sama said no risk. We can't afford setbacks. Juzo countered. She is a legend after all. Even 2-on-1 we couldn't be certain she wouldn't overcome us. Well, not disagreeing with him, Kisame replied. Let's leave then. You're not going anywhere, Tsunade challenged as she flew towards the two. That's where you're wrong, Juzo said as he revealed a summoning scroll. It poofed as it summoned a red-haired young woman. Her purple-ringed eyes seemed to scan them all before she pulled a scroll that covered the two men and herself. God will judge you one day, she said simply as the scroll sucked the 3 of them in before poofing away. Tsunade sighed at them getting away. She then turned to the unconscious Kakashi, lifting him up on her shoulders with a sigh. She was being punished for being too kind. Since she now had to deal with and escort Tsukumo's brat and his brats to the Leaf. She knew Hiruzen would have had a word if he heard she let Leaf Shinobi die. She supposed it was time to visit Shizune anyway. But to think that a mere sudden impulse had led to all of this. Zetsu's POV nearby Team 7. Now that was an interesting battle. Orochimaru's men acted as ordered, but were too insignificant to make anything happen. Black Zetsu decided as the two watched Tsunade summon a giant slug to carry off the battered Team 7. It was tempting for him to attack them. Injured as most of them were, it would most likely be a battle against Tsunade. But she was nothing to take lightly. Even Orochimaru never was keener earning her ire. They didn't do well at all, did they? Orochimaru-sama won't be pleased, though perhaps the news of the Akatsuki being here may make it better. White Zetsu annoyingly chipped in. Black Zetsu must have been a terrible man in his previous life to be stuck with a brother like this. Juzo Biwa and Kisame Hogaki, Black Zetsu carried on as his mind focused on that surprising aspect. It is difficult to dig up information on them, even more so to confirm membership. Though these two were considerably powerful, Juzo seemed less so, but Kisame Hogaki is quite the member. A shame we could not get involved. I prefer not to be murdered. Black Zetsu ignored this as the two halves emerged from the earth below. Regardless, he'll want to salvage this somehow. The woman is dead, and this other one was unimpressive, but this one, Black Zetsu mused as he stared as the downed and masked face of the leader of the team. He'll want this one. Both Zetsu bit down on an arm of the unconscious body of Dosu. The two slowly dragged him into the earth with them, Tsunade and Co missing this all the while. Orochimaru always preferred to play with failures like Dosu. Danzo furiously walked down the halls of the root base. He was followed by 2 of his top shinobi, Fu Yamanaka and Torun Aburame. The 2 were his best bodyguards and most trusted men. Their talent and loyalty would be tested tonight. Torun was an influential member of the Aburame clan, one that wielded a unique branch of their jutsu, making him one of the most lethal shinobi in the Leaf, known to kill with a single touch. Better yet, he represented a true shinobi excellently. He was driven purely by logic and loyalty. He wore a face mask that only left his mouth exposed. His headband was sewn into it, and gray goggles were also sewn into the mask. He had short, spiky, black hair and was covered in a black kimono. Fu was a simple man even closer to perfection than Torun. His clan was the Yamanaka. As such, He had valuable tools as he was a skilled user of their jutsu and powerful shinobi in general. He had auburn hair pulled into a neat ponytail. His expression was empty, but his yellow eyes shined with intelligence. He wore a black kimono with an orange jacket over top. The reason for their moving was a recent report. One of his spies kept an eye on the slug Sanin, who lived in a smaller village these days. Supposedly, she was getting a grasp on the crime world, hoping to increase Leaf's influence in the criminal world. In truth, he suspected Hiruzen had crafted the mission to allow the grown woman to grieve. It seemed she achieved this by drinking constantly, gambling, and smashing anyone who pissed her off. Her mob boss setup was cute, but much too flawed for Danzo's liking. So, it became necessary to keep an eye on her. People had accused him of being paranoid throughout his life, but as always, his instinct proved correct. The spy had dug up some valuable information while watching her. Information regarding a different Sanin, information that makes him his enemy now. Orochimaru and he may have worked together, but this was necessary. Hiruzen had failed to kill him when he had a chance. And Jiraiya, as helpful as he was as a spy, seemed unable to find the snake. So Danzo reached out and offered to cooperate. Danzo would look the other way regarding missing shinobi or crimes committed in the area. As long as the snake kept it within the carefully arranged agreement. Better to lose a few ninjas on occasion versus what the snake could genuinely do. If Orochimaru chose it, he could wreak havoc on their forces. Indeed, they would kill him eventually. But it would likely be too costly. Hiruzen knew nothing of this, of course. The man would have never agreed to this. Likely citing the moral quandary of working with such a detestable man. Time has shown it to be quite beneficial. But Danzo knew that if the shinobi forces or even Hiruzen heard of this, he would likely perish for treason. Yet he did not hesitate to call this meeting and prepare to betray Orochimaru. Many had called Danzo traitorous, known for a long line of manipulations and lies. But he simply did not see it this way. Could you betray someone you never held loyalty to? Danzo cared little, people would always muddle his actions. He needed no approval, even as he pursued his dream. To be the Hokage, yet Hiruzen had always unintentionally stopped him. Outshining him throughout his career. But he had always known he would be a better Hokage. He would make the village strong. That is what it was all for. To make the village he loved the most into the best. To protect it regardless of the cost. That was the reason he had pursued Hokage. He truly believed himself the best candidate. How ironic it was that he now saw how blind he had been. His deal with Orochimaru was a foolish one. Orochimaru had never been fooled and had likely just ensured he could not be linked to anything outside of the agreements. Danzo had been suspicious when Shinobi Mia rates had not dropped. But the snake had no ties or evidence to prove it. Even with his own forces looking into it fruitlessly. But now he will remedy this, the snake had pushed it too far. His spy, located in Tsunade's land, had informed them of an attack on Team 7. The heir of the Yamanaka clan had always produced promising shinobi. The genius of the Hyuga clan, from the side branch but infamous for his growing strength. His eyes were safe, but he would surely be an asset. And one of the two nine-tailed Jinchuriki. His mother may be stronger for now, but his source had long ago confirmed he had impressive mastery over the Kyuubi. He is not complete yet, but he will undeniably be valuable in time. From his words, it seemed Orochimaru had set up an ambush without permission. He was allowed to occasionally attack ninja as long as he got approval. But never the Jinchuriki. Shinobi simply were not helpful to Leaf. No bloodlines or heirs had been part of their deal. They had never spoken of the Jinchuriki, but that was merely because it was obvious. But this was a clear violation. He had also had several patrols acting oddly. His Molder said an entire squad seemed to be significantly different. They had disappeared for 2 hours during their patrol. They had returned and been questioned and tested. They claimed to have pursued a cloud group they had run into. But even though they were cleared, his mole suspected they may be spies. Orochimaru may make one mistake in a great while but never two. He must have not cared if his movements were known. This suggested he was doing something that would antagonize him and something big enough to throw away subtly. There was only one thing he could see the snake playing risk for. The death of his former sensei, a man he now openly resented. Hiruzen Sarutobi may, in the next few hours, face an assassination attempt. He may not hold any genuine love for his old friend, but he has always been a net positive for the village. He might be soft now, but Danzo would not allow him to pay for his own crimes. However, when moving to save Hiruzen, he would likely be exposed in the process. The route must survive as well as Hiruzen for now. Despite himself, there were no suitable candidates. The council would elect Jiraiya, Tsunade, and perhaps even Kakashi. But they would all be poor replacements. Hiruzen was soft but no fool. And despite Danzo's detesting of him, he was powerful. The candidates besides him missed either the strength or wisdom. Unfortunately, despite his lifetime of politics, they were all likely to be elected over him. As such, he could not allow Hiruzen's death. He had already sent the remaining route to desert the village to escape prosecution. He had officially removed Tenten and Sai from employment. Sora would meet up with the other route wherever they set up. They would continue to operate with a new focus on Orochimaru. Sora had been his choice for a new leader. Strength-wise, he needed his more powerful or knowledgeable members for what he expected to be a brutal fight. So he needed someone loyal, and since his route may very well lead to the destruction of the leaf, he needed someone who wasn't entirely broken. Sora somehow managed to hold on to his humanity at the root. Perhaps with that, he would build a root to support the leaf that would not become the darkness they hid in. There was no time for regrets. Danzo, Fu, Torun, and the 10 more masked members all exited the base, which was buried in the ground. The group didn't bother covering the entrance, they would be brought into the light soon anyway. They took off towards the Hokage Manor. It was time to do as they always had done, fight the fight others simply couldn't see. XX. Hiruzen's Pav. An old man calmly painted an odd seal on the side of the Hokage Manor. He felt pity for the Hokage as he prepared their dual venture. However, as a former clan leader of the Uzumaki and a much older man who knew the world's harshness, Ashina had, after all, assisted in creating a village he had run. Only to be hidden, forced to watch his home be destroyed years later. Now, he would also allow the Hokage to go to the parish. Ashina may have been older than any man had any right to be, but he regretted it daily. He had initially hated the world when his clansmen died. He had come out of hiding to raise the earth of those who crushed the Uzumaki. But then he met Ikum. Ikum was unabashedly a cruel man. He had admitted to being the direct cause of the fall of the Uzumaki. Oh, how badly Ashina had tried to kill him, but Ikum merely defeated him and told him a story. Oh, what a story it had been. A look into what had become of his clansmen before their untimely demise. It had been a rough thing to hear. Such was the sin of his kin that he had sworn allegiance to Ikum as long as he finished what he had started. The ancient man hated himself somewhere deep down for betraying everything he had stood for. But he was a shinobi and a leader. Shinobi must be cold and unfeeling, willing to endure whatever awaited them. A leader was responsible for his men. As such, now that he knew what they had done, he would ensure it never came to be again. Ashina finished drawing his seal right as he felt several robust signatures approaching. He drew and slowly opened a scroll that pulled him in before poofing away. It was a shame he must help the end of a man of Hiruzen's caliber. But such was the price of protecting the sinful Uzumaki. Hiruzen felt a strong pulse of chakra that was unfamiliar to him. Instantly, 2 of the Anbu on guard duty of him appeared. Outside the room, he felt 8 Anbu escorting civilians out of the building while checking it for intruders. Hiruzen's guard was unique in the sense of how long they had guarded the old man. They were experienced, demanding, and knowledgeable. Hiruzen nods to his 2 guards. He removes his robe and exposes a black full-body suit and an armored headpiece. He and the guards approach the location of the signature as the others secure the building. As they exit to the outside, he sees Danzo and various Root Anbu standing outside and observing something on one of the walls. Danzo, what is the meaning of this? He called. This better not be someplace. Much worse, I'm afraid of my old friend. I have considerable reason to believe Orochimaru has some kind of assault on the leaf. Likely specifically targeted to you. We were here to ensure your safety and spotted an unknown assailant painting the seal behind you. Danzo explained calmly. Horse, check the seal and see if you can glean anything from it. Hiruzen barked in business mode. Interesting information indeed, old friend. I must ask, though, how would you know? Killing intent leaked from the older man. Danzo responded in kind, releasing his own. Despite the great tension in the air, both groups of Anbu seemed to be unaffected. As the rest of the Leaf Anbu assembled, they all prepared themselves for battle. For once, my old friend came to bear the truth. Danzo started diffusing the tension. I have dealt with Orochimaru since before you condemned the Root program. I did so because I did not believe in the village's ability to stop him. As such, I gave him allowances to control him. Perhaps killing him if the chance presented itself. Instead, it seems he has used this to move momentarily undetected. He will likely attempt to end your life tonight. You realize that amounts to treason, Danzo? Hiruzen angrily asked. Perhaps for men playing shinobi like you, Hiruzen. Everything I've done was in service of the leaf. Acts I must commit to maintain the peace we so enjoy. Do you think we can simply abandon the truth of shinobi? We can merely act only in light and maintain our safety. No, my men and I have traveled the darker path. We have done things for this village that you will never know. Danzo bit back angrily. So you deal with a serial killer. Is there no limit to the depravity you will commit? You now say you made a deal with the devil. Well, now he comes for his toll. Hiruzen said as he stomped forward, grabbing Danzo by the collar and holding him up casually. I have never claimed to be faultless. I am here to rectify my mistake. We shall lie in wait and finally kill the traitor. Then I will submit myself to your custody for my crimes, Dasno said calmly, seemingly unperturbed by Hiruzen's aggression. Hiruzen sighs as he lets Danzo go. Any idea what that seal does, horse? The Anbu merely shakes his head no at this. So when is this attack supposed to happen? Now, sensei, patience is a virtue. Orochimaru interrupted as Kimimaro, Gurren, and he faded through the wall of a nearby building. Besides, first, I have to set the stage. Ninja art. 1-point reversal barrier. As he said, a giant red cube formed around the building and the surrounding area. Several nearby Chunin tried to smash through either physically or with jutsu. The men who came into contact with the cube screamed and flew back, now in flames. The jutsu bounced at the Chunin, who fired and wiped them out. The 20 Anbu within the barrier immediately formed a formation of both leaders. Root and Leaf are now in sync. That's better now. We won't get any undue interference, sensei. But I must ask Danzo, do you truly wish to fight for Hiruzen? This pathetic village would likely elect you after sensei's demise, Kukukuku. I assure you they will never know of our deal. You went against the agreement, traitor, it was the only thing protecting you, Danzo stated plainly as he seemed to garner chakra. Now I'll achieve what Hiruzen couldn't when I kill you. Now Danzo, if the snake must die, it's only right, and I should do it. He is a sickness I allowed to grow. Hiruzen chimed in. Besides, I will deal with you after this. That is fine as long as one of us survives, Danzo replied coldly. Root, until this battle ends, you will cooperate with Leaf Anbu. How amusing. But you both die today. Orochimaru hissed as Kimimaro and Gurren charged forward. Both forming blades out of their preferred material. Kimimaro sped forward incredibly quickly. All the Anbu fired off various tools toward the man. 10 were rushing forward to match his charge, led by Torun. The rest, along with the Anbu and Fu, met Gurren's charge. This left the 3 leaders of various fractions to stand off. The chakra exuded makes the trees sway and leaves rise with their mere presence. Kimimaro's paw of Hokage Manor, Hidden Leaf Village. Kimimaro does not flinch as Kunai, Shuriken, and Senbon slam into him. The bones underneath deflect them, leaving only minor nicks in the skin that failed to even bleed. The force of the barrage did make him stumble for a mere instant. But against Anbu, this may as well be an eternity. Quickly, the men slide in, landing slashes, strikes, and even the odd jutsu. So quick, the barrage is that Kimimaro is helpless, and the barrage sends him flying into the building with a crash. He smashed through the wall, sending dust into the air. As the Anbu waited to see if he was down. Digital shrapnel, Kimimaro called as 10 small pieces of bone flew from his fingertips. Most of the Anbu dodged the attacks except for one. A fingertip catches him in the leg before another one pierces his throat. Kimimaro charged out from the building, seemingly unharmed by the barrage. Torun met his charge with 2 other Anbu. As they drew close, Kimimaro pulled a bone from his arm. Its shape and the way he held it was similar to a Tonto. He seemed to grow even faster for a second, as he called. Dance of the Camellia, he shouted as he thrust his crude weapon absurdly quickly. After images formed from his speed, it was difficult to predict how he was attacking. Torun dodges 2 before rolling out of the way. The first Anbu manages to deflect one but reacts to an afterimage, leaving him wide open. One thrust nailing him in the shoulder. Before Kimimaro could finish him off. The second Anbu strikes at Kimimaro without doing any notable damage and is wide open. He could merely call out in pain as he felt the blade piercing him multiple times. The Anbu flew back, and without a lull in motion, Kimimaro switched back to the first Anbu, looking to finish him off, but his thrust was cut off as Torun caught his hand. Kimimaro immediately pulled his hand back and leapt back, looking for space. Earth style. Flipping giant tile. 2 of the Anbu screamed as they slammed their palms into the ground. A large, square, solid patch of concrete flipped around as the Anbu all preemptively jumped back. Kimimaro caught off guard, gets caught by this, the tile falling with a massive thud, with the white-haired man trapped beneath it. The Anbu were calm, observing as the 2 weaved and pressed against the ground. Earth style. Earth compression jutsu. They called as they slammed their palms against the now square rock they had formed. It crunched as it seemed to sink lower. One of the Anbu signaled to the others he was alive. But before they could act on this information, the 2 Anbu resting after the jutsu could only widen their eyes as the white-haired man popped from the ground covered in bony spikes. His skin is now covered in black markings. He spun incredibly quickly, shredding the 2 Anbu as he landed. There were pieces of skin missing and bruising on his skin. But he seemed unaffected. He slowly climbed to his feet before a windmill shuriken flew toward the man coated in water. Kimimaro trusted his bones and held up his right wrist to block it. But he noticed some kind of purple coloring spreading down it. Before he could ponder this, the shuriken sliced right at the end of the coloring. Kimimaro's entire consciousness seemed to pulsate as the shuriken easily cut through his arm. Kimimaro held in a cry as he dodged various follow-up techniques. It must be the masked man. He had some kinda jutsu that could bypass his defenses. He couldn't afford to hold back against the remaining 6. He grunted as curse mark chakra filled his being. His skin and hair darkened to a gray. A tail formed on him with bony spikes on it. His back now had backward-facing ribs pointing out. His severed arm formed into a significant bone spike. Let me show you the true strength of Orochimaru. He spoke now fully transformed. Power means nothing to us. Your master and you will pay the price for these transgressions. Torun called out as the 6 Anbu charged what seemed to be a monster. Guren's Pav, Hokage Manor, Hidden Leaf Village. Fu and Guren traded strikes at high speeds. Guren occasionally fires off crystals at the surrounding Anbu and dodges strikes from them. Seemingly managing well despite the odds. Fu growled as he leapt back from an open hand slap. It may have seemed innocuous, but it appeared upon contact with a shinobi, she could encase them in crystal. She had only managed it once, but they couldn't afford to lose the number advantage. Even with Fu taking her head on and overs focusing on saves or potshots, she was somehow gaining ground. With each high-speed exchange, Fu had to play safely, not unlike sparring with Torun. But unlike Torun, the woman could fire off projectiles quickly and form a blade that held up to his tanto even when enhanced with chakra. This means that he may have escaped being crystallized but was getting cuts and strikes due to playing defensively. One of the Anbu did an obvious attempted backstab. Guren immediately crystallized him with a tap, but this left her wide open to a kick from Fu. The man does not flinch as his defensive jutsu gave the damage to one of the Anbu, the man becoming incased in crystal in his stead. She slid back from the powerful blow, and Fu quickly threw out a mid-sized puppet. It was black on one side and white on another and wielded a scythe. It quickly flew towards the down Guren. She merely sinks into the ground, ignoring the puppet before popping up and impaling an unaware Anbu behind Fu. She weaves her way around several attacks, but Fu once again catches her off guard, unleashing a powerful body punch to her and throwing her toward a group of 3 Anbu. Guren spits out blood and weaves hand signs during her flight. Crystal style. Crystal wheel. A revolving pink wheel appeared around Guren, causing her to fly even faster. The Anbu were helpless as the flying weaponized Guren bisected all 3. She spun in place and turned to face the remaining shinobi, panting a bit. Well, come on then, aren't any of you decent? To her annoyance, they barely reacted. Instead, they responded by firing various jutsu at her. Guren quickly weaved hand signs as she countered with her own jutsu. Crystal style. Jade Crystal Wall 8th Formation. A large crystal structure erupted quickly, filling the forest and uprooting trees. The Anbu managed to avoid the crystal form. Fu quickly charged forward and unleashed his own jutsu towards her. Water style. Water Bomb Jutsu. Guren merely faded into the crystal, grabbed Fu's ankles, and fused him into the crystal. Before she could finish him off, another Anbu appeared, kicking for her head. Guren attempted to grab the shinobi, but another one appeared, tripping her. Guren slid down as Fu weaved hand signs to summon another puppet. This one was similar to the last one, but it wielded a kunai. Guren weaved more hand signs as she fell towards an Anbu prepared to skewer her on her landing with his tanto. Guren merely spun in place and fired off her jutsu towards the man waiting to kill her when she landed. Crystal style. Crystal lance. The man barely had time to react as the large crystal lance pierced him from head to toe. Guren was unable to even release the jutsu before several kunai flew towards her, nicking her face and leg and managing to stab her shoulder. Before Fu could finish her off, a crystal encased her body. Kunai bounced off the material, and there was a kick from a female Anbu. She screamed as she was encased in crystal, and it shattered. The remaining 2 root shinobi of their group faced off against her fearlessly. Guren panted harshly as she regrouped and prepared to continue the battle. Fu was left guarded by 3 leaf Anbu, clearly realizing Fu was their best chance. A lesser man may have felt panicked about this situation. But she was slowing down, and they still had 5 bodies. They would likely defeat her. Fu thought. As he fired off more attacks with his puppet, the remaining Anbu charged forth, determined to slay the woman and protect their leaders. Hiruzen's Pav, Hokage Manor Roof, Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru, Hiruzen, and Danzo stood incredibly still, the air around them filling with killing intent. Danzo took a step back with a hand sign. You mind keeping him busy? Hiruzen merely nodded as he called out. Summoning jutsu. With a poof, a human-sized white-haired monkey appeared. It was garbed in an odd yellow sleeveless kimono with black stripes tied off with a red sash. Underneath was a gray bodysuit with mesh along the wrist. So it's finally time to put him down, Sarutobi. However, it seems you have company as well. Didn't think I'd see the day I'd see you 2 fight together again. Enma remarked as he quickly formed into the adamantine staff. For now, it's just us. Hiruzen called, pointing the staff towards Orochimaru's perch on the building across from them. Blazingly fast, the staff extends towards the Sannin, who manages to jump and land on it, regurgitating the sword of Kusanagi from his throat. He races down the staff itself. Enma shortened himself, robbing the snake of his footing. But Orochimaru merely spits his tongue around Hiruzen and reels himself in, preparing to violently cut the senior. But Hiruzen merely smiled as the staff in his hand grew, freeing him from the tongue and serving as a painful hard stop for Orochimaru, who bounced back after crashing into it. Hiruzen threw the staff towards Orochimaru, Emna quickly weaving hand signs and screaming. Adamantite prison. The monkey turned back into a staff, now with copies. The staff quickly formed a prison around the snake Sanin. As this was happening, Hiruzen below quickly formed his jutsu. Fire style. Fire dragon flame bullets. He roared as several flaming dragons formed, quickly flying through the air, all converging and striking the cage. Howls were heard before a small snake fell from it and attempted a strike at Hiruzen. The old man mercilessly stomps the snake, watching as it impossibly spits out Orochimaru, who quickly does his own strike. Fangs, in this case, are the mighty blade of Kusanagi. Hiruzen barely manages to dodge this, but before Orochimaru can capitalize on the off-balanced Hiruzen, he has to slither back as a blade of wind flies through the spot he has just been to. Wind style. Wind waves. Time is up, you treacherous snake. You should have killed Hiruzen while you had the chance. As he finishes, several more blades fly through the air toward the Sanin at incredible speed before the snake. Orochimaru manages several dodges, but before he can attempt to push up further, he hears. Fire style. Fire dragon bullet. It struck a blade close to Orochimaru that he had barely avoided. This results in a sizable fiery explosion that sends the Sanin flying with various burns. Prepared to die yet Orochimaru? Hiruzen asked as he and Danzo walked toward the downed man. Ha 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 kukuku ha ha. Orochimaru roared wildly, violently being interrupted with a choke. He then spat out himself. The spat out Orochimaru rises as the old one falls now hollow. Come now, sensei, you must know that wouldn't end me. Give me all you have, all your neat little tricks. He then threw his hand open with a wide smile. Of course, now that I'm closer than ever to perfection, I know you will not be able to kill me. Arrogant, Danzo noted. Hard to believe he's a pupil of mine, Hiruzen replied. Always had a way to make death slip. I've seen many healing techniques that are all run by chakra. Kill him enough times, and it'll stick. Danzo stated simply. Couldn't have said it better myself. Hiruzen acknowledged. The men all charged forward, murder in their eyes. Kimamaro's Pav, Hokage Manor, Hidden Leaf Village. Torun dodged the large bone drill narrowly, and he tapped the now monstrous shinobi on one of his spikes. He had been aiming for his back, but even slowed down, Kimamaro was much too quick. Kimamaro, feeling the contact, spins violently and quickly manages to remove some of the insects, yet they had done some damage as a spike off his back fell off. Before the man could charge towards the Torun, he was hit by a water dragon. This does no damage to the powerful man, but it does stumble him. Before he could even regain his balance, a large earthly spike slammed into him, shattering on contact. This managed to send the man flying. An Anbu attempted to follow this up with a giant slash of a katana, but it shattered upon Kimamaro's tough bones. Kimamaro mercilessly impaled the man with the spear. He tossed the corpse towards the group. Torun and two Anbu dived to one side and two on the other. Before the other two can recover, Kimamaro lands, crushing them both. The last three Anbu stood opposed to the monstrous Kimamaro. Are you all prepared to die? He asked calmly. I was hoping to avoid this strategy due to the likelihood of all parties dying. But it seems unavoidable for now. Torun whispered quietly. Are you both root? They both nod and confirm. Excellent, we shall do 3 staged fake-outs. Full commitment. They nod as the 3 charges brazenly. Kimamaro quickly thrust into the first man, who slammed his palm into the ground, raising a mud wall. The spike easily pierced this wall and the man behind it. However, the man offered a bloody smile as chains wrapped around the spike impaling him. Kimamaro attempted to remove the spike from the first body, but the mud wall had hardened to the spike wedging it. The chains wrapped around him limited his mobility, seemingly being no normal chains. Torun quickly appeared from below the ground, hugging Kimamaro with his shirt off. His skin is simply purple, and even as he hugs the man, he is impaled by various spikes protruding from Kimamaro's front. The third Anbu wielding the chains rushed forward, wrapping a bundle of chains around the throat of Kimamaro, attempting to strangle him. Kimamaro grunted in pain as the purple substance ate at his hard bones and skin slowly. This is my parasitic destruction insect technique. My body is inhabited by nano-sized insects, capable of destroying organic matter at a cellular level. With this level of contact, your death is assured and will be quite painful. Torun offered as he strained to hold Kimamaro back. I see quite the dangerous technique. Forgive me, but I cannot allow you to leave here. I serve my master and cannot allow a threat to him. Prepare yourself. My final dance is a violent one. Dance of the seedling fern. Quicky 100 large bone spikes emerged, impaling Torun, and the final Anbu violent but just as quickly stopping. The last unnamed Anbu had been pierced through the head, dying instantly. Torun had been pierced throughout his body. But he had managed to avoid a lethal strike. He pulled himself off the bone spikes, falling to the ground in between the bones. Kimamaro emerges next to Torun, falling out of the bone and landing on the ground next to Torun face down. Torun had holes throughout his body. The man is now missing his left leg. The front of Kimimaro seemed to be almost melting now, completely purple and slowly caving in. Don't worry, Master. Don't worry, Master. The two dying men met eyes and smiled. Kindred spirits in one way or another. They were men who had been sold on a dream headed by their leader. It was their purpose, the legacy they would leave behind. Death was nothing to fear here. At least we achieved your final order. They said as one. Both men had been manipulated and abused for years. Treated as tools, they had never lived a traditional life. And yet they were both thankful as they died. Happy to have served their respective masters on the way out. As a formerly proud commanding officer of the Sound Village, Gurren was inherently aware that she was valuable. So inherently helpful, he had not even bothered to brand her with the cursed seal. She was powerful enough on her merit, rivaling the likes of Kimimaro even with the seal. Oh, she was no fool. Her master was a cruel one. Her death would likely be at his hands or due to his betrayal. Her use only made the prospect of her ever leaving him unacceptable. She was well aware of this, but she had no choice. She had been a rare one for the Sound. She had been loyal, honest, and dedicated. The rest tended to be more mercenary. There was an exception. Kimimaro had always been the most faithful. Zetsu, now ingrained with their master due to the loss of his own, was equally as loyal. The man seemed to not have anything. Almost a pet at this point, though she doubted he realized that. Kabuto seemed loyal in some ways, but his raw intelligence and cruel mind made it hard to tell. Yet Gurren now could not claim to be as loyal as he thought. It had begun when she had fallen into a depression once Orochimaru had deemed her ill-fit to be a vessel. The despair ate at her. She had failed at one task in life. She had taken to wandering a bit. Attempting to discover purpose, she found it, of course. She had discovered a young man she had become attached to. Yukimaru, as he had been named, was a sickly, mild boy. Likely to die young and yet so hopeful. He saw the good in life even when surrounded by the bad. He had given meaning to her life that not even her master could provide. Perhaps it had been the want to right the wrongs she had suffered. To give someone the life she never had a chance to live. However, Orochimaru discovered Yukimaru, and discovered a power within him, one that the man saw as a threat. Gurren had sworn Yukimaru's usefulness and loyalty. It mattered little, for the second her master realized there was a threat to his power. Well, he had taken care of it. Of course, it was not himself. Kabuto had been the one to kill him. From the grisly sight of the remains, he had done so violently as a statement as much as to hurt her. Gurren had nearly killed Kabuto before he had arrived. She was so angry and broken that she prepared to strike down her master even. But he had merely chuckled at her rage, offering her a deal he seemed so sure she would accept. If she had spent 10 years of absolute servitude to Orochimaru, she would have gotten to see Yukimaru again. She had insisted Kabuto be removed due to her murderous rage when faced with the man. Her master had sent him away. However, Gurren thought he had done this to avoid losing one of his two most valuable pawns. He claimed he could resurrect him. Gurren was no fool. She had demanded proof of the claim. He had chuckled at her, killed a nearby grunt, and did as asked. Gurren had almost cried seeing him again. He may not be blood, but he was her son. Yet ever the cruel man, Orochimaru had dispelled the technique coldly, removing her son from the corpse. And in spoken threat, even if she earned her son he could take him away. Gurren had little option, though she knew something would snap one day. She knew he was playing her and that he would likely extend the servitude, but she had little else to hope for. A majority of her life had been dedicated to Orochimaru. Even now, it was all she knew. Her only escape had been Yukimaru, and he had killed him. He also was the only way the woman would see him again. So, as Gurren saw it, she would obey either until death or Yukimaru's return. She hated her choice at the moment. Anbu were powerful in their own right, but she had shredded whole squads before. Yet now they stood her ground with her. It seemed the leaf had increased its power in the peaceful age they enjoyed. She ducked under the wind blade of one Anbu and avoided the fire-coated blade of the other. Her armor was great for ignoring the kunai fired from the small puppet above where the trapped Fu was. But the two Anbu had summoned blade techniques that were problematic and made the armor a burden now. The wind blade simply was so refined it could slice through it. The flame was simply so hot it would burn her inside it. Not to mention, she had to be careful to avoid them clashing near her. It would indeed cause a sizable explosion. As she stepped back to avoid another slash from the duo, she felt her foot trip over something. Her eyes widened as she fell. What did I? Her eyes saw a kunai stabbed into the ground. So that was why he kept firing those. They weren't attacks but a setup. As she fell, the two Anbu closed their swords, trying to match their blades as they cut into her. But she merely weaved one hand desperately. Crystal style. Pentagonal prison. She called as crystal welled below her before flying upwards absurdly quickly. All three shinobi were crystallized as trapped in the frame. Fu panted harshly as he dispelled his puppet. The man coldly examined the crystal structure below and looked for movement. He couldn't see into it from his angle above it, but knew motion would be apparent. He waited a full minute before he let his guard down, as he expected Gurren may have a way out. He would likely be unable to stop her if she was still in play, but he had planned to explode a series of explosive tags sewn into his clothing. It would certainly kill him, but it would be well worth it to stop her from helping her master. He then gripped his tanto harshly as he prepared to free himself from the crystal. He lacked enough chakra to attempt to shatter the crystal, but needed to be freed to report to Danzo. He robotically swung the tanto into his ankle. The first strike cleaved through the bones but failed to cut entirely his own limb. This shifted his weight enough that with a painful crack, his still attached and trapped ankle shattered against the weight. He felt tears fill his eyes but calmly cut the other one with an odd strike. He fell through the air toward the ground. The man flowed his remaining chakra through his body to survive the fall before the crystal he dropped next to suddenly extended out. Fu barely felt much but pressure. But his body trained to ignore the pain. Instead, he focused on the events he was subjected to. He saw the crystal had caved in his chest, cutting and crushing as it grew through the shinobi. He finally let out a gasp of pain as Gurren seemed to grow out of the crystal that had impaled the man. She stood on the tip, looking down at the dying man with some level of pity. They had both served in their life. Both had been dutiful servants hoping to gain the world from a master who seemed to have it. Yet this servant was no more. He would likely be remembered for only his failure. Danzo could be just as unforgiving as her own. Was there ever, honestly, a difference between the two? The man had met death willingly as if he did not fear the end. Yet Gurren feared dying. She had experienced happiness and selfishly longed for it again. Perhaps she was not a good servant. Deep down, she wished to be free of her service. As she prepared to walk away, she passed two of the dead Anbu. Gurren's eyes widened as she realized there was no crystal on them. As she turned, the two thrust tanto into her stomach. She coughed blood onto the two, gripping their wrist and crystallizing them both. She swore the two smiled even as they were engulfed. She stumbled back, obviously wounded harshly. She lowered herself to her knees as she gripped both tanto. With a cold efficiency, she ripped both out. Splatters of blood fell as the blades left her body. The pain was immense. Only her experience saved her from passing out. She then pressed her hands to the wounds, filling them with crystal. Indeed rudimentary, but it would keep her alive for now. She panted as she eyed the field. She heard a crash as her master fought the two powerful old men even now. She couldn't hear Kimimaro, but doubtless the machine was soon to be done. If she were to leave, it would be a clean escape. She knew Orochimaru would never give her Yukimaru. Merely wished to keep her working until she was useless. She should seek a new purpose. She looked down at her blood. She rested both tanto and her hair tie there. Orochimaru would likely realize eventually she was alive, but it would fool him for at least the day. She flinched as she felt a crazy boom as her comrades fought valiantly. What am I even doing? Her mind raced. She wasn't sure. That was a new way to live. Without even checking on her comrades, she phased into the earth. She would wait for an opening and escape. Orochimaru's Pav, Hokage Manor, Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru had always been told he had an ego problem. Something that he had always resented. It suggested his self-image was inaccurate. Time and time again, he proved himself to be superior to his peers. Others always seemed to find flaws in him, but they were either jealous or blind. They always had nitpicked his personality and morality, all while ignoring his genius and innate talent. Of course Orochimaru had spent his career as a leaf shinobi achieving greatness. Both his mind and power had grown to be feared. He had thought they would surely give him the role of Kage. Especially since it was his own sensei retiring. It would restrict him in some ways, but in others, it held possibilities. Enough to where Hiruzen had warned him of his consideration, he had deemed he would accept it. It only fits a man such as himself, after all. He had always pondered the idea of running a village. But the damned bastard had been given the role. He was from no prominent clan. He was taught by the damned toad fool even. Yet he had grown at astounding speed, and unlike Orochimaru had been seen for it. Despite his young age, he was enough to be considered for the role. To be given it over him, Orochimaru initially had been foolish enough to think his experience would win him it. After all, with age came wisdom. In the Third Shinobi War, Minato shattered his confidence. It had been yet another reason to leave the leaf. Minato had done something even the snake would begrudgingly admit was astounding however. A stone shinobi army approached, and their large size and straight path made it clear. They intended a direct assault on the leaf amid the global war that was the Third Shinobi World War. Engagements with both the Cloud and Mist had left them wide open. Minato Namikaze, upon hearing this intel, had made a simple request. He wanted to launch a solo assault on them. Orochimaru had been on leave and, upon hearing the bastard's request, refused to offer his aid. Why should he interfere if the man wanted to perish and give him the position for free? Orochimaru flinched as Hiruzen's staff crushed 3 of his ribs. He quickly spat himself from the now hollow body. His unique ability to heal has always proved useful. As he flew from the old body, he lunged forward, attempting to crush his attacker's throat with his bare hands. Infuriating, he was batted back by the cane of Danzo. As he flew away, Hiruzen took advantage of the opportunity to attack him. Ninja Art. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Orochimaru hissed as he slid through the kunai, weaving hand signs. He allowed several large snakes to crawl towards the older men. Hiruzen immediately roasted them with a basic fire jutsu, but this instant was enough for Orochimaru to roar gleefully. Wind Style. Great Wind Breakthrough. A sudden, strong gust of wind sent the two men flying back towards the barrier. Their flight boosted even further by the explosion of fire and wind nature chakra. Orochimaru's mind raced as he cackled at the two men's potential death. It had been foolish looking back on it. Of course the fools of the leaf had chosen the man, he was flashy and heroic. Minato was absurdly powerful with the jutsu he used. Instant teleportation and an absurdly powerful technique labeled the Rasengan. It had made him into an avatar of death. Orochimaru had thought he was too naive and weak to use it to his fullest potential. Yet the man had slaughtered the army single-handedly. The returning rock shinobi had spoken of horror stories of blonde men killing squads nearly instantly. His promotion had been assured with the accolade and his bingo book entry being updated to a flea on sight. Orochimaru may have been disloyal to some degree, but it was shockingly painful to lose what he thought was a sure race. He had been filled with rage. Arranged various troubles for Minato. But the man seemed near flawless. He countered any problem quickly and efficiently. So, instead, he shifted to easier targets. Anything to pursue his greatness and purge his festering jealousy. His experiments had always been done on bandits before. Harmless blights to society would hardly be missed after all. But the rage had influenced him in strange ways. Soon, he started to use civilians for experiments. The experiments before had been cruel, for sure. But a necessary, cruel, logical one. These were still scientific, but his hatred shined in the new inhumane ways he went about testing his new hypothesis. But while in the employ of the village, his hatred merely grew, it had multiplied. He had always been confused by the loyalty displayed by Tsunade and Jiraiya. The three of them were rewarded for their remarkable talent by the type of missions they didn't expect survivors from. They had overcome the challenges, but Orochimaru knew he was being used. It simply was infuriating when he was superior to them all. They would use the three of them to solve all their problems before their untimely demise. He needed to strike back, and strike back he did. His subjects soon shifted to shinobi. He would randomly arrange for the death of shinobi. Then, take them after their supposed death. Soon, it was no longer even science. Cruelties done for his own amusement. The Uchiha were his most aggressive of betrayals. The men seemed sure to hit the barrier before Hiruzen's staff grew enormous, knocking them away from the barrier in the last instant. Orochimaru frowned as Danzo signed as the two of them landed. He breathed in deeply before spitting out mini balls of wind. Orochimaru deflected one with Kusanagi and was knocked off balance. He managed to weave around the next, then dropped to his back. But he was shocked when Hiruzen was above him. Holding on to the end of his staff, he weaved hand signs with a smile. I'm glad you're so durable, my pupil. It allows me to install you with so many lessons. Lightning Style. Lightning Quake Flash. Hiruzen called with a smile as his hands fired off a bundle of lightning. Orochimaru grunted in pain as the lighting smashed him into the ground while shocking him violently. Orochimaru prepared to swap his body as his skin turned black. But his eyes widened when he couldn't. On his shirt lay a seal of some kind. Danzo had bonded a seal to his body. Until he removed it, it seemed he would be unable to heal. Before the snake could counter this, Hiruzen slammed his enlarged staff viciously, crushing him even further. The staff then turned back into Emna, who ground and pounded into the Sannin viciously. Each strike embedding him further into the ground. He then threw him into the air. Orochimaru furiously flexed his chakra at the seal as Danzo looked to finish him off. In the next life, I hope you learn loyalty, scum. Wind Style. Vacuum Serial Waves. Several large waves of wind flew from Danzo's mouth, cutting Orochimaru into pieces. There was silence as they waited for Orochimaru to rise. 7 long seconds went by before they relaxed. Arrogant fools. Orochimaru appeared behind Danzo, who barely manages to duck the blade to the back of his head. So close a call the sword grazed his skull, blood flowing down to cover his face. Orochimaru pursued after him, ducking a long-range thrust from Hiruzen's staff and attempting to slice Danzo in two. But the advanced aged man managed to stumble back, only receiving a minor cut on his torso. Hiruzen flew in as the staff shrunk and landed a bone-crushing knee to Orochimaru's face, sending the man sliding back bonelessly. The two merely seemed to stretch as the man spat himself out yet again, now panting harshly. Sarutobi, if you need me to take point with your pitiful stamina. I, of course, understand. Danzo stated as he subtly signaled he was at 65% of the chakra reserve left. Hiruzen laughed merrily as he signaled back 55. You underestimate me, old friend. I feel young teaching my students again. Hiruzen countered with false merry. A comedian is always sensei. Orochimaru hissed. You grow arrogant with age, old man. Without the other fossil here, you'd be dead already. I assumed you taught him shinobi don't make excuses. Danzo asked. He's my problem child. Jiraiya. Clown. Tsunade. Bit of a brat, honestly. So you do know. I find it best to pretend not to. Orochimaru growled at this. The rage filled him yet again. Even now, he was being overlooked. His mind reminisced even as his anger grew. The Uchiha was a bit much, he would admit. Danzo, while cooperating with him, investigated. Someone had manipulated the Uchiha, he reasoned. Someone of considerable power and weight. Blatantly admitted to trying to do the same with Itachi and Shisui Uchiha for a similar goal. Yet someone else had set him up. Hiruzen believed it was some odd play to claim innocence from Danzo. But Danzo had known the truth. Orochimaru had arranged for the Uchiha to attempt a coup. Then leaked the knowledge to Hiruzen afterwards. They had all met in secret and decided to jail them. At first, Orochimaru merely did it blindly, looking to hurt the leaf as they had to him. But his mind, as always, had found another route. He, even more than wanting greatness, sought knowledge. Primarily with jutsu, though, any chakra-related phenomena often worked. In the chaos of crushing the Uchiha, he had managed to gain several Sharingan. He had considered using them, but Kakashi Hatake was a prime example of their price. So, for now, he sat upon them. Orochimaru had to accept the truth. Jutsu is a beautiful and flexible art. But it simply wasn't enough to gain the knowledge he yearned for. So, he had turned to science. Inspired by the soldier pill and the Akamichi's unique pills, he sought to make a steroid to increase his power. He developed many, but most simply did not seem worth the trouble of being used in combat. Until he met Ikum. The man was arrogant and murderous. But with his unique knowledge, Orochimaru had finally developed a combat steroid. He then had Ikum offer it to any traitorous leaf he could find. Easy enough with a village as broken as that. Mizuki had been an excellent choice. Just average is sufficient to get a feel for the drug. And the man had held off 3 genin near his original level alone. He assumed the gateboy probably finished him off. An intriguing technique but not worth the cost, even for him. Once he had received the body, improvements had been made. Before, Mizuki had somewhat lost his mind. It took some tweaking, but now his cursed energy shot is ready. Losing the only noticeable flaws. Well done. I see why you're both considered legends. You always did warn me, sensei, that my arrogance may very well become my downfall. I suppose in that sense, you did teach me something, kukukuku. Orochimaru spoke in between his pants. Clearly, near the end of his rope from the sustained assault of his elders, he suddenly drew a syringe that both men recognized. They both rushed forward, hoping to stop him from injecting the drug. The syringe injected the serum into the Sannin before either could stop it. The swell of chakra stopped them in their tracks. Enma quickly jumped into Hiruzen's hands as a staff as Danzo fired off shuriken. Both are nearly instantly recovering from their momentarily flinching at the chakra level of the Sannin now. Orochimaru cackled as he dropped Kusanagi and rushed the two. Danzo attempted to jump back and fire off a jutsu, but Orochimaru appeared behind him, kicking him into the ground so hard it created a hole. My physical enhancements are quite thrilling, kukuku. He caught a staff thrust that now seemed slow and pulled Hiruzen in. Enma, being the clever bastard, was reformed into monkey form and pulled the Sannin into a full Nelson. Hiruzen rushed forward with murder in his eyes. Orochimaru smirked as he flexed out of the Nelson and kicked Enma across the clearing. Hiruzen fired in with a jumping roundhouse that Orochimaru caught and slammed the man into the ground. Sealing with one hand, he prepared to finish him off before dodging a windball. His eyes flicked to the barely standing Danzo. He smirked as he shifted towards him, firing off with glee, ninja art, sound wave. He called as a powerful blast of sound fired toward Danzo. It tore through his body with ease, destroying his robe and showing off a discolored arm. Before either could even react, Danzo seemed to reform. It was as if an illusion had faded and revealed a healed Danzo, though his robe was still torn. Both men were stunned into silence as Danzo's arm revealed pale skin that seemed to almost glow at night. With 9 open, Sharingan glared from the man's arm. The 10th one was slowly closing as he fired off a jutsu. So shocked was the Sannin that he barely dodged this before he shot off. Wanting to crush the annoyances with his own hands. Before he could break Danzo's neck, Hiruzen somehow appeared in between with a grimace. Obviously somewhat exhausted from the long bout of combat. Earth style. Mud wall. A large wall appeared, and Orochimaru painfully flew through it. This led to a monstrous haymaker from Enma, sending him flying back and slamming into the remnants of Hokage Manor with a crunch of bone. He hatefully spat himself out and glared at the two. The two stared back, tensing, before Orochimaru merely smiled. Hiruzen had no time to react as Manda burst from the ground, biting the old man in half. Another of Danzo's Sharingan closed as Hiruzen formed back. Hirsuan seemed surprised but quickly fired off another jutsu at Manda. Wind style. Fujin's Fang. A large tooth-shaped gust of wind formed, slamming through the large snake. Manda screamed in pain as he poofed away. Hiruzen ducked as he dodged a kunai thrown from his former student, watching in horror as Danzo was beheaded by the absurdly quick-flying Kusanagi. But once again, Danzo reformed a little bit away from his death and stabbed the Sannin from behind. Orochimaru spits out yet another body for himself. But he was fatigued. He jumped back, staring intensely. Yet he smiled still. So the rumors were true. Kukuku. The Uchiha truly did have a technique capable of rewriting reality itself. He roared happily. When I kill the two of you, I will learn it for myself. Izanagi. It allows a user of the Sharingan to rewrite reality for a time. In my case, I rewrite each death you cause. Danzo stated simply. Hiruzen stood with him but was infuriated by the revelation. If you want sensei, I'll let you kill him before I kill you, Orochimaru said with a wide smile. Hiruzen obviously felt some way about the technique. It would only serve his purposes if the two turned against each other. Danzo will pay for his crimes, make no mistake. But that will be after you receive punishment. Hiruzen shouted and focused on the snake. In truth, he was exhausted. Danzo's trick gave them an edge. Oh, Danzo, you think I haven't heard of a technique as fascinating as Izanagi? Orochimaru taunted. You can use it for a few seconds to control reality at the cost of your eye's sight and a massive amount of chakra. The extra eyes in your arms, you're spamming it using extra eyes. Each use costs you 1 eye. I imagine you have 7 more uses. Kukukuku. I see I wasn't the only one who benefited in tragedy. Correct. Using this benefit, I'll aid the leaf by writing the end of your story. Danzo screamed defiantly. He went to weave hand signs as Hiruzen charged forward to close the distance. But with the amp, the drugged Orochimaru merely met Hiruzen's charge with a smile. He slammed an uppercut into Hiruzen's chin. The old man stumbled back open for a leg kick. Kusanagi, still moving on its own, pierced through Danzo's heart. But Danzo faded once again, now above Orochimaru, already finishing a jutsu. Wind style. Great wind breakthrough. The stolen technique slammed the snake into the ground hard. Before the snake could escape, another flame dragon slammed into the wind, holding him down and causing a massive explosion. Hiruzen and Danzo both jumped back, landing on the small amount of Hokage mana that still stood from the 3 destructive battles. Looking down as the smoke cleared, they could hear the snake still heaving himself out. So both barely reacted as the snake crushed both their throats from behind. A simple clone, he taunted. The two faded above, unleashing crushing kicks to the snake's skull, sending the Sannin flying through the building and collapsing it on top of him. The two landed on top of the rubble. To see the other 2 battles had concluded. None of their men were standing. Neither were the Orochimarus. It seems your little Anbu has gotten better. I never expected they'd manage to kill my favorites. Orochimaru screamed angrily as he flew through hand signs. The 2 older men attempted to move but stumbled and fell to their knees. They had nothing left, and the snake seemed to be going strong. But you can't keep up anymore. Fire style. Great blaze ball. An absurdly large fireball flew toward the 2, incinerating them where they stood. Orochimaru flinched as he realized the illusion. Foolish to think the Sharingan was merely for one purpose. With them, I can wield genjutsu to fool even the likes of you. Danzo whispered as Orochimaru felt a kunai where his heart would be. Danzo sent wind chakra into the blade and bisected the Sannin. Orochimaru flew out of the mouth of the top half. But this achieved little as Hiruzen's staff again slammed into him in giant form, crushing him. He threw the staff back hard enough to send it flying. Before either old man could react, snakes bit into their ankles, holding them in place as Orochimaru beheaded both. They faded back in behind him, and without missing a beat, he cut them both as they faded in, bisecting both. They then fade in from above. But snakes flew from the Sannin and bit into the men, pumping them full of venom. They then slammed the men down as Orochimaru walked forward and checked Danzo's arm to see all the Sharingans closed. Excellent. Paralyzed by my lovely snakes and out of fight. That can only mean this pathetic battle is over. Anything to say? Perhaps a preference on who dies first? Orochimaru asked gleefully. Curse you, Orochimaru. I should have killed you when I had the sea. Hiruzen began to roar. However, Kusanagi sliced through his lower jaw before he could, ending his statement with a sickening crunch and splat. Hiruzen, to his credit, didn't beg nor attempt to scream as his face fell apart. Nearly flinch as Orochimaru stabbed him repeatedly and viciously, twisting the blade after stabbing into his heart. Hirsuan died silently with a tired sigh. Tragic truly, Kukuku. Any words for you, Danzo? Orochimaru asked as he raised the blade over his head. Danzo merely offered a small smile. Today will be yet another failure for you, Orochimaru. The Sannin smiled back before viciously hacking the man relentlessly, chopping him into small pieces, and coating himself in blood in the process. He rose from his work with a smile. Looking around, he saw multiple ninjas attempting to bypass the barrier angrily. How cute they were. In this form, he could slaughter a lot of them very well. But he had achieved his goal. This should stop them from bothering Ikam and himself for a while. He shifted his eyes, looking for signs of his subordinates. Kimimaro, or what was left of him, was left smiling next to an Anbu member. He frowned at this, unsure what to smile about in failure. Guren's scene was odd. Plenty of dead Anbu, and he could smell her blood. Perhaps her body had been destroyed. He sunk into the ground as the barrier started to fade. Losing them both was unfortunate, but he had replacements in mind. It may be time to recall Kabuto. With roars of anger and despair, the Sannin escaped this battlefield, unaware his subordinate did as well. Various shinobi rushed into the bloody scene as the barrier disappeared. Screaming and sobs were heard as they realized they had lost both legends. Some went off hoping to find the Sannin and avenge their cage. Others lost to grief simply shouted, cried, raged, or some form of all three. Others seemed stunned. But before any decisions could be made, the two men's bodies seemed to disappear. In their place were the tired but alive bodies of both. The various shinobi immediately celebrated the pleasant surprise. Thanks for the chakra Sarutobi. I didn't have enough to pull off a Koto Amatsuki to convince him of our death without it. Shame to lose 9 Sharingan in one day, but necessary in this case. Danzo commented. The bandages were removed from his face, now revealing a blind Sharingan. You realize you will be facing significant charges for this? Hiruzen asked, standing next to the man. I made the mistake, and I am prepared to pay for it, Danzo answered simply. You'll find most of the root gone, though. I may not be necessary to the future of the leaf, but the root is. Hopefully, they'll learn from my mistakes. You won't face death, my old friend. Not after this, but you will be imprisoned immediately. And any who have left the leaf will be treated as traitors. Hiruzen yelled as he stood. His eyes were focused, but the pain was in his eyes. This will be indefinite for the charge of treason. The crowd of shinobi hesitated before several restrained Danzo. I want all clan heads and civilian members of the council in for a meeting yesterday. The men hustled off, eager to help now that they knew they were fine. Hiruzen watched sadly as Danzo was escorted away. He knew he was within his right. But as always, his old friend left him feeling conflicted. Working with the snake, then betraying him to no personal benefit. What are you thinking, old friend? He asked out loud, silently wishing for the wisdom many have credited him with. Naruto groaned tiredly as he woke up, confused as to when he had fallen asleep. His eyes were facing the sky, and his entire body ached deeply, more so than he was used to. He could earnestly say he had never been as tired as now. But he was glad to see he was alive. His mind seemed to finally catch up, the tired fog cleared in an instant. The thoughts of the battle previously held snapped into his mind. He attempted to race up to his feet but realized he couldn't move. His mind raced as he figured he was somehow restrained. His attack had failed, and the man must have taken him. He once again attempted to move, but his body was numb. Drugged. The captors had drugged him then. He wasn't in a building based on the moving outside sky. It was moving. He must be in the process of being carried away. Ino. Neji. Kakashi. Where are you? Are you okay? Some creep is carrying me off. Naruto roared as he desperately attempted to move any part of his body. Hey bastard, don't make any assumptions. Especially when Yaos is talking about the boss. At least if ya know what's good for ya. A gravelly voice responded. Naruto's eyes widened considerably as he realized he wasn't alone. Yet the voice didn't sound like the giant sword guy. His willpower allowed him to move his head to the side to stare at the man. He had short, red, buzzed hair. His eyes were green and heavy, underlined by bags. His features were sharp, sticking out amidst a flurry of freckles. A lit cigarette rested in his mouth, the man puffing repeatedly with no hands. He wore a kimono left undone tied at his waist, and his upper body was covered in bandages. On his wrist was a scroll wrapped around it so the blank side was exposed, showing a small seal in the center. Bastard, don't ya know it's rude to not answer? He started angrily, drawing a dagger from the kimono as he approached the blonde. Naruto was helpless as the man lowered the point to his throat. Screw you, bastard. Where are you taking me? Naruto demanded defiantly. The man chuckled at Naruto's counter with his own tick. I like your spunk, ya bastard. He countered happily. Ya can relax though, boss saved the lot of Yaos. Personally, I don't care much about shinobi, bunch of entitled hypocrites in my opinion. Would have probably let the bunch of Yaos die. But the boss says we gotta help out the leaf. So here we are. He flicked the tiny bit of cigarette off the white surface they stood on. He draws another from the scroll on his wrist and lights it with his finger. The boss told me to come grab her and Yaos. So I brought the manager to get Yaos home safe and sound. Manager. Boss? Naruto asked, confused by the strange smoking man. The hell was he talking about? Why was he talking this way? Where the hell was the others? She did mention you were unconscious. Shame you missed what was sure to be an epic ass kicking. Well, at least Yaos had the honor of being saved by the big boss Tsunade. I'm the number 2 man of said greatness, Des the smoker. Your everyday thug, he said with a smirk. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard the name of their savior. He may have never been a book nerd, but there weren't many female shinobi as renowned as Slug Sanin Tsunade. Wait, so who's the manager? That would be me, young sir. A female voice quietly interjected. Naruto and Des both turned to see a basketball-sized slug on the ground facing them. Ma'am. Des dropped so quickly to the ground that his cigarette went out. Naruto merely raised an eyebrow at this, shocked at the man's reaction. Your manager is a tiny slug? He asked, confused. Is it like a all-knowing sensei or something? I am indeed a slug, though I doubt many would call me tiny. I am named Katsuyu. This is merely a small portion of myself, used for current communication with you. The rest of me is currently carrying you and your friends. You're actually writing another section of myself. Katsuyu explained. What do you mean? Naruto asked. If you'd like, Des, show him. It will be a bit simpler than explaining. Katsuyu asked, the slug's tone somehow polite and demanding. Right away, ma'am. Des hollered, jumping up, picking up Naruto with both arms and holding him over his head. Put me down, you. Naruto was stunned into silence as he saw where he was. The team was riding on a glamorous white slug with 3 blue stripes on its back. It was quickly the size of a large mountain sliding through the forest they had traveled through to arrive at the mission. The slug looked fairly innocuous except for its ability to crush trees beneath it with no complaint. He had heard about summoning creatures. Even the tale of Katsuyu, the acidic slug known to be in the service of Tsunade. But the stories and reports did not do it justice. Something like this could destroy villages. His eyes strained as he looked for his friends. Further up the slug, Ino and Neji were resting, both sitting up and awake. Kakashi was there too but, unlike the others, was unconscious. Thank God. I was worried about them. Are they hurt? Naruto asked as he finally relaxed a bit. Well, Yaos all had been thoroughly beat down by the time boss ran off the bastards, Des added as he held the blonde. Time to put you down. Hold on, at least bring me to my friends. Naruto hollered as it looked like Des prepared to slam him. No way in hell, ya dirty shinobi bastard. Des, please help the boy. Katsuyu interferes softly. Damn it, yes, ma'am. He said grumpily as he continued carrying the immobile blonde. Now, walking him over to them as the miniature Katsuyu faded into the original. Y'all lucky the manager is so kind. Whatever, bastard, Naruto replied with a smug grin. He expected a poor reaction from the temperamental man, but he merely dryly chuckled instead. Not bad, brat. But that's my word. Ya, absolute bastard. Des replied as he threw the blonde savagely into the resting Ino and Neji. The 3 turned to a ball of limbs as their instincts failed them in their exhausted bodies. They managed to untangle in a few minutes, all 3 glaring at Des. The man merely smiled as he walked towards the back of the slug. Joining Tsunade, standing on the back, seemingly prepared for some unseen ambush. Naruto, you're okay. I'm so glad. I didn't think we'd make it. Ino called as she hugged the prone blonde. Holding him close, she whispered, we must discuss what you did. But I'm going to let it go for now. I'm simply too happy we're all okay. She almost cried before letting go of the blonde and sitting back, seemingly allowing Neji some chance. Naruto, I'm sorry, he said, simply looking down, ashamed. Before, I had failed you both as comrades simply due to my arrogance. Now, I fail due to incompetence. I left Ino to battle a Junin on her own. Arrive after you have been beaten down. I just want to be shut down as if I'm nothing. I'm supposed to be some genius, yet I'm nothing more than an arrogant failure. Neji, I'm sorry, too, Naruto. If it wasn't for you getting back up, we would have all died, Ino said dejectedly. Naruto felt lost for a moment before he smiled slightly. I guess we're all failures then, huh? Neji and Ino both stared back, stunned before Ino smiled back. We'll have to work harder to make sure next time that bastard comes, we can kick his ass. Ino is now fired up. She didn't truly feel better but recognized that Naruto was attempting to uplift them. Neji looked confused by the two before he gave an exhausted smile. I suppose that is logical, if not a bit simple, Neji added. The 3 then grew silent. It wasn't necessarily awkward, there was more tension in the air. All 3 young adults seemed to be inside their minds. I don't know how to go about this sensitively. But I can't stop thinking about it. Naruto broke the silence. What do you mean, Blondie? Ino asked. I was outnumbered, and I kept giving them outs. I tried to let them go, but they wouldn't back down. So I killed one of them. Some woman, she couldn't stop me, and I killed her, just because it was easier. I could have tried to restrain them. But I was too worried about you guys, so I cut her down like some kind of sick fuck. Naruto yelled, his voice breaking throughout the shout. I did too, Ino mumbled simply. I was so terrified I did what it took to get out. I didn't even realize I intended to kill until I did. But we did what we had to do, Naruto. She finished softly. She's correct. It seems we all did such today. We were prepared for this day, though. Neji added. I agree it was excruciating. I never expected it to be so surreal myself. But we must steel our hearts as shinobi. We will be expected to kill when told. This will not be the last time. Ino nodded quietly at this. But Naruto sighed dejectedly. Was that truly the answer? Sure, if you have no other choice but, just because they're from somewhere else, we should kill them. Naruto dejectedly asked, some level of disgust in his voice. I get we have to defend ourselves and homes, but this doesn't feel right. It's the job, Naruto. I agree it's not ideal, but, well, they were going to kill us. Ino countered. Maybe worse. We must do what the village asks us to do. Neji finished simply. Even if it wasn't the case, it was justified. I doubt this will escape any of our minds soon, but I will find solace in the knowledge we did not seek to kill, merely were forced into it. Naruto stares up into the sky at that statement. Well, when I become Hokage, I'll make things better, he says simply. What are you gonna achieve, world peace? Ino asks with a smile. Neji is staring a bit intently at Naruto when he starts. If that's what it takes, believe it, Naruto stated confidently. I just can't accept this is what being a shinobi is, maybe I'm naive. But the idea that this bloodshed is normal. It makes me sick. HMPH, and here I thought your task of changing my clan would be hard. Now, you intend to end all wars? Neji inquired. I don't just intend to become a Hokage or be famous. I intend to become the best Hokage. Make the place I love the best it can be. Earn people's admiration and trust. Whatever it takes. So, if I gotta end war or change the traditions of some old-fashioned clan, I will. I refuse to give up or back down regarding my dream. Never giving up is my nindo, ya know. The two teammates smile at this, and the three settle into a comfortable silence. Maybe that's why we do what we do. Ino interjected, breaking the silence for a moment. Because we feel the need to protect what we have, allow it to grow. Our enemies, it's never crossed my mind, but their motivation is the same. Maybe just doing our best to minimize it all is enough. Neji nor Naruto had a good reply to that. XX. Tsunade's POV. Tsunade and Des stood ready at the back of Katsuyu. Both were tense, as if they were waiting for an inevitable fight. Though Tsunade mostly was doing it for show. The two criminals had clearly thought this an easy mission. Seeing a famed fellow S-rank shinobi had proven quite the wrench. Tsunade doubted they'd take the risk of facing her again. As the two silently waited, a small form of Katsuyu emerged from the hide of itself behind the two. It spoke silently. They still appear to be tracking us, Tsunade-sama. Their chakra is potent and foul, and as such, it is easy enough to detect. Should they choose to attack us, things will become difficult. The slug reported. They likely even alone would prove a considerable threat, together they may well prove to be enough. Ain't that the truth? You are the strongest big boss, but those two are truly dangerous. Not to mention that even if Katsuyu and I worked together, either of those bastards would likely make short work of us. It'd be 2-on-1. After only a short while, in others' words, a losing battle. Des informed, taking a significant drag as he and Katsuyu waited for Tsunade's opinion. Makes me wonder why they ain't taking their chance. First off, stop calling me boss, you damn chimney, Tsunade said with a glare at her number two. Secondly, we should be fine. They likely are just observing to see if they should take a second shot. Once we get close enough to the village, they will fall back. Just keep up the confident guard a little longer. As if the words were prophecy, all three relaxed as they felt the two robust signatures falling back. Apparently not willing to risk the trouble. I know those Leaf dudes are supposed to be some big shots. But what kinda kid is worth the trouble of tangling with Big Boss? Des pondered. It is rather strange, Tsunade-sama. If they wanted to kill them, it seems odd that they would manage to last until we arrived. Katsuyu agreed. The blonde is a Jinchuriki. I believe the son of Kushina Uzumaki. Tsunade replied with a slight frown. I always hated sticking those destructive beasts into kids. I've heard of them. They are quite powerful. But the two of them were infamous S-rank shinobi. It seems odd that they would want him when they are already on top of the world. Not to mention those cloaks. Weren't we looking into a group with black cloaks with red clouds? Bastards are supposed to be real tough guys. Des continued. Akatsuki is their name. We're looking into them because the criminal world has info that all of their members are S-rank missing ninjas. Shinobi would be a red flag to all the villages in our business in their caliber gathering. However, considering how hard it is to get substantial info on them, the fact they want at least the 9 tails, and the power they already yield, it's doubtless they are something we should look out for. We'll have to report this to Sensei. Tsunade concluded. Ah, the old bastard himself, wonder how good his tobacco is. The rich guys always have the nicest smokes. Des said with a crooked smile. You're lucky I don't break your spine for smoking those around me. You realize how incredibly toxic they are to your health, right? Smoke if you got 'em. What's my old man always told me anyway? Des said as he removed his spent cigarette and replaced it. Well, then you got guard duty. Katsuyu, you are not keeping him company. Let him enjoy his smokes in peace. Tsunade ordered, annoyed. Oh, come on, big boss. Don't be such a cruel dame. Des called out pitifully. For that last comment, you are banned from smoking for the rest of the day. Tsunade hollered as she stomped to the front of Katsuyu. Des whined as he sat and held up a hand sign, sadly throwing the lit cigarette he had. Smoke style. Drifting smoky gaze. As he said this, he exhaled his last drag. It came in clumps that resembled eyes. He was annoyed with the punishment, but Big Boss ran a tight ship. He should have known to keep his head down. The nail that sticks up gets hammered, after all. There. Now, no bastards will sneak up on us. Big Boss is gonna be proud of me. I'm sure Big Boss will, Katsuyu said politely as her more diminutive form merged into the larger one. Politely leaving the man to his solitude at the back of the slug. Juzo's paw nearby Naruto's group. Juzo growled as he and Kisame sat back as their targets retreated into the distance. Juzo wanted to scream in rage, he was not a man used to retreating. In the mist such foolishness was not accepted. He was usually more careful, but he had gotten arrogant against the genin. The target had been the only one of them to even touch him. Yet he had landed quite the blow. Oh, Juzo was about to pay him back for it tenfold. Then that damn bimbo had gotten involved. Ha ha ha, not a bad fight at all. Well, for me anyway, it looked like you not only got your ass kicked by a woman, but the kid seems to have teed off on you as well. Bad day, I assume. Ha ha. Kisame gut laughed as he pointed at Juzo. Juzo growled as he looked down at his chest. Leader San gave them substantial power-ups once they joined the team. Most of them were incredibly hard to kill now. Yet alone injure significantly. Even the legendary Busty Sanin's powerful hit had healed quickly. Yet a dark red scar had settled on his chest where the kid's attack had landed did not. Somehow even with his healing working overtime, it wouldn't fully recover. As a shinobi, he was no stranger to scars. The fact that it was given by a genin however was shameful. Stop badgering me, Kisame-san. I think that damn kid will be in trouble in a couple of years. I think we risk it against the Sanin. Better than letting him get stronger. Juzo growled as he gripped Kubikiribocho hatefully. You're just mad a woman beat you around. I'm jealous. A woman who's that powerful is a rarity. To trash you, she must have been a tougher nut than Kakashi. Hell, she puts most men to shame. Samahata was begging for a taste. Kisame replied. But she is powerful and worse yet difficult to put down. I've heard her healing techniques are the only thing that surpasses her physical strength. Besides, I know you sense she has brought another Junin with her. Just not worth the risk. Leader Sama ordered us to withdraw if we met substantial resistance. Damn whore landing a cheap shot on me, fine. She's dead next time, though. Juzo replied. He then eyed the former swordsman of the mist. Deciding to be blunt, he started. I remember when we were first partnered, and I feared for my life. Few shinobi in the world can stand up to the tailless beast. Yet you respect our leader to the highest degree. I've followed him since he's made us rich and safe. Life as a missing ninja isn't glamorous. But what on earth makes you follow? A wild beast who betrayed his own master. Being a loyal shinobi for another doesn't make sense to me. That's right, you haven't met him in person yet. Before him, I thought I was the strongest shinobi in this world. Even as I met the rest of you. All of you were more than a fight. Yet I was confident if it came down to it, I could and would kill any of you. Kisame said casually. Juzo flinched at the reminder his partner could likely kill him without much of a struggle. But then I met him. I had demanded a meeting with him. Pushed the issue when he tried to dismiss it. A challenge of leadership. If he had allowed me to get away with it, worst yet back then the smaller group back then would have likely fallen apart. He had no choice. We finally met face to face. His chakra alone was imposing. Samahata wanted no part of tasty chakra for the only time in my life. But I've never been a coward, nor do I fear death. I charged him, unleashing my full power. Every trick Samahata and I had was used. Even a few new ones, once I realized there was no chance at victory. But he crushed me thoroughly. Had me at his mercy, I never felt so ashamed. But then he asked me one question, my dear Juzo. He asked me, will you serve as God intended for you? Such a pompous statement, and yet I believed him in that moment. I serve because I know as long as someone like him is leading this thing, that no goal will be too high, no law can hold us, and more than anything else, Kisame said with a maniac smile as he faced his ally. He'll just let me do what I love to do. Kill powerful opponents and allow Samahata to feast on their substantial chakra. What about the sound shinobi being confirmed under the snake? Juzo asked. Truly. How did you find out? They're just some pipsqueak village, after all. Kisame questioned. When I began my ambush on the Nine Tails, they were locked in battle with him. It seemed the Jinchuriki had won by the time I arrived. Saw they were marked with scales. A subtle design, but the snake can't help but mark his property somehow. Could be a lead to the snake. Interesting, so one of our two traders formed their village. Leader Sama will love to hear this. Kisame said with excitement. Juzo was silent as he pondered both situations. Kisame was no normal shinobi, he may very well be the most powerful shinobi to come from the mist today. He was known across the world for his powerful mastery of water ninjutsu, unique and powerful blade, and endless chakra. Juzo was truly dumbfounded that the leader had defeated him with ease. At the very least, he was sure he had made the right choice when he had joined. Kisame and he settled into a meditative pose. Discussing their failure among their peers would not be fun, but it was merely a minor setback. At least now, he could push for a more substantial attempt next time. Orochimaru's men being there had certainly been a surprise, but he had managed to kill at least one of them. Doubtful, it would hamper the man much. But the leader had insisted if they ran into Orochimaru or someone related, they would kill them with no exception. He had no gripe with Orochimaru personally, as a cautious man he understood attempting to escape. But knew the value of dealing with threats, and knew better now than to betray their leader. Though he'd ensure get his revenge against the brat blonde and the busty blonde. Kubikiribocho would taste both of their blood. Various POVs, traversing. Land of Fire. Tsunade's POV. Tsunade sighed as she watched over the three genin, who seemed quiet. It was to be expected her team had reacted similarly after one of their missions had gone wrong. What Jiraiya would have excitedly said went, tits up. Indeed, she shouldn't be concerned. But she had a soft spot for kids. Especially after Nawaki had passed. She would have to keep a lot of them out of the dumps. She wouldn't be sure how she would handle it if they got all sappy. So let me ask you all something. She started. Why the hell were you all fighting instead of trying to escape? I could feel each of you engage him when it should have been obvious none of you stood a chance in hell. I didn't even think I was just trying to protect Naruto, Ino answered quietly. Too. I know we were likely to perish in the process, but shinobi must fight to their last breath. And I will not leave behind comrades. Neji responded simply. Tsunade watches the last one as he seems to think. Naruto started. At first, I had no choice. But when Ino and Neji arrived, they tried to save me. I could tell they were trying to buy me time to escape, but I would never leave them like that. Naruto stated confidently. If I hadn't arrived, the only thing that would have done is ensure all of your deaths. A shinobi knows when to retreat. Your heart said you couldn't retreat and leave your comrades, but you must be realistic. Tsunade countered. If not for me, they would have died shortly after you, all for nothing. Realistic. Naruto roared angrily. Yes, realistic. We are shinobi. We risk our lives and take others' lives as tools for our villages. All you can do is do your best to survive. Do you truly want to die? She asked with a frown. So that's realistic. We're all tools. Naruto started darkly. No, I won't see it that way. Everyone is someone important. Perhaps I will be killed one day. But I won't live my life fearing my death. Then you'll die. Tsunade countered hotly. If I die from pursuing my dreams and beliefs, then so be it. Naruto countered as he stood, even in his exhaustive state. Why die for mere ideals? Because I will become Hokage. I'll protect the people I care about and will never kill unless I have no choice. I refuse to be some kind of tool. That is the way of the world. Tsunade screamed as she lifted the blonde by the collar. Ino called out worriedly. Neji attempted to stand but was merely too tired to rise. Then I'll change the world, Naruto said defiantly, shoveling his face toward the older woman. There was a tense standoff as the two glared into each other's eyes, neither seeming keen on backing down. XX. Naruto's POV. Now, please don't hurt my cute genin. I've grown quite attached. A calm voice interrupted the tense scene. Kakashi walked up to the two and gently removed them from one another. Naruto fell to the ground, seemingly too excited to see his sensei to be angry now. Meanwhile, Tsunade seemed to be a bit stunned, barely reacting to Kakashi's interruption. Before she stomped off toward the head of Katsuyu. I see my troublemaker is still making enemies. Terrifying enemies, Kakashi said affectionately, rubbing the young man's angry head. Flawlessly dodging Naruto's attempts to bite him for it. A few things, Team 7. Kakashi started, and immediately, the group of young adults went silent. Naruto growled but settled down. So let's discuss the mission a little bit. We're not too far off from home anyway. I'll handle the report. Do not worry about failing the mission. There wasn't much we. Actually, if you are referring to the bandit camp you all were fighting at, then you should know I went to clear them out myself after I had arrived, but the Runt's clones had already captured and restrained the bandits. Big Boss had already sent for a pickup for them, so no worries, Des called from his position about 20 feet away at the back of the snail. Well then, My statement shall be even easier then, Kakashi said as his voice took a grave turn. Ino and Neji, you fought and nearly died trying to protect Naruto from a threat you could not stop. Naruto, you could have escaped while your allies bought you time. You also decided on your lonesome to challenge opponents and even launched an assault on the camp during our ambush. I must say, my cute genin, you've all made me incredibly proud. Kakashi finished. I'm sorry you all had to suffer due to my inability to assist you. The three, expecting a telling off, were shocked. But Kakashi, we risked ourselves. I thought you would be upset. Ino asked as the other two still seemed shocked. Perhaps, nay, but if we were ambushed, there was no way things would go easily. And yes, by shinobi protocol, you all should have acted less compassionately. But I believe my students should walk their own path. See, shinobi who risk the mission are scum. However, the true scum is those who would abandon their comrades. This is something that many shinobi, including myself, learn. Often in the worst way possible. So, if you only learn one thing from today, let it be that. Comrades are your greatest treasure and number one concern out in the field. Never let the mission compromise what you believe in. Such as my Nindo. Kakashi explained as they approached the village. Now head on straight home. Tsunade and I will report to the Hokage. Once we do and your pay is decided, I will bring it to you and let you know when our next meeting is. Kakashi commanded as the slug dispelled as they climbed off. Tsunade, Kakashi, and Dez all poofed as their bodies flickered away. The three stood momentarily, conflicted on what to do. Neji started walking first. Farewell for now, friends. I will be expected to report now that I am home. Neji stated as he walked. Before he stopped for a second. I'm sorry once again, Naruto. Next time, you will not stand alone. XX. Ino's Pav. The two blondes watched as he walked away. The blonde didn't feel good seeing Neji like this. But I knew from personal experience that the Hyuga was tough. He would be alright. Excited to tell his mother about the mission, Naruto was about to say farewell. But upon matching eyes with Ino, he was surprised to see quite the serious look on her face. Naruto, can we have that talk? Ino asked seriously. Naruto, having a feeling of what exactly she wanted to discuss, nervously nodded as he followed her up on the roofs of the Leaf Village. The two landed on a decent-sized one that towered over the academy. They stared down at it while it seemed they both gathered their minds. There are two things I wanted to discuss. Firstly, I'm sorry we couldn't help you. I tried my hardest, but he was too damn strong. No, we were too weak, Ino explained sadly. She felt so ashamed to have been that weak. She would convince her father to give her some extra training. Neji was right again. Ino went to say as such but stopped as she met Naruto's blue eyes. She had always been confident, but she could barely look the fellow blonde in his eyes in moments like this. They were too honest. She could see too much. There's no need to feel bad. He was something else. Besides, I would rather it be me than either of you. He said simply. Seemingly missing Ino tensed up beside him. She felt a flare of anger but pulled it back. Was this related to the pain Neji had mentioned before? How was Naruto so calmly suggesting his own death was preferably to theirs? Don't you know how scary it was to be helpless when he hurt you, Naruto? Ino asked. One of my friends was about to be mutilated, and all I could do was scream for you to stand. I cried pitifully when I thought he was gonna hurt you. I never knew I could feel so useless. Ino was interrupted when Naruto suddenly hugged her. He had wrapped her up tightly. His grip was innocent. It didn't linger or roam as other men had attempted. Somehow, that made her blush. As I said, it wasn't your fault. And I think I get what you mean. I'm sorry, but I can't back down when people I care about are hurt. Naruto countered gently. It hurts just as much to watch you get hurt. Ino said, now fed up with his blaze attitude towards his life. Pulling away from the blonde with an unnoticed anger. True, but if I didn't live that way, I wouldn't want to live, Naruto stated. This drove Ino into silence. She still felt strongly against it but wasn't sure how to counter his point. Naruto glanced over and saw the conflict on her face. Look, how about this? I promise I'll get strong enough that something like that will never happen again. Naruto said happily. This confounded Ino even further but did knock her out of her silence. How can you promise that? That guy was probably at least as strong as Kakashi. Possibly even stronger. How will you get that strong? How can anyone? The answer is simple but not easy, ya know. Naruto asked with a smile. Mom tells me you simply never give up. Besides, you and Neji are super talented. We'll probably kick their asses next time. You're such a mama's boy, Blondie, Ino said with a smile as she relaxed slightly. His answers were simple and seemingly arrogant, yet unlike many she had known, they were fully honest. She flinched as she remembered what she must ask him. She frowned as she went for it. Naruto, she asked as she turned and faced him. You're a Jinchuriki, aren't you? Ino held her breath as she watched Naruto's eyes widen. His frame was still, an odd sight for the energetic stamina freak. Yamanaka were expected to be masters in psychology, able to pick information from the words and body language of the targets. As such, she was inherently aware the panicked reaction seemed to suggest that he was indeed a Jinchuriki. In class, they had discussed them several times. The lessons had painted a dark picture. A human being sacrificed to be used as a pawn and/or a weapon. They were known for their unique abilities, absurd durability, and overwhelming destructive power. They tended to be emotional or disturbed in some way, known for their frequent rampages when driven to rage. Back then, Ino felt fearful of the idea. They had supposedly stopped the practice years ago, though now she could see it had been a cover-up. As a rule, she was not a fan of those who kept secrets. She was a gossip at heart and truthfully relied too much on trust to support those who hid in lies. Doubly so once she was informed of psychology. Was harder to forgive such, when you knew just how the person arrived at that conclusion. But in this case, she didn't hold it against him or anyone. She just needed him to be truthful. So she knew she could trust him. Naruto had been nothing but reliable thus far. Naruto had spent years of his life now worried over this very moment. The idea of being discovered as a Jinchuriki was one he feared often. Kushina had warned the blonde years ago that people tended to look down on Jinchuriki. They were considered dangerous, volatile, and above all, monstrous. Lee had been the first person to discover it. And the blonde was still over the moon he had taken it so well. So, there should have been no fear. If Lee could look past it during their very first meeting, surely his own teammate could be supportive. She was quickly becoming someone important in his life. He found himself assured she would take it well. But dreading the idea of her rejecting him. No. He would tell her the truth. He would trust her, and if she broke his trust, then, he would simply carry on. He wouldn't stop here, regardless of where she lied. Naruto audibly gulped. Yes, I have the 9 tails sealed inside me. Well, half of it anyway. Mom has the other half, ya know. Ino mentally flinched at his nervous tone and confirmation, but she patiently waited, looking him in the eyes as she did. She wanted to communicate that he could just tell the truth and they would look past this. Ultimately, though, it would be meaningless if she told him to. So I guess I'm half a Jinchuriki. I'm not explaining this well, am I? The blonde asked, rubbing the back of his head. He was not. But she shook her head no calmly, inwardly pulling back the smile that had seemed to settle on her face. She had always found him a little cute when he became bashful after all. But if she wanted him to open up, being gentle would be a must. I guess it might be easier to tell you the story Ma told me, Naruto said nervously. He shifted and sat down on the roof. It would take him a while to tell the story, so they might as well get comfy. Ino silently followed his lead, sitting next to him. So it went something like this. Mom was a Jinchuriki before I was born. The Leaf Village had a deal with the Uzumaki. Apparently my old clan were good at making hosts. In exchange for protection for the Leaf, the Uzumaki gave up one of their own to hold the Kyubi. She only won at that. But she had lived a good life, climbed the ranks, and even fell in love. Believe it, she hasn't told me much about my father, but the little bits she tells me make him sound like an elite ninja, a really impressive kind of man. Potentially, he could be Anbu, or at least that would explain why no one seems to know him. He was kind and a natural-born leader. From how Ma talks about him, he must have been something, but they had become super close. Of course Ma became pregnant shortly after. Ino listened intently. She had always been noisy and keen on information. Yet for once, she didn't feel scandalized as she listened. She didn't even ponder who to tell. Naruto had never been so open. And strangely enough Ino felt the need to preserve this. She liked that he opened up to her. He was friendly, sweet, and funny in a particularly cute, annoying way. Yet he kept his cards close. Information about his mother was easy. Or any of his few friends, but if there was any mention of his early life, he would clam right up. But now, being confronted, he almost seemed meek. Resigned to what was happening. Perhaps even preparing himself for some powerful blow. Something about him being open and vulnerable made her feel protective. She would be there for him. But for now, she would listen. Ma says she and father were really excited to have me. That I made their lives better just by showing up. I don't know if that's true. It seems to me my arrival into this world brought trouble. See, being a female Jinchuriki is risky. During childbirth, the strain the body is put in allows the seal, keeping the beast in, to weaken. As such, during birth, it is wise to have some fuijutsu mastered during the process. Just in case the tailed beast manages to damage the seal or come close to escaping. But Ma and father had planned for this. They got a trusted medic and powerful shinobi to guard her during this process. The student of the legendary Sannin Shizune, copycat ninja Kakashi, and the toad Sannin Jiraiya. Hirsuin and Danzo had also proposed an entire Anbu squad, but due to the peacetime, they had grown complacent. Who would even know of her pregnancy or of her Jinchuriki status? They had been wrong. Believe it. On the night of my birth, an unknown assailant launched an assault on the Leaf. He had led an army of bleach white men. My father, hearing of the assault, went to help repel it, leaving the others to protect my mother. After all of the bloodshed, I was born, and he thought I and his home were safe. Shortly after he left, the leader of the assault attacked them directly, however. The unknown man had been absurdly powerful, efficiently managing to overwhelm the experienced and powerful shinobi guarding her. Even Jiraiya of the Sannin seemed helpless in stopping him. Once they had been defeated, the man attacked my helpless mother, managing to unseal the Nine Tails in the process. After a pitched battle, my father and the counterattack forces replied to the army and their leader, just for the Nine Tails to attack the already hurt village. Father raced back to me to confirm Ma and mine fates. When he arrived, Ma said he and the criminal had fought. It was a long and pitched battle for my father. He was desperate to win as he witnessed the rest of the Leaf's forces begin to be overwhelmed by the Nine Tails' absurd strength. Somehow, my father won the battle. The man perished, cursing my father's name before promising there would be another. My old man took off and launched an assault on the beast. He and the village fearlessly clashed with it. But the beast was immortal, it seemed. They needed to reseal it. Another little known fact about Jinchuriki is how hard it is to meet the requirements. To survive having one sealed into you, your body must be durable. Uzumaki are some of the few that meet that standard. The sealing core was unable to seal it into a single being, so they sealed it into my mother and myself. My father died as he held it back. Somehow, I am holding it back with the help of the fourth Hokage. Naruto finished with sadness ringing in his tone. I understand if you hate me for being a monster. I hate that I was born into this. I hate that my father decided this not only for me but for my own mother as well. Did he not care about the burden he had placed on us? I feel so angry at him for that. Yet sometimes I just wish I could have talked to him just once. At the very least, I wish I could find his name. Ino held the silence for a moment as her mind raced. She had known he was a Jinchuriki with the battle of that crazy sword guys. But to hear the tragedy of his birth, to hear the pain in his voice, the uncertainty. She wasn't sure what to say, but she would help in her own way. Naruto gasped as Ino laid her head on her shoulder. She was often labeled a flirt because she was so often physically affectionate. But that's just the way it was for her. But Naruto deserved it much more. And she did it purely for the sake of supporting him. But there was no denying the context made it feel more intimate. But she minded little. He needed some comfort. And honestly, she wanted to be close to him at the moment. Naruto seemed to finally relax, and she lay against him. He said nothing but slowly wrapped an arm around Ino's shoulders. She sent him a smile, and his eyes widened as he looked away. Ino chuckled at the shy, vulnerable side Naruto showed. But in truth, she was a little concerned. She thinks she might actually be interested in the fellow blonde. The old her would have dived in, enjoying the quickly earned attention from most men. But here she was, just happy to be next to him. Naruto, I forgive you, of course. You should tell Neji as well. Team 7 has to stick together, ya know. Ino said with a smirk, copying the blonde's verbal tick. There is a condition, though, Blondie. Naruto's forehead creased at the insult, but he seemed focused on ensuring he and Ino were cool and nodded his head frantically. No more secrets. At least not between you and me. I got your back, and so does Neji in his own weird way. So you don't need to suffer alone. I'm your comrade. We need to trust each other. Ino explained. Naruto seemed to beam at this immediately. Sure thing. You're in the know from now on. Believe it. He cried joyously. Usually, she was trained to look into statements like that and discard them as the empty promises they were. Yet somehow, just by looking into his eyes, Ino could tell he was being truthful. There was something incredibly enduring about Blondie when he got fired up. She would have to keep an eye on him. Because they were something. Hiruzen's Pav, Hokage Manor, Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen took a heavy drag from his pipe, exhaled it with practiced smoothness and silently pondered to Kami why he must deal with this. But ever the dutiful shinobi, these feelings were absent from his face. For all purposes, the room saw an older man enjoying a smoke in light of the bad news delivered. He glanced at each of them slowly, using the time to formulate his words. This meeting was a rare but important occurrence in his life. A meeting with his most trusted comrades, ones trusted enough for most of the village's secrets. Safe to assume this report is confirmed. Hiruzen asked the group. Tsunade and Kakashi merely nodded silently, while Tsunade's lieutenant gave an odd thumbs up. He sighed heavily at this news. Horse, deer, and bear leave us for now. Ensure the area is clear on your way out. Quickly from three corners of the room, the Anbu in question left. The one with the bear mask stopped to weave hand signs quietly. 4-point seal. Sound suppression. Various kanji climbed up the walls and spread on the room's roof before glowing and disappearing. With a nod to him, Bear left. Hiruzen sat for a bit as the three other people sat quietly, patiently awaiting his words. Hiruzen raised a hand sign, and suddenly, the room was flooded with chakra. Two cloaked and masked men arrived before they could question the odd action. The men were hard to distinguish. They both wore standard blackened Anbu gear and strange spiral pattern masks. One was white, while the other was black. The three shinobi before the cage flinched as they felt the powerful chakra the two contained. Remove your mask. These are some of my most trusted. He ordered. The two men offered no response, merely removing the mask as asked. Tsunade and Des both gasped at the reveal. As that, Tsunade called out in shock. This doesn't make any sense. These bastards are supposed to be gone, Des added. Before the three stood the impassive face of the prodigy of the Uchiha and the accused number 2 of the uprising, Itachi Uchiha. On the other side stood a man long thought to be dead. Smiling as if it was a typical day. Labeled the spirit of the Uchiha Obito Uchiha. Sensei, what the hell is this? Last I heard, Itachi had been executed for treason. Obito has been dead for years now. What the hell? Tsunade stated accusingly. Our deaths were greatly exaggerated. Kinda like Kakashi's bounty. Obito stated cheerfully. You say something, Obito. Kakashi asked innocently, looking up from his book. Stop that damn joke. I'm not Guy. Obito hollered towards the Cyclops. Unfortunately, it is so easy to mistake you two, though it is nice to see you, Kakashi said with his usual eye smile. Give a guy an eye, and he will act like he doesn't remember, Obito muttered, pouting in the corner. Thank you for the tips on dealing with him, Kakashi-sama, Itachi states simply, the slightest smile gracing his face. His antics are distracting, yet he is as reliable as you have claimed. Obito is reliable, merely annoying. And Sama, I haven't been your captain in ages. Kakashi replied simply with a single raised brow. You taught me more than most, Itachi responded simply. One should always remember their roots. The group was interrupted from introductions as another emerged from the room. Hiruzen knew it must be important for his guards to allow this meager person through. Sir, I'm here. I have letters from the 5 villages regarding the exams. A voice called out. A lithe woman burst through the door to the office. She had fair skin, dark shoulder-length hair, and black eyes that held nervous energy. She held several envelopes against her black and white kimono. A fishnet bodysuit beneath. Holding up some paper seal in her other hand allowed her entry. She froze as she saw the guests. She ran to Tsunade with an excited squeal and hugged her happily. The usually prickly Tsunade met this energy and picked her student up excitedly, spinning around as the two excited stories traded at a ludicrous pace. Des gave a goofy smile and ran forward with his arms open. The absolute dame, Shizune. Come here, ya bastard. Before he could even get close, both women kicked out simultaneously, sending the poor bastard flying back into the wall with a painful crack. Why do I never get any love? He muttered pitifully as he slowly attempted to crawl to his feet. Hiruzen sighed as the group of adults all socialized like children. For his life, he never found out why competent shinobi often behaved oddly. He was no better himself, being a chain-smoking pervert on top of all his other titles. His best theory was that the stress of the job in question often led to the behavior. Some sort of coping mechanism, he would assume. He calmly emptied his now spent pipe, cleaning it patiently as the group continued to babble. Once he was happy with the pipe's condition, he set it down with a content sigh. Hiruzen, now done with waiting, merely flexed his killing intent. The potent feeling flooded the room in an instant. As powerful as the people in this room were, they all instantly froze at the intent. Obito, Itachi, and Tsunade seemed surprised, stopping to see the issue. Kakashi seemed nervous but held somewhat firm. Shizune fell to a knee due to it, while Des seemed entirely unconscious from it. Lovely. I enjoy people who know when to pay attention, he said sweetly as he stood and walked to the window overlooking the village. There are various topics we need to discuss. Obito and Itachi were both pulled by myself as my own personal soldiers. They do whatever the village needs from the shadows. After the Chunin exams, I intend to introduce them to the world. They have lived in the shadows long enough. Things are becoming more and more complicated. Threats seem to loom in every corner or crevice. As such, you are my most trusted soldiers at the moment. We're missing Jiraiya, but he's in the process of completing his own mission. He'll return shortly. Once he does, I'll catch him up myself. Firstly, the Chunin exams are merely 4 months away. And if my intuition is correct, Shizune has news that makes this an even bigger situation than usual. Shizune, if you will. Of course, sir, these letters are the messages from all 5 of the main villages, Shizune said. You don't mean? Kakashi interjected worriedly. Yes, I do. For the first time in years, all 5 villages, Leaf, Stone, Mist, Sand, and Cloud, will be present in the Chunin exams. All of them are sending at least one team. Even more troubling is the fact that all 5 Kage will attend, of course, with their guards in tow. Shizune finished. Holy crap, we only had 2 when I went. Obito exclaims. I suppose it makes sense. With Sensei's agreement with the others, we all have a fresh crop of genin now, all raring to go. With our new standard of keeping them in the oven, there would be no reason to wait. Tsunade offered. Indeed, with all the villages attending, we must ensure it goes well. Preferably with our shinobi coming out on top. Kakashi gives the report again. It's time to discuss the next topic. Sir, my genin team, Team 7, was sent on a mission to remove a recently formed bandit camp. It was scheduled to be a C rank mission. It should have been simple. Earnestly, I intended to see how sharp they were and blood them. But things, as always, seemed to go sideways. Firstly, we were ambushed by a group of foreign shinobi. Not many villages even have shinobi capable of standing up to someone of Kakashi-sama's level, Itachi added. The only ones that come to mind are the whispers of a new one forming in the land of fire. They are new but secretive, so perhaps they could have the manpower. I believe it's referred to as the sound. Correct. Oh, they grow up so fast. Kakashi jokes. But I believe they were marked with snake scale clothing. And they weren't quite at the level of Junin I'm used to. Earnestly, they seemed like newbies. Even with numbers I carved through them. It was really targeted as well. Each of us was attacked as soon as we separated. It suggested they had insider info on our presence and who was sent. With that in mind, it's my personal theory that they are somehow related. Luckily, we had all managed to overcome them. I met with Ino Yamanaka and Neji Hyuga to check on them. They were a bit shaken up but mostly unharmed. I had intended to grab Naruto Uzumaki, but then we would pull back. But I was interrupted by a shinobi. Kisame Hogaki was garbed in a red and black cloak and claimed he was after Naruto. I told the other two to extract Naruto and escape. Kakashi continued. Kakashi, you dumbass. Obito roared angrily. I know how you feel, old friend, but I doubt I could survive against Kisame. I had intended to do what I could but was prepared for the worst. The other two headed off as I fought him. The entire time, he seemed to be playing around. He consistently had me on the back foot. Before he attempted to finish me off with a drowning shark attack. In desperation, I activated my Kamui. It managed to wound the man, severing an arm. But in the process, passed out from the wounds I had received. I can come in from there, Tsunade called. I was in my lovely town enjoying some great company. It was a rather lucky day all in all. She was gambling, and she lost often. Des whimpered from the wall. Failing to even cry out in pain when Tsunade kicked him again. Merely fading back unconscious. When one of my men reported informing me of a fight spotted nearby just minutes ago. I debated if this was truly my problem. Shizune gasped shamefully at that. And decided it was. Shizune visibly relaxed. I raced forward and could feel them in the distance due to chakra. I decided to go to the signatures that were fading fast. Likely, they would need the help first. When I did, I saw that the genin was engaged with one Juzo Biwa. Well, the result of it, anyway. He had defeated them by then. So I stealthily approached and struck him hard, attempting to take him out at once. Somehow, the freak survived, and we engaged briefly. He seemed somewhat spent, though, since I could beat him around. When I arrived, he retreated to his comrade, and we all faced off. Honestly, it was going to be a tough battle. But suddenly, they choose to retreat. I healed the bunch, and then Des and Katsuyu arrived, allowing me to transport them to the leaf and back up if they returned. They did follow us for a bit but fell back once it was clear we were heading home. Tsunade informed the group. I'm assuming the Akatsuki? Itachi asked politely. Tsunade nodded at this with a frown. The Akatsuki. Kakashi and Shizune both echoed at once. Tsunade. Hiruzen stated. The Akatsuki is a mysterious and powerful group of missing ninjas. No one seems quite sure of their motives or operations. But in the criminal world, they are quickly rising to the top. They are known for taking any S-rank missions and completing them all. But even more than that, they are known for their secrecy. So much so that even the underworld discusses them hush-hush. It's made getting info difficult. As far as we know, they only aim to collect money or power. Even their members find it hard to get information. So far, we know they have Kisame Hogaki, Jozu Bawi, a recently identified shinobi named Zombie Hidan, and his partner Zombie Kakuzu. There is a fair bit of info on Kisame and Juzo due to their bingo book entries, but the other two are a mystery. Even more concerning is supposedly, they have at least 10 members. All 10 are S-rank missing ninjas if rumors are to be believed. Tsunade finished. 10. There's no way that's accurate. 10 guys on Itachi, Tsunade, and I's level. They'd be a threat to even the major villages. Obito exclaimed. That is indeed troubling, Itachi said with narrowed eyes. They were after Naruto. You could get some money or political sway with a Jinchuriki. Hell, even if they wanted to use him as a weapon, he'd be invaluable. I doubt this is the last we see of them. Kakashi reasons. I need to get stronger. Fast, without Tsunade. No, never again. Yes, but that is not all Itachi. If you would like to go next, Hiruzen interjected politely. It seems the group responsible for the theft of the 5 masks of the Uzumaki are, interestingly enough, Uzumaki. I could not determine their membership or power, but reports suggest, at the very least, they are an A-R, the Yang threat. They are responsible for various thefts, assassinations, terrorism, vandalism, and all sorts of despicable acts. They seem to have a proclivity towards Uzumaki items and/or people. Itachi lectures. They have been reported to seem to hate their own heritage, often killing Uzumaki or stealing and destroying artifacts. This means Mizuki's attempt on my cute little Genin's life was due to Ikam wanting him dead. Mutual interest and such, Kakashi added. Indeed, they are wanted by the sand, cloud, and rain for various crimes. The Uzumaki have spread rather far, after all. We had pursued a trail with the device the Science Corp had provided. Itachi acknowledged. Even worse yet, we can confirm that Orochimaru is working with him due to the Mizuki incident, Obito said with a frown. Yes, they both used the compound. My medical team hypothesizes that it's some kind of chakra steroid. Shizune said while reading through some notes. We can be sure it works through the bloodstream and activates immediately. It allows the user more chakra, more potent chakra, better chakra control, and your physicality goes through the roof. Tsunade snorts at this dismissively. Quite the boost, but surely the strain on the user is incredible. She remarks. Certainly, Lady Tsunade. But it also has various drugs to produce intense euphoria. It's a wonder the user can feel anything. Yet alone complex thinking that would be required for combat. Shizune agreed. Yes, but it would seem it has been improved. If not for Danzo's quick thinking, he and I would have been slain. Hiruzen countered. Before, I was confident, even at an advanced age. I was certain that I could see the lecherous snake in the one-on-one snake. But now, with his new drug, he crushed Danzo and me at once. The group grew silent as they awaited his thoughts. He allowed himself a minute or two to consider his options. I'm certain now you all realize the situation we have found ourselves in. I know having it all laid out like that can make it seem overwhelming, but remember who we are. The village hidden in the leaves has long stood as a proud nation. We have had generation after generation of shinobi passing on their will, dreams, and determination. This has led to us having formidable willpower that supplements our strength. This is what we call the will of fire. Using our fiery will, we will face our problems knowing that we will not fall or give up. Understood? Yes, sir. The rest called back. Firstly, Kakashi, you are to inform the Junin sensei that I want those genin in peak form. The Chunin exam is in 4 months, and we must perform well. We must consolidate our power because it is so close. With all 5 of the hidden villages coming in their cage, we cannot afford an incident here. As such, Tsunade, you and your men are to come back. You all will serve as a new police force. With my own approval, you are to ensure things are peaceful. Itachi and Obito are to keep track of various high-value targets during the exams. You will both maintain around-the-clock surveillance on Kushina and Naruto Uzumaki. Since both groups are targeting them, it is wise to have a guard. I can think of no one else. Shizune, see if the science and medical corporations can create a drug similar to the one Orochimaru made. Understood. Yes, sir. Dismissed, he said with finality, turning his back to look at his village. He heard a cacophony of body flickers confirming their exit. It was good he maintained his cool during the meeting. The room had been full of some of the sharpest minds. Many of them were candidates for Hokage once he hung his hat. Yet they realized not how shaken Hiruzen was. Orochimaru had very nearly killed him and his best friend. His best friend had saved his life, and he responded by throwing him in chains. The mantle he held grew heavier by the day. But he would hold out yet. He saw the villagers as his children in a way. As such, he merely wanted to ensure it prospered even long after his death. It had been the motivation behind the academy curriculum change. In many ways, his crowning achievement. It had brought peace in a way he hadn't seen in years. But now it seemed the winds of change wanted to blow away the peace he had worked for. He would not let it. He was the god of shinobi, after all. Realizing tension was filling his frame, he slowly packed another tobacco bowl and sat in his large chair. He ignored the painful creaking of his old bones with practiced ease. Well, life was never only dread, it was merely up to a man to find happiness. Now Hiruzen, at his age, had matured a great bit. Such was required to become Hokage. But for this once, he had indulged in pettiness. Orochimaru would not get another chance to launch a sneak attack like before. And he would eventually find out regardless. That is what he had told Shizune and his advisors. But this was merely his way of teaching students yet another lesson. Never do sloppy work. He looked at the article with a shit-eating grin. Its label was sure to infuriate his former student. Snake Sanin attempts assassination but fails. His smile grew further at the shot of Danzo and him standing tall after the battle. Danzo had even warned him he would seem like a fool. Hiruzen frowned as he remembered Danzo. In truth, he could execute him for the crimes. Despite Danzo's earnest intention, it did fit the bill of treason. But Danzo had always called him soft, and he was somewhat correct. He would not allow his friend to be killed when he had acted as he should when it came down to it. But he could not let the man roam free. He had worked with enemies and disobeyed orders, which led to the brush with death they had faced. 8 shinobi had died as well, attempting to get into the barrier. So, for now, he had him imprisoned in a secret cell. If pleased, he could keep him there for the rest of his natural life. He did not, though, despite Danzo's behavior, Hiruzen understood his mind. He was loyal to the Leaf, more so than many. But for now, he would pay for his various sins. Until Hirsuen could find a better idea. Naruto's POV timeskip 3 months, Hyuga District, Hidden Leaf. Rarely would a soul witness a truly exhausted Naruto. His mother often said it was due to being both a Jinchuriki and Uzumaki, both being known for their superior stamina. However, he had simply been worked to the bone as of late. Once they had arrived home and been given time to rest, Kakashi had come into his house late at night. He quickly restrained Naruto and walked out the front door, kidnapped from his own damn home. His mother had merely smiled and asked that he be fed. So much for mothers being protective. Late at night, Naruto had barely been awake before Kakashi had dropped him in their training field. An equally bemused duo of Kakashis held both Ino and Neji as well. Then he had simply said with his normal casualness that they were going on a training trip for 2 months and 2 weeks. Naruto remembered Ino's despair when she looked at Naruto and Neji. However, like Naruto, Neji was smiling and nodding. Naruto felt terrible for leaving her hanging on it. But all that time focused on training. How could he pass that up? They had all stretched as the academy had taught them before a heavy workout. Before Kakashi told them to run around the village wall. Not when to stop or how fast to run. The group, knowing better than to question Sensei, had done so. Oh, it had been quite the mistake. 10 laps around the village, Kakashi showed no sign of stopping them. Naruto's infamous stamina held, but even after her growth, Ino ran behind. Naruto had attempted to help her like before. Before Kakashi had warned him off. As such, Naruto watched as they struggled. 5 laps later, Neji's brisk jog had become a sagging stomp. Naruto himself was breathing heavily as well. 10 laps later, the three all collapsed. Naruto and Ino cursed at Kakashi breathlessly. If only he had known, he would get it worse from there. He had given them what seemed like 10 seconds of rest before he quickly ordered them to their feet. Naruto could only describe what happened next as a bone-crushing beating. Kakashi had engaged all three and beat them around with even more ease than normal. As always, he allowed them to attempt to hit him or counterattack, but it would never land. Merely be countered with machine-like precision. Usually, he would go until he got tired or surrendered. But on this day, he held no such rules. If they collapsed or tried to quit, he would merely continue the fight. Only stopping once the three were fully grounded and unable to move. He had given them some bentos at this point and let them eat peacefully. Eventually, once they were rested, he tested their elemental affinities and started their practice for the elements. Neji had been earth and showed immediate prowess for it. Ino had been water and was struggling with the exercise due to insufficient chakra. Kakashi, seeing this, has her tree walk until she is unable to continue. Finally, Naruto has wind. Naruto had tried to demand to learn a jutsu, but instead, Kakashi had him holding leaves onto his body, using chakra to build his control. Warning that wind jutsu required precise chakra control. The trip lasted days, each harder than the last, and each crammed full of training. Some absurd exercise till they nearly passed out, followed by vicious sparring against the Junin, finally ending with some targeted exercise for the three. Days became weeks, and weeks became months. In time, the three could feel their growth. Critical flaws of the bunch were ironed out. To Naruto, it was clear they were on another level. So when Kakashi informed them to spend a week relaxing, he did so happily. Neji often missed their get-togethers and this time was no different, leaving the blondes on their lonesome. Naruto would never admit it, but he preferred it usually. Ino had quickly become one of his most favorite people. She could have fun, was supportive, funny, and certainly attractive. Apparently, Mom loved her as well, seemingly gushing whenever he brought her up, but clamming up when he asked why she cared so much. Ino and Naruto approached the side house building where Neji lived. They had a team meeting, but once the Hyuga had failed to report, Kakashi asked them to go grab him. The Hyuga were widely considered the largest, most prestigious, and powerful clan of the Leaf. They were once rivaled by the Uchiha, but now that their main challenge was missing in action, they had risen to the top unopposed. So rich were the Hyuga they now owned an entire district of the Leaf. All private property of theirs they did as they pleased with. The side house was dutifully set up to guard and work the place daily, making even visiting the Hyuga quite the hassle. Luckily they were known teammates of Neji's, allowing them easy enough access. The guard at the front gate asked for their names, recorded them, and asked them to remove their weapons. Naruto had almost rebelled before Ino had hugged his arm and swayed him to hand over his tanto. Naruto smiled lightly as they walked in, silently missing the contact from his teammate. He had been truly blessed with his team so far. Kakashi might be a weirdo, but he had shown himself to be a good sensei. Naruto could feel the difference in strength even now. Neji, while initially someone who infuriated him, had become something else. They, indeed, weren't best friends, but they got along. They still bickered constantly, but now Naruto never felt earnest malice towards him. He liked to believe Neji held none, either. Yet, his greatest surprise had been the blooming friendship between him and Ino. They had gotten along initially due to their uniting against Neji. Afterward, they became friends and were relatively friendly toward each other. But recently something had changed, though, it wasn't something Naruto could put his finger on. But during the training, the friendship between the two seemed frictionless. Being around each other as much as they were, the two's camaraderie had grown. The two spend their resting hours talking. Naruto had never realized it, but Ino had been subtly holding back personality-wise. She may be friendly and social, but he hadn't noticed that she kept it impersonal. She never mentioned much about herself or dived too deep into conservation. Now, she is more willing. Often beforehand, Naruto had been the one to engage. He was a rather talkative guy, after all. But now Ino seemed to seek him on occasion. She even seemed to enjoy herself around him. He had been fearful she would treat him differently. Either hatefully or with pity. It was what he expected after his secret had been revealed. But things had remained the same, in fact even better. Shikamaru's POV team aids a training ground, Hidden Leaf Village. Shikamaru had a rule that he tried not to worry too much. Often, worrying about things provided no relief or gain in knowledge, so it was simply not worth his time. Yet, with the Chunin exams coming up, he knew his goose was cooked. He had always been unremarkable in his books. But one noisy teacher tricking him into taking an IQ test had ruined that for him. With his two teammates being powerful and competent, paired with his inherent leadership ability, his team was almost sure to participate in the exams. His hopes were further crushed when Asuma started running them into the ground. The man was nearly as lazy as he. If they were training hard, it was because Asuma thought they needed it. Life could be a drag. Pineapple. A voice interrupted his misery. He looked up to see Sai facing him. A plastic smile locked onto his face as always. Pineapple, are you trying to roast me or something? Shikamaru asked lazily. Not quite. My book here says that nicknames can help friends grow closer, Sai said, holding up a book titled, Making Friends for Dummies. Shikamaru sighed, attempting for a moment to ignore his problems. He tried anyway, and when it didn't work, he attempted the doomed effort of explaining this to the naive Sai. Can it at least be a better one? Sorry, Pineapple, but the book says that the target disliking it can be even better. Sai apologized. It means we have progressed to friendly banter. Pineapple it is. Tenten chimed in, sitting next to the Nara. Wanna argue about it? My life is such a drag. Yuno's POV Team 9's training ground, Hidden Leaf Village. Yuno smiled happily as she watched her two teammates spar. Her team had come a long way. The fight between Naruto and Neji had been brutal. It had made it abundantly clear that they were behind. Neji was to be expected. He had always been a genius. But Naruto was shocking. Shocking enough to where Yuno had wanted to play with him a bit. Ino, of course, had vetoed this. But afterward, her team seemed to have a fire in them. Choji was determined to show that he, too, could be a powerful shinobi. Muttering about being tired of watching Naruto win, Shino simply seemed to dislike his friends outclassing him. So, the two had trained like demons. Yuno, ever the good teammate, had matched their efforts. After all, it fit her purpose to become Chunin. And in the process, she would meet many more interesting shinobi. But more than anything, she wanted to see Neji. Seeing him cut loose as he had that night had caught her attention. His typically cold and unflappable persona simply made it more appealing. She always preferred them to be a bit more complicated. Lee's POV Team 10's training ground, Hidden Leaf Village. Lee continued what seemed to be an endless assault on the training post before him. Guy was often known as a taskmaster but recently doubled their efforts. Lee had never truly minded. Youth rewarded hard work. But his teammates had seemed less willing. Lee had faith in Guy's methods and had assured them of such. Being a bit temperamental, Kiba attempted to get through it all using nothing more than spite. And to his credit, it had worked to several degrees. Sakura had met it head on, and they had increased the amount they could train using her healing. It's not the most brilliant idea, admittedly. Guy had merely worked this into training to get them even more mileage. Guy had decided to give the two weights similar to what he and Lee used. The two had significantly struggled and were free of them for the first time in 3 months. The two had seemed doubtful but, upon removing them, had shown a devastating level of speed. Not faster than Lee, but now their youth shined. Lee had no doubt they would ace whatever problems lay ahead. After all, they were still at the pinnacle of youth. Neji's POV Hyuga Manor, Hidden Leaf Village. Neji's plan to make up with and influence Hinata was doubtlessly working to some degree. In the months he had to train her, she had grown considerably. Her gentle palm taijutsu allowed her to now even trade blows with him. Briefly, but considering his considerable strength, it was expected. What hadn't been expected was for Hinata to grow in other ways. She had created some techniques to bridge the gap, as it were. Her confidence had grown as well. She had stuttered less and now even fought earnestly against her sister. Neji flinched as Hinata launched Hanabi across the room with a palm strike. Much more earnestly, he supposed. It appeared even the ever-gentle Hinata could hold a grudge. And years of the younger woman mocking and beating her had done it. To her credit, the 15-year-old girl raced to her feet. She looked awfully like Hinata. Though with longer hair and fiercer eyes was enough to tell the two apart. Unlike Hinata, she wore the garb of the main house, making her appear somewhat above the older woman. Yet despite her normal snide and arrogant behavior, she could do little more than a desperate retreat from the new and improved Hinata. Each strike was slapped back, punished with a finger jab here and there. It was surprising how far Hinata had gone with support. Trying certainly, he was simply used to conducting himself harshly, often leading to him snapping toward her. Hinata was ever forgiving but seemed doubtful of the arrangement. But upon earning the woman's trust, she had sprouted. Still over polite and meek, but now powerful in her own right. Hanabi seemed to lose balance for a second before Hinata swept her legs from beneath her. Hanabi cried out in pain and held her leg. Neji raised an eyebrow at this. The chances she had been hurt from that kick seemed low. Before he could ponder this more, Hinata ran to her sister, worriedly checking on her. Even in her anger, she wished no ill will on her sister. Before she could even ask if she was okay, Hanabi, like a snake, struck forward with all her weight and a palm thrust. Hinata's head snapped back as blood flew from her nose, leaving her open to a crushing kick to the ribs, sending her flying back. Neji dashed in between the two before Hanabi could capitalize. What is the meaning of this? You may be my sensei, but you're still Lady Hanabi. It was a taijutsu sparring match. Feigning an injury should be saved for serious fights or full spars. Neji interrupted simply. Hanabi looked, thinking of a response, before growling and heading for the door. As she did, it opened, and a large Hyuga walked in. She backed up, allowing him entry, and immediately stood beside him with a smile. The man stood easily 7 feet tall, garbed in the main house robe. He had no eyebrows and a buzz cut. He was sneering cruelly, and Neji knew there would be an issue. In case you don't know, servant, my name is Hirat Hyuga. Unlike yours, my blood is pure, main house. Which is why I am confused. Side branch is beneath us, yet they are talking back to the air. The man's excitement seemed to drip from his voice. Guess I'll have to show you what happens when you don't play your role. Hinata gasped and called. Please don't hurt him. Neji, being experienced, quickly removed his headband and put it in his mouth. It would ensure he wouldn't bite off his tongue during the event. The man roared angrily as he formed the hand sign. Neji didn't remember falling or screaming. It was merely the feeling of his every fiber being lit aflame. His vision started to black out as he howled, his voice hoarse. Somehow, in the chaos, he could hear the screams of Hinata begging the man to stop and the laughter of Hinabi. It soon turned into Hinata attempting to rush the large man but was blindsided by a chakra strike from Hanabi to her legs. Sorry, sister, but this is happening. Hanabi said with a cruel smirk. Naruto spear. His friend voice suddenly boomed cutting through the chaos. A blur of Naruto flew by, a flight path not unlike a spear. Both of his fists smashed into Hirat's face. Naruto roared angrily as he poofed away, revealing a clone that had hit the man. Hirat flew back and into the wooden wall with an audible crunch, caving it in slightly as he slid down it. The man angrily crawled to his feet as two shinobi walked into the room. His face was now covered in blood from a gash on his head. Who the hell are you to hurt my friend? Naruto yelled furiously as he sneered at the man. Hirat, now die, peasant, Hirat called as he charged forward. Neji, still grounded, flinched as he witnessed Naruto effortlessly slam a knee into the older man's face. Ino seemingly decided to back the blonde up, following up with a power roundhouse to the large man's face. The man flew back, and Hanabi charged forward towards Ino. The two briefly traded attacks before Ino threw the more petite women into the broken wall. Roars sounded as two more main house members flew in, hearing the commotion. Met quickly by a squad of shadow clones. Naruto roared angrily as Hirat snuck in a jab to his ribs. Naruto had lowered his guard while summoning clones. The blonde ate the blow however, smashing him back with a hard elbow. The two engage in a flurry of counters and dodges. Ino dodges a flurry of palm thrusts from Hanabi before she aims a finger at Hinabi. This somehow makes the young girl stumble low to the ground, allowing a knee to smash into her face. She flew back from the blow. Ino's original jutsu was scary with its speed and lack of hand signs. It was liable to catch most off guard. Neji shook his head as the shock faded. He needed to break this up. Neji crawled to his feet, testing his muscles. The two main housers just about dived into the fray. Having finally bested the clones summoned. Before the brawl could truly kick off, Neji appeared in the center of the room, spinning silently. Kaden. The technique had grown twice as large after his training, filling the room and separating the combatants painfully. They all rose and glared at each other. Enough to behave yourselves like adults. He chided. Bold of you to chide those you serve. A voice cut through the noise. Hiyashi Hyuga, the leader of the Hyuga, walked in calmly. Do you perhaps need a lesson? He walked into the room. He and Neji could have been twins. Yet his father had died for this man. Now, that would be bold of you, best friend. Kakashi is somehow interjected behind the clan head, with an arm around Hiyashi. After all, I'm known to kill people who hurt my cute little genin. Cute isn't the word I would use for these brutes. Hiyashi countered, spinning to face the man. The room grew silent as the two influential men faced off. Interesting, when your men attempted to gang up on genin, suggest you Hyuga are the brutes. Though the fact that my cute little genin gave them a run for their money suggests you aren't very good brutes. Kakashi countered with a false friendly tone. It seems to me that our Neji overstepped. I can appreciate you all not understanding the relationship. But Neji belongs to the Hyuga to serve our whims. For him to disrespect my daughter is shameful. Hiyashi said calmly as he stepped closer to Kakashi. The two met mere inches away from each other. Their subordinates were silent as they faced off. At some unseen sign, the two started to release an intense killer intent, making the room of shinobi flinch at the powerful aura of the two Junin. One mistake there, Hiyashi-san. He is, above all, a soldier of the leaf, which the Hyuga are in service of. All to say, that we have the final say. I am his higher up, and we are equal in rank. I need him for a meeting. If you have a complaint, you can file it. Kakashi said simply as he gently shoved Neji towards Naruto and Ino. Ya screw you, bastards. If I catch you doing that again, I'll kick your ass. Naruto roared. Ya, who the hell do you think you are? Ino added defiantly. Tell your genin to hold their tongue, Kakashi, Hiyashi stated, and his Byakugan was activated with a scowl. Kakashi exposed his Sharingan. I told you how this is going. You have no legal right to deny it. You know full well you want this over with. You can't afford the attention. Too fearful of the barbaric seal you use being outlawed once someone looks closely at the cruelty. The last thing you need is someone with my sway as an enemy. You'll live to regret it if you do. Kakashi said as if offering the man candy. You truly intend to make an enemy of the Hyuga? If I gotta, Kakashi said happily. Hiyashi glared for a second longer before holding up his hand and signaling his men to fall back for now. They all fell in line behind him. Hanabi stood at his side, seemingly ready for more combat. Take him and remove yourselves from this premises. I will warn you once you stay out of Hyuga affairs. Hiyashi silently warned. You wretched shinobi were fortunate to escape Hiyashi-san's wrath. Hirat didn't finish as Hiyashi casually shoved his hand towards him, somehow sending him through the wall. I will remember this Kakashi Hatake. He vowed as he and his men left, leaving the unconscious body of Hirat behind. Kakashi waited until he was sure they were in the clear. Let's go have our meeting, shall we? He asked merrily. The three sighed. Kakashi had proven himself to be quite the sensei, but he was still an oddball. Yahiko's POV Akatsuki headquarters, Hidden Rain Village. In a large, dark, and eerie cave stood three people calmly. Each is garbed in the cloaks of the fearsome Akatsuki. The one in the middle was the tallest of the three. He had short, spiky, orange hair. Brown eyes that seemed to gaze confidently into the void. To his left stood a nervous-looking man with shoulder-length red hair. A large bang covered half his face. He had purple eyes with rings throughout that seemed to almost glow. And to the man's right stood a woman with purple hair reaching to her shoulders, a purple paper flow pinned in it. She had serious orange eyes that scanned the area studiously. The three were the leaders of the Akatsuki. Yahiko, the cage of the village hidden in the rain. Known for his fiery passion, he overthrew Hanzo, defeating him in one-on-one combat. Konan is an advisor to Yahiko and often the voice of reason for the group. Finally came Nagato, the right-hand man of Yahiko and the rumored muscle of three. Using his powerful Rinnegan, he seemed unbeatable. Together, they had brought the rain out of the war-torn state they had been in. But now Yahiko had been preparing a plan. A plan with global consequences. Konan, when will the others be calling in? Yahiko asked patiently. It'll be soon. I will warn you before they arrive. She replied. I still don't understand why we brought them on. Most of them are despicable people. Nagato said worriedly. There is no doubt about that, but it isn't something I'd worry about. I have a plan to change everything, Yahiko declares happily. You intend us to do something about the world as a whole. Is this about the peace Jiraiya had taught us about? Konan asked. A bit, but peace requires sacrifice. Jiraiya intends to achieve peace simply through good intentions. We shall achieve it by paying the necessary cost. But first, we require power. Yahiko retorted. I'm assuming this is why you had my order, Juzo, and Kisame, on that mission. It is risky to potentially make an enemy of the leaf. We know better than most just how murderous they can be, Nagato said with a raised eyebrow. Of course, we warned them to not take any significant risk. Even if the leaf classifies us as marked men, they have no clue about our location in AIM. Besides, it may prove necessary for what I have in mind. Yahiko explained. They will be arriving soon, Yahiko. It is time to leave unless you intend to expose yourself as the leader. Conan asked. No, as a cage, there can be no trail leading to the village hidden in the rain and the Akatsuki. Have them garner funds, at least for now. Our next move will come soon. First, I need to prepare some things. Yahiko stated as his body flickered away. Remember Nagato, you can't afford to show your vulnerable side. You are arguably the strongest shinobi in the world. Act above it all. These types only respect power. Conan offered. As she finished, various forms beamed in. All prepared to listen to the man who had defeated them all before. Naruto's POV Team 7's training ground, Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto, Ino, and Neji sat against trees as Kakashi stared them down. They all knew their sensei was a unique man, often having his own thought process and quirks. Truthfully, the three were not sure what to expect but knew to be on guard. Well, the time has come. It's time to decide if you'll join the Chunin exams, Kakashi started happily. Ignoring the excited cheers of the three at the news. He had intended to ask them. But it seemed all three were keen on testing themselves and growing stronger. He was not surprised they seemed so instantly keen. It seems Team 7 would make their introduction to the world as rookies. Jiraiya's POV nearby Kazecage's manor, Hidden Sand Village. Jiraiya was often a busy man. It seemed to always be the case these days. While some preferred to kick back, Jiraiya preferred to get things done, and kick back. See, some dreaded the cruel, hot desert. For good reason, Jiraiya knew plenty about those who had perished in the sun. If only they knew what he knew however. The hidden sand was full of beautiful women. He supposed technically he was heading to enemy turf. The village hidden in the sand, were allies of the leaf. But his sources here whispered of unrest due to the leaf, scalping customers. But in the shinobi business, you didn't go off mere conjecture. Underneath the underneath, as it were. Truthfully, it was merely the nature of the sand to struggle a fair bit. Throughout his years, they always had. But the struggle had formed a hardy people. They are known for their powerful wind jutsu, dangerous poisons, and unique puppet users. Jiraiya watched as he walked through the village, noticing but ignoring the two squads of sand Anbu trailing him. Earnestly, he thought they were arrogant enough to send only two. But it mattered little since he was here for diplomacy. His guide led him into Raza's office. The two stared at each other intently as the guide quietly excused himself. Jiraiya subtly took a deep breath, smoothing his nerves. Raza was an intelligent and shrewd man. He respected formality and loyalty. Neither of which Jiraiya could offer the man. He would have to do a bit of a balancing act to convince him to solidify the alliance. A bit of the carrot and stick. Raza, my old buddy, he roared as if across the building and not a mere room. He saw the man subtly sigh. Right, so far. Jiraiya, it is shocking to see a legend like yourself conduct yourself like a fool. I know when to play it straight, Kazekage. I just prefer to start things lightly. You arrive in my village unannounced. Do you realize you are a walking security risk? Do not waste my time here, Sage. So you're worried about me? Jiraiya asked with some mirth. By the quick scowl, Raza showed he was going in the wrong direction. Alright, my bad, Kazekage-sama. I'm here to offer you a new contract for our alliance. Why should we update our alliance? We are still foreign entities to each other, and we would gain relatively little. Raza countered. Well, we certainly are two separate nations. But we have years of cooperation under our belt at this point. Furthermore, don't you think gaining a little show muscle for upcoming events could be valuable? Jiraiya asked. You are hosting them. It would be only for the Leaf's gain. Raza retorted, his voice showing his impatience. Before he suddenly grew a smile of his own, unless, of course, you knew something I didn't. Otherwise, why even offer? You're well aware of my attitude and would know I wouldn't bite on that. Jiraiya mentally flinched. Raza caught on quickly. Correct you are. They are discussing holding it in the land of iron. Samurai, Raza said quietly. They won't tolerate nonsense and are quite formidable themselves. With the other villages being forced to behave there, subtle threats like an alliance are ideal. Especially since it would put pressure on the others to join it. So, do you accept? Jiraiya asked. Fine, I will accept. Little risk and decent benefits. I'm assuming he'll send a draft. Raza asked. Jiraiya tossed him an envelope. Leaf shinobi are always too confident for their own good. I will resend the agreement with any changes I need. Remove yourself from my village now, Jiraiya. My Anbu is on edge. Also, remember, the room is filled with golden blades surrounding the Sanin. Warn us next time you wish to visit, please. Sure thing, just had to ask, Jiraiya said with a smile. body flickering away confidently. I hate that man, Rasa muttered as he got back to his work. Zetsu's POV, hidden sound base, land of fire. Scientists and shinobi both ran in terror at the sound of pained and desperate screams. In truth, it was a sound they were familiar with, but most simply could not stand the sound or sight of it. The sound was becoming known in the criminal world. Various companies and villages either benefited or suffered from their acts. From various cruel experiments they performed on civilians or enemies. Perhaps if they knew the reasons such acts were committed, the horror would fade. But the goal and discoveries made by it were only known to Orochimaru and his trusted. Usually, it was a sign their powerful master's will was being acted out. But when they came from the master himself, it was time to flee for most. It was only when Orochimaru was feeling particularly cruel or angry he did it himself. And the man was known for being murderous when in a rage. As the men retreated from the building, Zetsu stalked through the base calmly, holding a cup containing a cocktail of pills for Orochimaru. As Zetsu walked through the now empty stone halls, he observed the various chambers. Some were high-tech labs filled with top-of-the-line equipment. Others were grim rooms full of tortuous tools and bloody stains. The rest were cells filled with both living and dead. Zetsu's last master had never been as cruel as Orochimaru. In his way, his goal had been noble. His power seemed absolute, yet he had watched as his master was cut down. It had broken him, years of planning thrown to the wind. For years, he had merely lived as a beast, killing any he crossed, until he had run into Orochimaru. He had recognized his unique skills. The potential he held, perhaps enough for Zetsu's own goal. Zetsu had at first accepted out of greed. The Sannin was strong, intelligent, and adaptable. He wasn't on the level of his last master but had potential. He thought he would surely outsmart the snake and manipulate him as he did his previous master. But the same reason he had used to select him became why the snake had managed to get the upper hand on him. In his broken state, the snake had manipulated his heart and even convinced him to get the curse mark. It had been too late by the time the two Zetsus realized the man's ploy. Orochimaru's curse mark was infused with his very soul. Using the fragment in Zetsu, he managed to tinge his very reasoning. Deep down, he knew the snake was using him, but he lacked the will to free himself. Even if he could, he had little to live for anyway. At least he was a servant now, better than nothing. He flinched at the inhuman wails someone had let loose as he opened the large doors into Orochimaru's room. The Sannin was donned in medical scrubs and a face mask. He wielded a scalpel and was using it to carve a seal directly into the chest of a bound man. The seal he created grew brightly and hissed in the air as it was created. The process for creating his serum was not a simple one. His new version of the serum had been undeniably effective, turning a close fight for the two targets into a losing battle for them. Zetsu was sure that, with his immense durability and healing ability, Orochimaru would have been fine with the drug. But the strain of battle combined with the serum's side effects had put a strain on his current host. It would hold for now, the snake had told him. But until then, his life was agony. Only through absurdly strong painkillers could he achieve peace. Zetsu approached the Sannin carefully, flinching when the man grabbed the cup from him violently. Orochimaru threw back the pills and crunched them down as if starving. Zetsu split in two as the black one stands patiently, and the white one hums and paces around the room. It wouldn't take long for the pills to kick in. Orochimaru's breath slowed suddenly. The tension from his sweating and bruised body seemed to seep out as the drugs kicked in. He stretched slowly, unsure if his body was ready. Once he was pleased, he turned to him. He hummed as he calmly traced his scalpel into the chest of the man beneath him, whose screams became whimpers as he worked. It seemed that Sannin's mood had improved with pain being gone. Thank you Zetsu Kukuku, was there something else you needed? I'm preoccupied right now. I heard the news. They managed to survive. Did you go easy on them, boss? The two asked in turns. Watch your tongue. I won't hesitate to slay the two of you, Orochimaru warned. But no, the two old men managed to trick me. Did you come down here to merely mock me? I did. Oh gosh. We're sorry, boss. Forgive us. We do have news, however. Orochimaru hummed silently as he pondered the two. Go on then. It seems the Chunin exam location recently changed. After complaints from the Cloud and Mist about the Leaf hosting the special one this year, a decision was made. They have decided on a more neutral ground. The land of the samurai. The land of the iron. Zetsu explained. Orochimaru's arm punched into the stone wall next to him as he finished. Breaking through as if it was made of paper. Damn. There goes my chance. And those damn brats slaughtered my picks. Hiruzen, you rotting old fool, I will proudly display your head in my home. Orochimaru raged before the exhaustion from the painful day he had caught up to him. He panted angrily as his mind raced. Before a smile popped onto his face. Zetsu, gather the sound for. An attack would be unwise. We lack the strength for a direct approach. It would be scary as well. Zetsu countered. Kukuku, you would be correct. Luckily, my plan is more cunning. The Sound Four will not be participating in the exam itself, instead they'll be tasked with kidnapping. What do you mean? What do you mean? Zetsu asked, confused. They will watch over the targets I've selected. Once the chance presents itself, the two will strike. Once they do so, I will have them slaughter the heirs to the various clans of the Leaf. Hiruzen will know true failure. The Leaf hasn't escaped my wrath yet. At times like this, Zetsu knew he had made the right choice in his new master. Orochimaru simply played the game differently. Though a small part of him wondered if he was underestimating their enemies. Naruto's POV Uzumaki residence, Hidden Leaf Village. The only blonde Uzumaki sat on his couch, bored. He had always enjoyed training. It was one of the few times he could think freely. He just had always enjoyed being active, he supposed. It was a healthy attitude when you live the shinobi lifestyle. As such, the genin of Team 7 had taken to a nightly run. Take care of conditioning and have some extra team time. But his mother had asked him to hold back. They were having a family meeting. She claimed it was tradition, but if so, it was a new one. Naruto knew his family was a bit odd. Namely, missing was a rather crucial element that other families had. But it had always been a reasonably enjoyable life they had lived. From others' perspective, it was chaotic and odd, but the blonde had been happy. Then, he met Iruka, someone he saw as his older brother. Then, Shikamaru, his first peer-turned-friend. Then they came even quicker. Lee, Choji, Neji, and even Ino. Naruto nowadays had a lot that he had wished for back in the day. Perhaps that's why he suddenly worried about what he didn't have. He wouldn't say he missed his father. He couldn't remember him, and his mom refused to tell him anything substantial. And he couldn't say he wanted one either. He had never had one, so he knew little of what he was missing. He had never truly seen the point in it all. But despite all that, he had come to enjoy his chaotic life. Yet, in moments when his mother brought order, he knew to expect change. It became even more apparent when it wasn't one-on-one. Next to his mother stood Kakashi. Both of them had locked their eyes with the blonde. Hi, Naruto asked, confused. Hi there, Naruto. Kakashi waved jovially before Kushina elbowed his side. We both need to talk to you about the exams. His voice was now more serious. More training. I think it's a bit late. Naruto said jokingly from his position on the couch. Son, it's about a deal regarding the exams, Kushina explained. An unfair one, Kakashi added. His voice sounds oddly emotional. Like he wasn't pleased with the current situation. What do you mean? Naruto started before Kushina quietly shushed him. Just let us explain, sweetie. Kushina interrupted softly. The Chunin exams are always a big deal for shinobi. It helps keep the peace and drives business to the villages that do well. But for you, son, this exam is a challenge your father wanted for you. See the identity of your father, and the truth of that night is a secret your father swore me to. I've hated keeping it and have dragged others in as well. Kakashi here is an example. Kakashi had begged me to allow him to be around you as much as possible. But I couldn't allow it. You might have discovered the truth then. Kakashi-sensei wanted to be around more. But why would he care about me? Your father and I were quite close. I can't tell how or why yet. But your father was someone I admired quite a bit. Kakashi explained sadly. But as much as I wanted to be around, I couldn't go against his wishes. Why would he want me without people? Why the hell is this some secret? I deserve to know who he is. Didn't he think about me at all? Naruto exclaimed, getting steadily more angry. Kakashi coughed into a hand. As he sat next to the blonde. Your father is hiding it from you because he wanted you to have a regular childhood. Something we managed to some degree. Things weren't perfect. I know you suffered from loneliness, and the mystery behind your father must have bothered you. But he truly believed this was for the best. He knew it would be hard for you to see that. So he made time for you to be told. For the world truly. Son, your father's legacy, his identity, your identity. I've wanted to tell you all this time. But your father was the man I love. I had to keep the promise given. Luckily, it is time for you to learn it. I know you're ready to know the truth, son. The same way I know your father is watching. I know it's not fair, son. But, to learn the truth, you must become a Chunin. Naruto stood up suddenly, his head low to avoid eye contact as he sat up and slowly walked to the front door. Kushina went to stand and grab him, but Kakashi stopped her. Shaking his head no as the blonde got to the door. I get your reasoning, he said simply. And I don't care about the deal. I'm becoming Hokage, so becoming Chunin was always the plan. He opened the door and entered the chill night air as he said this. But I would never hide something like this from someone I care about. The door slammed violently with the declaration, and the blonde stormed out. Kushina sighed as she sagged low. Kakashi put a hand on her shoulder. I wouldn't worry too much. Naruto has shown himself to be forgiving. I know Minato-sensei appreciates you doing this. I think Naruto will understand in time. Perhaps even appreciate it himself one day. I know Kakashi. You're much too young to be giving me advice. Kushina countered, her voice wavering a bit. I forgot you look so young, Kakashi said jokingly. Kushina snorted. No woman is pretty when they cry, she said as a subtle warning. Understood, ma'am. You have my word, and I'll keep him safe. And with both of our training, I'm confident it's time, Kakashi said as he walked out. You always were a great mother. Don't let one mistake eat you up, Kakashi offered as he poofed away. Kushina sniffled slightly as she waited for her son to return. He may not always appreciate what she does, but as a mother, she would do whatever was necessary for her beloved child. She had promised Minato no less. X_X. Naruto sat on the curb of a road a couple of streets down. Usually, he would go to the monument when he wanted some time to himself. But that was the first place his mother would check. He had retreated due to his anger cooling over. As infuriating as the situation was, he simply could not treat his mother poorly. She had always been there for him. But those reasons could only do so much to dull she rage. Naruto was smart enough to know something odd was going on. But knowing that people kept a secret that the blonde was so desperate to know felt like a slap to the face. He had thought some time alone would allow him to process this. But his mind seemingly was determined to wander in various depressing ways. In this stupor of negativity, the blonde encountered some familiar faces. Neji, Lee, and Shikamaru all jogged up to the blonde. Lee and Neji both enthusiastically said to the blonde while Shikamaru panted on the ground pitifully. Naruto-san, it is a most youthful night. Would you like to join our jog? Lee asked the entire time he jogged in place. Naruto chuckled as he looked at Neji, who seemed empty. Perhaps for his sanity, he had gone to his happy place. How'd this happen, Neji? Naruto asked, while he didn't particularly want to talk. But the three were good friends of his, and he wouldn't willingly be an ass to them. He saw me doing our run solo. Ino skipped tonight, citing a conversation long overdue with her father. When he saw me, he went on some asinine rant about youth before joining me. I had intended to pick up the pace and lose him, but he matched it easily. Neji complained. Haha, Yabushi Brow's speed is no joke. Naruto jokes. He was already feeling slightly better from talking to his friends. How'd they get your lazy ass to join? Naruto asked with a snark towards the prone Nara. Bushy Brows or whatever saw me lazing on a bench and dragged me into running. It was fine initially, but those two turned it into some kind of competition. He stood up with a frown. What are you doing out here anyways, Naruto? Naruto frowned and considered brushing them off. But the three were good friends, and any advice they could give him may be of excellent service. Neji and Shikamaru were some of the most brilliant guys he knew. And Lee was surprisingly wise despite his odd behavior. Well, the blonde explained the situation to the three men silently lounging on the sidewalk as they listened. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. This sounds absurd. I can't think of a singular reason for them to hide that from you. Even less so for Kakashi to somehow tie into it. Regarding them hiding it, it's definitely odd, but I simply can't see them hiding it for anything short of a good reason. Your mother isn't the type to keep secrets. Kakashi is, but Kushina has always been straightforward. I get that, but they do not see how cruel this is. I've wondered for years who he was. Even the story she used to tell about had seemed odd. Yet they know the truth and are now dangling it over my head. Naruto complained. Certainly in poor taste, but it doesn't seem the biggest concern, Neji interjected. We were planning to get Chunin either way. This is merely motivation. Yes, Guy-sensei has always taught us that youth is powerful, though it can be easily muted by negative mindsets. Lee added. Yeah, but it's bullshit. I agree with Naruto on this, as much as a drag as that is. It's weird and messed up, regardless of how valid it is. I'm gonna look into this for you, Shikamaru said as he stood and stepped away. A trail of smoke followed him on his way home. It's a drag, but you've suffered more than enough, Naruto. Lee smiled and gave the blonde the nice guy pose. I'm confident you will handle yourself well, Naruto-san. Remember the power of youth. Then he ran off, seemingly allowing the two teammates to speak privately. It's unfair and unjust that they're doing this to you. But I'm not truly worried, Neji stated. Well, I am. If I mess this up, I may never learn, Naruto muttered. Indeed, but you are the type of man who perseveres regardless, Neji said. Show the world the Naruto I saw on that day. Learn your truth, and achieve your goal. I believe in you, my friend, Neji said before he, too, jogged off. Naruto sat for an hour or two, pondering the words given before walking home. His mother had mobbed him, but he hugged her, apologized, and went to bed. He would need sleep for the days ahead. He needed to know the truth. And he would crush anyone who stood in his way. Hiruzen's POV, Hidden Prison, Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen, Homura, and Kaharu walked patiently through the prison hall, escorted by several guards. Homura was an old comrade and friend of his. The man had aged as much as he had, the hair on his head and chin now gray. He wore a green pair of glasses and robes, which marked him as an advisor to the Hokage. The most prominent feature of the man was his constant scowl. It was fitting for a serious and withdrawn man such as him. Danzo and he had always gotten along. And doubtless, the man was excited to hear from him again. Kaharu, the woman of the two, was an older lady with a matching scowl who had once been beautiful and vibrant. She had gained poise but lost the innocence and optimism she had been known for when young. She now was a pragmatic and focused woman, who also preferred Danzo. Hirswen needed new friends, he supposed. There were meetings in this prison for risky personnel to discuss the topic of the Chunin exams. Though the man was imprisoned for his crimes, Hiruzen knew few could match his knowledge except Danzo. He doubted the man would approve of the situation or offer advice he'd wish to do. The Sarutobi had learned the wisdom of hearing differing perspectives. And as a man who had run his own Anbu Corps, he likely had information regarding the Land of Iron. So, with secrecy and reservations aplenty, the three elders traversed to the cell containing Danzo. One of the guards standing post subjected each to chakra scans before being let in. In front of them lies the restrained man. His body was covered in seals, primarily sealing off his chakra and remaining Sharingan. His arms were restrained by chakra-imbued chains. Even his feet were shackled. There was no expense too great to keep a cage-level shinobi imprisoned. Danzo's lone available I met them as they entered. Despite the man's odd position and indefinite imprisonment to be served, he was calm, not speaking a word, and he stared down his longtime friends. Both Homura and Kaharu flinched, seeing him like this. While they had not even attempted to defend the man on the charges. But were uncomfortable seeing their colleague imprisoned. Hiruzen was himself, doubly so, that he had been the one to order the punishment. As a cage, though, he had no option but to hesitate or allow his feelings to dictate this situation. Hiruzen, Homura, and Kaharu. My dear friends are here to see me at my lowest. Danzo said simply. Even an emotionally driven man like yourself is above gloating friends. So why are you here? I could only guess the exams. Yes, Hiruzen replied. Things have taken some turns. Indeed. The villages agreed on a new location. Wanting a more neutral area. Kaharu added. What was the chosen location? Danzo asked, seemingly already game to discuss business despite his imprisonment. Yes, that is what is troubling. They decided on the Land of Iron. A land full of samurai with very different customs and unknown power. Homura said, annoyed. This fool went against our wishes and agreed to it. They are known to be a peaceful nation, Homura. Hiruzen countered tiredly. But the other villages are coming as well. This would be a perfect opportunity for enemies of the leaf to strike at us. Kaharu interjected. Yes, but, Hirswen started but was interrupted by Danzo's dry, snarky laugh. Haha, what a day it is. It was Hijiki Day, and I agree with my rival. Danzo said humorously, smiling for one moment. Before it was washed away. We do need to go. I'm sure Hiruzen reasons to do so for peace between the villages. However, the advantages are not limited to opportunistic ones. It would be good to flex power among the villages. I assume you already arranged for the Sand to stand with us. The other two elders sneered at the two for this. Both choose to leave. Hiruzen smiled at his friend, momentarily setting aside their complicated history as Danzo had. Indeed, we have strengthened our alliance for the next few years. Should help sell the idea of staying away from us for now. Not quite how I would put it. But the idea is the same. We must go, or the villages will take it as a sign of weakness. Numbers we're bringing for this. Genin teams 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are being sent. Obviously, with their Junin. As well as my own Anbu guards. Under the pretense of defending the Genin, of course. As for my personal guards, I figured Tsunade and Jiraiya. Not bringing Obito or Itachi. Danzo asked simply. Not even surprised you know this old friend, Hiruzen said with a smile. Just how far does your reach go? As far as the leaf requires it, Danzo answered teasingly. You never keep things boring, Danzo. Now, there's something else I'd like to discuss. About a certain Genin in particular. Ino's Pav Great Gate Entrance, Hidden Leaf Village. Ino had never felt so nervous in her life. She wanted to take the exam, of course. It was her chance to prove herself to Neji and Naruto. Neji had become a supportive teammate, even offering her various pointers. She had come to enjoy the polite Hyuga. Kakashi was another situation entirely. Often aloof, quirky, and teasing, he seemed like a man-child usually. But in training or missions, he showed fearsome intelligence. And was surprisingly caring and thoughtful. The most complicated was the Uzumaki on their team. She hadn't thought much of the recent reveal of him being a Jinchuriki. It was certainly challenging to hear he carried the burden. But she knew he was not looking for pity. It was hard to pity the blonde. He was confident, funny, clever in odd ways, and cute in a more rough way. He was also childish, stubborn, and surprisingly dense. Yet she would be a liar if she claimed she wasn't paying attention. In the academy, she had pursued Sasuke. It was easy to see why. He was handsome, powerful, and intelligent, wrapped in a brooding exterior. In other words, perfect for her. Yet she hadn't thought of Sasuke in a while. Instead, the goofy blonde occupied her mind. Before, she had dismissed him in any unique way due to his, well, goofiness. But she had grown used to his demeanor. And though she would never openly admit she had grown to like it, it kept her mood up and often seemed endearing in some strange way. She wouldn't say she was crushing on the blonde. But she was keeping an eye on him. She could admit he had his qualities she liked quite a bit. He was kind and earnest. It was simply second nature for the man to be friendly. His humor was similar to her own. Hell, he could even be sarcastic as hell if pushed. He also had a caring side. Reckless making an enemy of the Hyuga was a decision she would label as foolish any other time. But when the blonde did so, she moved with him. She had been surprised by how much she trusted his judgment. She wasn't looking to nail anything down. As great as he was, she didn't think she wanted that, but she would keep an open mind. Ino, Blondie, hey. Can you hear me? Naruto, who had been standing next to her in the crowd of shinobi, was awaiting to be addressed by their Hokage before venturing out to the land of iron for the exams. Ino had heard him but was too engrossed in her odd feelings about her fellow blonde. Neji smiled to himself before whispering to Naruto. The Uzumaki looked back at the Hyuga in disbelief before sighing and attempting to break the Yamanaka's thought process again. Ino, hey cutie, you there? Ino's entire body and soul froze at that word. She felt a blush come on. Not only from the sudden compliment, but the utter embarrassment of the choice of words. She growled as she slammed her fist into the blonde's head. When Neji chuckled, she kicked his shin viciously, dropping the two. Never say something that awkward again, Blondie, Ino said as she panicked to ensure no one heard. Once she was comfortable, no one did. She noticed the Hokage standing on the stage, flanked by two legendary Sannin. Tsunade Senju is the daughter of Hashirama and a renowned medic. Jiraiya is known for his sage techniques, toad allies, and the controversial books he wrote. The three shinobi stood together and were some of the strongest shinobi in the world. It showed that almost everyone seemed to treat Hiruzen respectfully, even in his advanced age. Ino started to come up with the idea of Naruto becoming Hokage. But seeing one in action made it clear how far Blondie had to go. Greeting shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. There is much to discuss, but first, let me state my pride. I am proud of the genin, who have trained hard and have been recognized for their potential. The Junin have spent time and effort getting these young men and women to where they are now. I am proud of the Anbu who serve dutifully and diligently daily and night to protect our lovely home. But now it is time to strike out. The Chunin exams are a time-honored tradition to promote peace. It is a warfare-free way to flex our muscles, as well as build relationships between villages. Keep in mind that the path to Chunin is violent and painful. But in the process, peace is made. Surely, those of you who signed up are after a promotion. A rise in station, a chance to show off. Well, do so proudly. For we are the Hidden Leaf. We do not want violence. But we prepare ourselves for it all the same. So, as we continue to remember the will of fire, let it fuel you. I know you all will show the world the true strength of the leaf. Hiruzen lectured. Leaf, 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 leaf. The crowd roared as they hyped themselves up. Now, let's go. With this command, the leaf group left their home, determined to arrive at the destination and have a good showing. Ross's pav traversing, land of wind. Rasa stood impassively as he flew through the air on a golden platform of moving sand. Below was a battalion of some of their strongest warriors. The first team of genin was exceptional but unlikely to reach the finals. But the other team, well, Tamari and Konkuro were on another level. And his youngest son was another thing entirely. Gaara, you cannot kill on this journey, Rasa warned darkly, with Gaara floating on his cloud next to him. In some ways, his son had improved. He was rarely killed unless provoked and even seemed to finally understand that Shikaku was not the ghost of his mother. Yet he was still undeniably strange. I have no interest in killing impulsively anymore, Rasa. I merely come in hopes of meeting some like me. Gaara said dryly. Rasa grunted at this. He didn't doubt his son's words, but admittedly, the idea of him looking for other Jinchuriki was also concerning. He would have to remain vigilant, or he was sure he was in for an international incident. Killer Bees pav traversing, land of lightning. A large crowd of cloud shinobi marched down a mountain. Mostly, they seemed like an organized group following their proud raikage. But at the back sat a more unique group. Going to the Chunin exam tilde they fear the moves I spam tilde I am a killer bee tilde the champion of the clouds tilde that's me tilde we. A significant buff, dark-skinned, white-braided hair, sunglass-bearing man rapped and danced as they marched. He wore the standard uniform, the hidden cloud. He has a white scarf and two blue horns tattooed on his left cheek. He was one of two Jinchuriki of the cloud. The man, known as B, is half of the AB combo. Sensei, If you do that the whole way there, I'll kick your ass. A red-haired, dark-skinned, lithe woman responded. She wore the same uniform, but her green underjacket was torn on the sleeves, as well as a bandana headband. Karui of Team B. But you can't. What if you try and get injured? Then we would have to drop out of the exams, Omoi theorized worriedly. He was also part of Team B. He was similarly garbed as the other two, with short, spiky white hair. He somehow talked quickly with a lollipop in his mouth. You're all so uncool, a tall, fair-skinned woman complained. She wore a simple gray low-cut blouse, armored with a hard corset, thigh-high sandals, and red wrapping on her wrist. B ignored his unsupportive students for now. Perhaps they'd listen to the victory rap he had written when they won this thing. Ikam's paw border of Land of Iron. Ikam knew secretly entering the Land of Iron was risky. The samurai were powerful and lawful men. But he had to attend once he had heard the Chunin exams were to be held here. He had initially intended to come alone, but Lifuzu and Michio insisted on coming with him to ensure his safety. Ikam would never have had a chance to observe all 5 villages like this. Besides, he was sure it would find plenty of new targets. Eradicating the Uzumaki was a considerable amount of work. He emerged from his thoughts as Michio finished her scan. It seems clear, love. He smiled at the good news. Excellent. Remember, we don't make any problems unless necessary. Ikam lectured. Today is scouting, but worry not. If we have an easy shot at one of our accursed kin. Lifuzu and Michio both nodded at this. Ikam had always been decent at finding subordinates. Outside Land of Fire. The silent yet lively forest of the Land of Fire was admired for its tranquil beauty. It was known for the enjoyable relaxed atmosphere, in the safe land run by the Leaf Village. This usual peace was slowly disturbed by a sound of swishing air and light taps among the branches. A deer cautiously stared ahead looking for the origin of the noise and debating retreating. It raised its ears to ensure it could sense what was approaching. Before the deer could even react, black streaks flew overhead. The streaks seemed to maneuver around the trees of the forest with faultless speed. The instinct of the deer told it to hide or attempt to run. But there was no point. This many predators moving this fast was an inescapable threat. Nearby unrelated shinobi or chakra-talented civilians in the Land of Fire spoke an immeasurable chakra wave. They report leaf shinobi flying through the forest at absurd speeds. The ranks and identities varied wildly. First was reports of a ghostly Anbu unit. Never seen but felt by their powerful chakra. Others whispered of a devastating trio. Hiruzen the god of shinobi flanked by the 2 remaining loyal Sanin. Others told of a horde of genin and junin. Their sheer numbers terrifying those who walked by. Some feared war was on the horizon. But those in the know were already aware. The Leaf were on their way to the Chunin exams. Simultaneously, Shikamaru. Many men in the world wished to travel and adventure. Personally, he never truly understood it. He was a pragmatic man and his home seemed to provide everything he needed. Clear skies to observe clouds, plenty of shady trees to avoid the sun, peaceful animal life. Yet as he marched through the endless trees, the country of fire was known for. Shikamaru had to admit he felt out of place among the large group of shinobi. Even with his remarkable mind, it was completely unexpected that they would be traveling with such a strong group. Despite the Junin giving them the adequate amount of space, the energy exuded by them was almost suffocating even if they seemed almost nonchalant. The Junin formed a loose circle around the genin. It was almost like they were babysitting them. Not to mention that the untraceable Anbu watching their every move like hawks was a little unnerving even if they were all supposed to be allies. The group was covering a large amount of ground. It was impressive considering how big of a group they were, without even a single person being out of place. Being a bit spread out allowed them to flank any attackers. To their back was a triangle of Anbu who acted as both the flank watch and extra protection from them. Shikamaru could feel latent chakra just from the Junin surrounding them. But the Anbu seemed to have no chakra signal. They moved utterly silently, not even a word being uttered as they traversed and scouted the area around them. If the Junin were the shining stars traversing with them, then the Anbu were like abyssal night. Their cage somehow displayed both characteristics. He traversed the trees easier than any Junin. His large chakra dwarfed any person within the vicinity regardless of their position or power. A subtle sign of their Hokage's strength. He by himself would be intimidating. But flanked by 2 of the Sanin, the very air around them seemed to vibrate. Clearly the best Anbu had been sent from the front. They somehow both buzzed with latent power while being utterly silent. Shikamaru would observe them travel but be shocked when they would seemingly disappear before his very eyes. Before he would spot them again, feeling their power as he did. To think this was a small battalion. He was definitely feeling inadequate, but the fact that the Hokage and 2 of the Sanin personally came for their protection somehow endeared the Hokage to him more than ever. It clearly showed how much he cared for them even if they meant nothing in his armada. He decided to change the topic. Being surrounded by so many notable figures was giving him a mental crisis. Shikamaru never considered himself much, nor did he want to be. He wasn't innately talented such as Sasuke or Neji. He wasn't the most determined, that would go to the absurd try-hard like Naruto or Lee. His personality left a lot to be desired, as Ino or his mother would say. The point was that the young lazy man knew his role. He was to follow orders and perform as expected. He was an intelligent man. Not in arrogance but merely in measurement. When he was young, Iruka tricked him into taking an IQ test. Shikamaru had scored higher than even his genius father. That was when his life had shifted. Before the discovery, all he had to worry about was doing right by his clan. After the discovery, though, everyone seemed to expect greatness from him. Shikamaru didn't mind, but it was admittedly disappointing for them when he didn't achieve it, or according to some didn't want to achieve it. Shikamaru knew he was lazy, but he preferred it that way. In his experience, guys who cared more than he often suffered more for it. He had met people who were different from him yet relaxed. They didn't treat him too differently, which was nice. Choji, a kind man, is soft and measured compared to his combat style. Shino, a man who was similar to him. Well, except for the bugs anyway. Kiba didn't think much of the Nara, valuing strength overall. They were all easy friends, comfortable ones. Then he met Naruto Uzumaki. The man was widely disliked by the general public. He and his mother truly. The reason was unknown, but it never got too far out of line. As such, Naruto suffered. Shikamaru did not know why. But the guilt of leaving him alone became unbearable. So he offered to sit with him. It had been a small act of kindness, maybe even pity, a measly kindness. But he still remembered the happiness the blonde had shown that day. As if he was shocked by being treated as a human being. Shikamaru had hesitantly decided to help the guy out. He had introduced him to his friends. Had him hang out with his crew outside the academy. The whole 9 yards. But he was shocked when he realized he genuinely enjoyed Naruto despite how he seemed to involve him in all sorts of mess. He had an unshakable confidence, an endless drive, and genuinely seemed to love people. An extrovert who surely would have been popular if he was a better shinobi or had a better reputation. Choji had always been his best friend, and he still was. But Naruto had gained the rank as well. It was troublesome having him as a friend. But Shikamaru truly didn't mind. He still didn't. He supposed some part of him should be upset to be doing extra work. Especially one that seemed to be a village secret of some kind. But he had a soft heart. When it was his friends, he tended to put effort in, much to his own dismay. Which led to him walking side by side with Asuma. The two smoked as they strolled. A habit Asuma had accidentally bestowed upon the Nara, as he liked to say, much to the disappointment of his mother. Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru started as mind settled in for the task at hand. Do you mind if I ask you something? Asuma hummed as he puffed. Why do people dislike the Uzumaki family? Shikamaru asked, keeping his voice casual and as innocent as he could manage. He needed to start subtly. Not make his intention clear before Asuma's position was assured. Asuma flinched slightly. Before he smiled innocently himself. If it wasn't for Shikamaru watching closely, he may have missed it. I can't be certain. I assume it might be the pranks Naruto used to do. Asuma replied nonchalantly, taking over the topic. Personally found it entertaining, but some people can't take a joke. But the Nara wasn't just that easy to convince. Who was his father? The Nara drove through. Even a Junin may slip if pressed suddenly. Shikamaru observed another flinch. It seemed the secret behind the hate of the Uzumaki and the mystery behind Naruto's father were connected in some way. I have no idea. Shikamaru was never that close with them. Why are you asking anyway? Do you like Blondie or something? Asuma joked. Shikamaru silently took a couple of small puffs of his cigarette, flicking off the ash as he pondered the response. It was clear Asuma was hiding something, but why was he hiding it? Even more interesting was the deflection he attempted to use. As he eyed him, Asuma met his gaze. Eyes lacking the usual relaxed nature he held. Asuma sighed. He was cornered here, and Shikamaru wouldn't leave the topic without some consolation. Shikamaru, Asuma said, his voice now tense. Some things are simply not our business. I wish that was the case, sensei. But I need to know the truth. Shikamaru said, now glaring at Asuma's eyes. The Junin matched the stare. The two smoking men stared down at each other intently. Before Asuma chuckled with a smile. Not sure why you're fired up about this. But I have to encourage it as your sensei. I warn you, this secret is a big one. So I can only give you one piece of info. If you discover it on your own, it should be fine. Asuma said, almost seeming proud. Shikamaru nodded as he kneeled and got into position to elevate his thinking. October 10th. Exactly 18 years ago. That date should be a decent enough stopping point for someone like yourself. Asuma said before he sped up his pace, leaving the Nara standing still amongst the traveling crowd. Shikamaru hummed at this. He knew the day was significant, but in what way? It was certainly an eventful day. Otherwise, why would Asuma bring it up? Shikamaru stopped walking as the importance of the date ran through his skull. October 10th was the day the Nine Tails had launched an assault on the Leaf. They had suffered great losses but had managed to slay the beast. The question was then, What the hell did Naruto, Kushina, and the Nine Tails have in common? Why was that day related to Naruto? What a drag. I'll have to look into the stupid fox without looking like a worshipping fanatic of kitsunes. Shikamaru complained quietly to himself. Pineapple, we can help you with that info. Shikamaru looked up tiredly to see Sai and Tenten standing behind him. It seems they had listened to his conversation with Asuma. It works out nicely. We had some information to give to you anyway. As well as a proposal of sorts. Tenten added. I already asked the Anbu, we can go off to the side as long as we keep up. So let's chat. Why not discuss it here? Shikamaru asked, confused. He knew his teammates were odd, but it seemed they had information no genin should have. Well, Pineapple, we can't afford for just anyone to hear it. Sai explained happily. Recently he had improved a lot, primarily he had discovered a love of teasing him. Shikamaru resisted the urge to ignore them. He could use the help. Besides, he was suspicious of the two for a while now. They had been hiding something this entire time. Fine, let's do it, Shikamaru said as the three leapt to the side, gaining some distance from the group. So why are we being so secretive anyway, Sai? Sai won't be able to answer, unfortunately. At least not on that topic. Let's start with your mention of the tailed beast. Tenten interjected with an apologetic smile. See, that's setting off red flags. How would you two know anything substantial about the tailed beast? You should have access to the same information I have, Shikamaru said with a small frown. That is unfortunately not the case, Pineapple, Sai said with his unusual smile. What? Shikamaru asked, and stop calling me Pineapple, you're already dragging it out. We were part of a shadowy organization based loosely off the Anbu. Tenten started. The name of the organization was Root, it was run by a secretive man named Danzo Shimura. You two were related to Root. After the arrest of Danzo Shimura, the Root had been exposed to the public for various crimes. Shikamaru started but was interrupted as Sai put a hand on his shoulder. He hadn't even heard him move. When had Sai gotten so fast? We're definitely not normal genin. None of the members of Root are normal. We go through intensive physical and mental training. Disregarding every aspect of what makes a human, to 24s a day, efficient, shinobi. Most of it is designed to wipe our personalities while hyperfocusing on skills. The members who fully graduate become machines. Unfearing of death and uncaring of life. Only the safety and development of the village is the goal. You noted early on that Sai seemed off. Even me to some extent, I'm sure. The only reason we aren't fully broken is due to Danzo being captured. He was kind enough to offer us freedom first. Unfortunately, Sai had been in the system longer. Whoever he was before the training is almost fully gone. As is his ability to tell of his past. A seal is put upon the tongue once joining. This makes it impossible for them to discuss Root or Danzo without Danzo being nearby. Luckily I was spared of this due to being a spy for the Hokage. Allowing me to explain this to you and providing me the opportunity to correct the wrongs of Danzo. We're even at a higher level than most genin. It's why we pushed for these exams. Tenten explained as she drew a blade from a scroll. You two were put on the genin teams to spy, weren't you? Why are you telling me this? You almost certainly need to kill me, now. Otherwise I will become a loose end with the potential to get you both arrested. Shikamaru said as sweat slid down his face. He had known the two were keeping a secret, but he hadn't considered the fact it might be a lethal one. Tenten lowered herself to the ground to face the Nara, placing the blade beneath his chin. Because we're friends now, and we could use your help, Tenten said sadly. Despite the clear threat, Shikamaru could see pain in her eyes. A plea for help. Shikamaru preferred to avoid trouble like this. But if his team was involved, he would have to at least hear them out. Well, I'm not brave enough to say no. So I'll hear you out. Damn troublesome woman, Shikamaru complained. Pineapple, that isn't very nice. Sai started, as Tenten put more pressure on the blade. Or wise. And finished with a smile. I figured you'd see it that way. Tenten said sweetly. See, due to Danzo being arrested, the Root is gone. This is for the best considering how far we have fallen. Sai and I intend to rebuild the Root and improve upon it. The problem is, Panda isn't a leader and I'm too unnerving. Sai explained easily. Suddenly the three shifted in positions as Shikamaru held back a murderous Tenten as Sai scribbled into a journal. Seems Panda is the winner. Not if you wanna live, you damn troublesome bastard. Shikamaru complained as he held back the newly dubbed Panda. Sai, you're dead. You hear me? Dead, she declared, then both stopped suddenly. Shikamaru felt a shiver as he saw the raw emotion seem to drain from her. Even as a spy, Danzo's teaching had clearly affected her to some degree. Damn it, Sai, why couldn't you focus on manners or something else? That would be a much easier way to seem normal. Either way, we need you to join us. We could use someone like you, Tenten declared. We also like you, Pineapple, Sai added. In turn, we can tell something to help your search as well as provide any future info provided. With limits, of course. For example, we can't outright tell you what you seek. Merely point you in the right direction. See, there is a law that protects this information. The cost of breaking is death. Well, I supposed it would be executed. Though luckily for you, there is no such law for discovering the information naturally. They likely won't blink twice for a genius like you to have figured it out. See, the night of the Nine Tails assault we were told wasn't fully accurate. Tenten finished grimly. Shikamaru hummed inquisitively as he pondered this before his eyes opened. If something of that night was untrue, it could only be the most outlandish claim. Did the Nine Tails end? Unfortunately, that's all we can tell you for now, Pineapple. Besides, you shouldn't speak of it so plainly. Tenten finished suddenly. The two almost seemed to flee back to the group. Shikamaru realized this secret may be a bigger deal than he realized. Death for telling others. And it was somehow all connected to Naruto. Why is every normal thing in my life such a pain? The Nara complained to himself. Hours later, outskirts of Sunagaku. His old bones didn't seem to enjoy traveling as they once had. They had been going strong for about 8 hours now. Taking breaks as needed, usually for a particularly untrained genin. It would be a valuable learning experience for them luckily. Rasa and he had set a meeting point at the border of sand and stone. This would allow them to travel together, increasing their strength and intimidation. As well as, be prepared if the stone decided to launch an attack. The men ran between a passage that was half desert, half dry cavernous zone. A sign they were on the border of the sand and stone. Hiruzen signaled the men around him as they pulled in closer to the spot where the sand should be waiting for them. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and 5 Anbu stalked forward. As they did, suddenly 8 figures appeared from the desert covered by a cloud of sand that seemed to follow them. The sand parted, exposing 8 figures standing in front of them. Rasa stood at the front seemingly impatient. To his left stood a tall man garbed in the standard sand gear for Junin. He wore a turban covering his head and half his face. Secured by his headband, he was Baki of the Wind Blade. Known for his intelligence and allegedly unblockable wind blade. To Rasa's right stood an imposing woman. Her brown pupil-less eyes scanned the crowd. Her green hair was tied into a bun with 2 orange bangs framing her face. She wore a sleeveless black top and tight gray pants, as well as gray sleeves on both arms. She was the user of the Scorch Release. Pakura, known for her unique and lethal Kekkei Genkai. 5 Sand Anbu stood behind the notables. Both Kage and their guards stalked forward slowly, looking to meet in the middle. The Anbu stay back watching each other incredibly closely. Rasa, Baki, and Pakura met with Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. The 6 powerful shinobi stared each other down as tension built. Hiruzen was glad they hadn't brought the genin and Junin. They tended to react poorly from the pressure of powerful shinobi. The great lady Pakura, Jiraiya called excitedly. You look even better than they describe. Truly a unique beauty. Jiraiya had no time to flinch and Pakura did not have time to reply as Tsunade sent the pervert flying. Her face spoke of a long-burning rage and disappointment. Oh, and for the record, I'm a super pervert. Jiraiya called as he flew away from the group. Who was he talking to? Pakura asked, stunned by the absurd situation. Just ignore it. Tsunade growled as she turned away from the man, folding her arms underneath her bust, making them bounce. She hated how well he knew her. Always grated on her nerves. It seems your brats are still ill-behaved, Hiruzen. Rasa said, annoyed with their antics. Hiruzen felt a sweat drop roll down his face. It's simply his way of easing the tension, Rasa. It's just not quite normal. He explained as held in his fury. Promising to find the most demeaning mission for the sage upon their return, Hiruzen continued. The man could not resist embarrassing him, it seemed. I suppose so. Either way, it seems you kept true to your word. Yet I must ask. I can see why strategically we would meet. But my gut says you likely had another reason in mind. Rasa replied. Sharp as always. Yes, I had another proposal in mind. Hiruzen said calmly. You always do. What is it this time? I would like to propose a mutual defense pact for our villages. At least for the time being. Hiruzen explained. It would surely be a tough sell. But it would be mutually beneficial for the 2 villages. No, we do not need the extra firepower, nor want the attention such an action would receive. Rasa replied fiercely. Now, old friend, surely there is something we could offer. Hiruzen replied jovially. You wouldn't have said it unless you knew it to be true. You tire me with your games. Speak plainly. Hiruzen was silent for a second, threw off from the blunt intelligence of Rasa. We are aware of your troubles with one Gara of the desert. With some research, we discovered the issue is the seal used. Jiraiya interrupted. I would be capable of replacing the seal without releasing the beast. I am one of the few talented Fuijutsu users after all. Hiruzen desperately wished his beloved student was less eccentric. When did you come back here? Tsunade roared angrily. Make that both of them being eccentric. All 3 if Orochimaru were considered as well. Perhaps he was a bad sensei. Tsunade. Hiruzen said. Tsunade looked at him before nodding. The 2 might be eccentric. But they had always been pros when it mattered. I will offer some of your shinobi training in medical jutsu. Not full-time, but a couple tips from a pro like me would be a substantial gain for the sand. Tsunade explained, now in business mode. That's what I could offer Rasa. Hiruzen finished with a friendly smile. With both deal sweeteners offered and the deal being beneficial from the start, he knew he had him, now he would just let him reach the conclusion. Rasa quietly considered this. You may be an annoying man, Hiruzen, but never a poor businessman. Consider it done. I'm sure you won't mind if we wait for the paperwork until after the exams. Well said, Rasa. Hiruzen agreed happily. Whatever it took to stave off the endless wave of paperwork. With that, both men roared orders for the group to reform as one. With a scramble only shinobi were capable of doing, they merged into a large group. Hiruzen, Rasa, and their bodyguard stood at the front of the large formation. Leaf allies and my men. After a discussion between the third Hokage and myself, we have decided to form a mutual defense pact. As such, we will be traveling together. In this land unknown by shinobi, there is no way of knowing what dangers lie ahead. Especially for the genin here today. So we stand together strong and vigilant, ready to crush any of those who stand in our path. Rasa lectured as Leaf and Sand alike cheered happily. Do not forget why we take this risk. Hiruzen continued. It is to show the world the quality of shinobi. To show our comrades the strength we have required. A chance to progress in your life as a shinobi. Yet it is also a chance to broker peace. Instead of bloody war, we will usher in peaceful competition. While we're doing so, let's win it as well. Hiruzen finished with a cocky smile, contrasting his mature tone to the roar of approval of the gathered shinobi. Rasa merely sighed. It seemed even the leader of that village was crazy. Hours later, on the outskirts of the Land of Iron, Naruto had been rather reserved during this whole trip. It wasn't like he was off his game. Quite the opposite, seeming quite focused and determined. Even worse was the fact that the high-reaching peaks of the snowy mountain that surrounded the Land of Iron were stunning. Yet Blondie didn't even seem to notice. Mostly just walking with his eyes on the ground and full of conflict. Neji had filled her in for the reason of the mood change. Ino felt she could understand the seemingly unbreakable focus Naruto showed. But Ino would readily admit to wishing he was his normal self. Being around all these shinobi and traveling so far from home was eating at her nerves. Which ironically also kept her silent. Naruto was fearless and often made her feel more bold. It would really be nice to feel that in what was surely to be a difficult day. Perhaps the awkward silence had led her to let her guard down. For she nearly screamed as a red-haired man appeared in front of the group. His red spiky hair and pale skin made him stand out against the dark and snowy mountains they approached. He wore a dark red coat as well as black pants. On his back was a massive gourd seemingly made of sand somehow. His eyes were green and intense, surrounded by dark bags. He stood mere inches away from Naruto. The three were silent, feeling the presence he carried but also being confused. Hello there. My name is Gaara of the Desert. I'm searching for unique individuals. And mother tells me you definitely fit the bill. He muttered, his voice deep and soothing. I wonder if you're worthy. Perhaps a test is in order. Ino's eyes widened at the hint. If he had said that to anyone else, Ino doubted it would have meant anything. But he suddenly saying it to Naruto painted the picture. He knew he was a Jinchuriki. There's no need to worry yet. I am one as well. I should warn you though, that I will likely kill you if given the chance. Unless, of course, you end up being worthy of the gift given. The man said with a maniac smile. Worthy? Naruto asked. Anger seeped into his voice. He had an intense look on his face. Ino tensed at the pressure pulsating from Naruto, which seemed to be doubled by Gaara somehow. Yes, some may see it as a burden, but I've discovered it to be the opposite. It is a gift we're too foolish to recognize. And I will ensure you're fitting of it. Or I'll kill you myself. As he finished, Neji dropped into a stance as well as Ino. Like we'd let you do that. Ino said angrily. Don't allow your pest to be involved. I have no patience for humans. Gaara said as two tendrils of sand started to drift from his gourd. Control them or I'll kill them. Naruto did not respond for a second. Before suddenly he raced forward, landing a bone-crushing uppercut to Gaara. The sand shot out as he had raced forward but was too slow to stop him. Gaara flew up from the powerful blow, falling to the ground a short distance away. Before he could touch the ground, sand flew from his gourd and created a pile for him to fall into. He hit it softly. Naruto stood still as he watched Gaara rise. As he did, two taller figures landed on both of his sides. One was garbed in an all-black bodysuit. His face was painted with purple lines. The other was a blonde female. Her hair was pulled into 4 ponytails. She wore a black battle blouse, tied at her hip with red binding. Gaara, I know he deserves it, but we're allies, we can't afford this. Konkuro said nervously. He's right, Gaara, he's not worth it. Tamari added. You two be quiet. Ensure their teammates don't get involved. Gaara ordered with a smile. He seems to want to do the test now. As he said this, various strands of sand flew towards the blonde. Neji attempted to intersect this before he had to dodge various flying blades. He jumped back to see himself surrounded by them. The blades are all floating in the air. All them simple metal spikes dripping with something. Sorry, but my younger brother can't be stopped once he starts. And even if he's wrong, can't let you beat on him. Though honestly, you should thank me. Someone as weak as you is certain to die. Those blades are covered in a poison that will paralyze you if it enters your bloodstream. Kankuro said with a smirk. You will regret standing in my way. Neji promised darkly. Without a further word, the numerous blades flew in from all sides. Neji quickly activated Kaden but was shocked when the blades stopped short of it, making the large dome of chakra a waste. I'm a puppeteer. You're gonna have to use your head to survive. Kankuro stated arrogantly as the blades started to fly in at different intervals. I see, Neji said. The floating blades flew in quickly, as if propelled by something. Neji used his absurd speed and precision to negate the attack, striking the side of the blades to avoid cutting his hands as he slapped them away. The blades flying back from the perfect counters from Neji. The blades flew back before coming back in creating an endless attack. Yeah, you're quick as hell. One of those Hyuga too, so you'd crush me up close. Kankuro stated. Luckily you can barely keep yourself safe. I won't even need my puppets. You misunderstand, Neji stated while fending off the barrage of blades. I see. As he said this, the blades all fell to the ground. Chakra strings, clever and allow for that overwhelming attack. If it wasn't for my teammate being someone who fights like that consistently, an attack like that would have worked. Finishing his words, he rushed forward in a blink of an eye. Kankuro jumped back attempting to summon one of his puppets. But Neji merely was too quick, closing the ground and preparing for a strike. Kankuro could do nothing as Neji slammed his palm into the older man's nose. The power strike sent him flying back. Blood flying from the nose. Neji fell into his stance as he allowed him to get up. I could have finished you there. But I prefer to give the weak ones a chance. Neji started with a smirk. Kankuro growled angrily as he prepared to go all out. Ino flinched as she ducked under the heavy war fan of Temari. She had intended to stop the fight between the two Jinchuriki before the fellow blonde charged. At first Ino had blocked the fan strike from the women. But it was solidly made, nearly breaking her arms on a block. She attempted to sweep her legs but Temari jumped into the air. Ino fired off a quick round of shuriken towards her. But as they got close they flew away as if thrown. Long-range attacks won't work on M. Temari started before being interrupted. Ninja art. Instinct suppression jutsu. Ino called as she pointed her finger at Temari. She had learned from the Junin she killed not to waste time. Temari tensed to prepare herself but saw no attack. What had she done? She suddenly could only think one thing. Down. Temari flew toward the ground quickly, Ino charging to meet her. Temari's mind snapped back into place as Ino landed a powerful flying knee to her body. As Temari flew back she swung her fan sending Ino flying back. Both women slid against the ground painfully before they both rose, glaring at each other. Yamanaka, your attacks are supposed to be easy to dodge and time-consuming. Yet that was different. It suppressed my instinct to maintain my flight, Temari reasoned as she prepared for round 2. You know the trick, but can you stop it? Ino called as she prepped as well. Gaara couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the blonde. If his sense weren't wrong, he housed the strongest of the tailed beast. If he was worthy, he'd be fine for his purposes. His sand branched out around him into tendrils that snaked through the air, slowly extending their reach. Before I test you, what is your name? He asked politely. Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde answered with a frown. The guy who's gonna win this whole thing. Gaara almost laughed. It was time to begin testing. With a thought, the sand tendrils shot off incredibly quickly, 3 attempting to spear the blonde. Naruto jumped straight up into the air, avoiding them, wincing as they cracked the stone beneath. You're making it easy. Gaara called happily as the remaining tendrils flew through the sky toward Naruto. Naruto merely frowned harder. I'm not gonna let anyone stand in my way. Believe it. Uzumaki style. Slash of the riptide. The blue chakra flew from the blade, slicing through the tendrils with ease. It flew towards Gaara, who was quickly buried in a large amount of sand. The chakra sliced into the sand, grinding into it a bit before dissipating. The sand covering Gaara had a thin line cutting deeply into it. Naruto landed and observed the mound to see if Gaara was still ready to fight. The mound started to collapse, revealing a Gaara laughing earnestly. His skin looked normal except for a line into where the attack had been launched. The cut didn't bleed, oddly enough. I never imagined I'd run into someone like you. Such strength without the beast. Done with true ease. No doubt you are worthy. Gaara said menacingly. His skin seemingly chipped off around the cut and his entire body before becoming sand. To bypass my defense with both speed and power, you must be more than worthy. I think I'll be taking you, Uzumaki. As the redhead screamed this, he and his siblings were suddenly covered in a gold powder. It surrounds them before lifting them into the air, muffling the various complaints of the 3 young adults. I thought I told you, son, to behave, Rasa stated angrily, appearing in the middle of the combating genin. At first Team 7 merely stared confused. Before they all flinched, realizing they didn't feel him approaching, the Cage himself had arrived. It matters Lee. Gaara managed to burst his head through the gold. Gaara did not get to finish as his mound was slammed into the ground harshly. The redhead being smashed head first seemed dazed as the gold covered him. Forgive my son. He is unusual and unwell, Rasa stated bluntly before stalking off with the sand genin. Oh no nay. My genin are problem children, Kakashi yelled as he appeared in front of Team 7. Try to stay out of trouble for a bit. Neji and Ino nodded, but Naruto merely stomped off towards the back of the group. Kakashi would need to talk to him soon, he supposed. He guessed he was still conflicted about the whole thing. Hour later, entering Land of Iron. The journey of the Leaf and Sand to the Land of Iron went on smoothly from there in Hiruzen's opinion. While tensions did rise for a bit, once news broke of which Sand team was involved, it seemed the Sand somehow understood. Considering they should have been mere young adults, but advantageous all the same. As they approached the snowy mountains, they all garbed themselves in cloaks to protect from the cold. And hiked between two of the peaks. 2 feet of snow must have coated the ground, somewhat slowing them down. Luckily they had gotten through without incident. Past the mountains they were told to go past stood a large frozen wall of ice. In front of it stood 6 samurai. Armored and masked they stood patiently. As they saw the shinobi approach, 2 of the men drew blades and fired off chakra high into the sky. Within seconds of doing so, a great rumble sounded off. The shinobi all tensed as they watched the ice split slowly opening, revealing a double iron door somehow built into the ice. Welcome Leaf and Sand Shinobi. You are the last arrivals. This will be a rest area ahead where shinobi can relax. Food is plenty and servants are serving it. We have an area specifically for Hokage and their guards, as well as a separate one for Junin. We the Honorable Samurai of Iron welcome you. The speaking samurai bowed, the others following suit, before leading the large group into the doors. Inside was a large and shockingly warm room. There was a vast number of large tables separated by signs marking them for certain villages. 3 of the 5 areas were filled with genin and their Junin from the cloud, mist, and stone. The Leaf and Sand genin and Junin walked to their respective areas as Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Rasa, Pakura, and Baki were led to the front of the room by the previous samurai. There was an upraised area fenced off by glass planes. The group filed into the room, seeing a large circular table marked for their positions. On the table was a list of participants and a list of events, as well as various accommodations for them. The group settled down as an old samurai walked in. He was a leader figure of the samurai being bowed to by the samurai in the room. He wore more simplistic plated armor. His face was wrinkled and scared, showing his experience. The top of his head was wrapped in bandages, binding his long gray hair matched by a gray goatee. My name is Mifune. I am the Commander General of the Land of Iron. I have been chosen as host of the Chunin exams this year to ensure fairness and equality. First I must warn you, act out and we will be forced to retaliate. I don't believe introductions are in order for your 2 groups. No. Excellent Cage-sama, if you would not mind, I would like to speak to you privately. Rasa merely nodded as he and his bodyguards followed the samurai into another door leading deeper into the building. As they left, there was an undeniable tension in the room. Between the 2 remaining parties stood 2 Cage and some of the strongest shinobi throughout the elemental nations. On one side, already having been seated due to their early arrival, was Rakage of the Cloud, the Unruly. He was known for his powerful jutsu, fearsome speed, and aggressive deposition. He was seated tall in his chair, seemingly impatient to get things started. To his left stood a more relaxed man, often treated as the unofficial advisor of the Rakage, Darui of the Black Lightning. He sat much more patiently than his leader, seemingly content to wait. To his right stood someone who seemed to be tenser than either. Perfectly still, yet observing everything in the room with an undeniable cat-like caution. She was the Jinchuriki to the 2 tails, Yugito ni. They faced the Leaf contingent on the other side of the room. Both groups were known for their power. The bodyguards of both groups were silent, knowing their Cage would ask them to speak when necessary. Hiruzen, you're still kicking after all this time. Said with a sneer. I suppose you're better than your dead successor though. Jiraiya's killer intent filled the room, causing a chain reaction from everyone in the room except Hiruzen and A. Now, let's all keep our tempers in check. Besides, you have your own reasons for disliking the 2 of us. Hiruzen said for the sake of the room. He let the silence hold until all parties had fully relaxed. You must know I requested your presence here for a valid reason. I know you're not much for beating around the bush. Even as you point that out, you do it yourself. I showed because of my interest to see what ploy you have. It is merely an excuse for me to explore a bit. Escape from paperwork even. I have little interest in engaging otherwise. Especially after the stunt you pulled with the Hyuga. Stated seriously. We only killed one of your men after they attempted to kidnap the Hyuga heir. Tsunade angrily exclaimed. The reason matters little, Yugito chimed in, glaring at Tsunade. Once one of our men was dead, we had no choice but to demand the same. The past is the past. Hiruzen stated simply. I'm much more interested in ensuring the future. For my home and its allies. So you have some kinda deal in mind? I asked with a frown. Indeed. Hiruzen said with a warm smile. We will offer you access to something I think you would be interested in. Ha ha ha. More games then? I asked with fake mirth. Go on then. What do you have that my village would need? Jiraiya. Hiruzen said simply. We have reason to believe there is an organization of immense strength in pursuit of Jinchuriki. Jiraiya started. Yugito offered a gasp as both A and Darui seemed to fully invest themselves. I'm sorry to say it, but against the full might of a hidden village any group would be in trouble. Hell, even defeating a Jinchuriki usually takes a cage-level shinobi. Dull ones would simply be killed. Darui inserted. Hiruzen held up his hand to signal Jiraiya to be quiet. We can't tell you more until you sign this non-aggression pact. Tsunade held up the contract for observing as Hiruzen said this. A went silent for a few minutes as both Darui and Yugito raised to whisper to the man. Clearly pondering the worth of such a signing. Before long aside and stood up tall. Sorry you old bastard, but I don't trust you. Henceforth a mere non-aggression pact. Hiruzen countered. Unacceptable for us. Even if this group is real, we will defend ours to the last man. The info isn't worth working with those I can't trust. I retorted. Hiruzen openly frowned at this. Before his face became made of iron as he stood up facing A. You wouldn't be planning something then, would you? I merely smiled at him. You're safe for now. I do like our odds, but we much rather build our own strength. I hope it doesn't cost you. Hiruzen said simply. The two groups settled down into an awkward silence. Before either could stew in the tension too long, Mizune returned. The cage being oddly absent. Soon we will be ready to start the exams. Rasa and his guards had to return to the sand for now. Do not bother inquiring as to why. We samurai will not be giving such information. Mifune recited as he sat. Allow us to feast for now. With a gesture the room was filled with servants bringing a meal for the group. As they quietly dug in, Hiruzen had to grimace. He had hoped to build relations with both the cloud and sand, but he supposed beggars couldn't be choosers.